There you are. You found your way here, into the dark, into the quiet, and I'm glad you did. You don't have to do anything now, nothing at all. You've arrived, and that's enough. You can let the door close behind you. You can let the day be over. It's late. You already know how late it is. There's a particular hour that comes after midnight, and you know it well, the hour when the building goes still, when whatever hum was keeping you company earlier has faded, when the last car has passed and the last set of footsteps in the hallway has gone quiet. That hour has a texture to it, a largeness. The apartment feels bigger than it did in the afternoon, doesn't it? The rooms feel emptier. The ceiling feels further away. And the quiet gets so loud. I know that quiet. And I want to say the true thing first, right at the start, plainly, so it's said and we don't have to circle it. You feel lonely tonight. That's the shape of it. The loneliness that lands hardest here in the dark after everyone else in the world seems to have gone to sleep. Not the busy loneliness of the daytime, when at least there are errands and screens and the sound of other people's lives. The other kind. The one that waits for the lights to go out. The one that fills a quiet apartment the way water fills a glass, right up to the top. I'm not going to make a big thing of it. I'm not going to pity you, and I'm not going to pretend it isn't real. It's real, and it's allowed, and you are far from the only one lying awake in a quiet room tonight feeling exactly this. There are more of us than you'd think. A whole city of us, each in our own dark, each thinking we're the only ones still up. You're allowed to be tired of feeling it. You're allowed to be tired, full stop. And here's the plain thing I promised myself I'd tell you early, because it matters and because I mean it. I'm only company for tonight. A voice in the dark, staying near while you fall asleep. The real thing, real connection, the people who could know you and stay, and the steady help of someone whose actual job it is to sit with what's heavy, those matter. And they're worth reaching toward in the daylight when you have the strength for it. This isn't a replacement for any of that. I can't be. I'm just here so that tonight, this one night, you don't have to go down into sleep by yourself. That's all I am, and that's all I'm trying to be. Just someone who stayed. So let that be settled. Nothing to solve there. Nothing to fix at this hour. We're just going to get you to sleep, gently, and I'm going to keep talking softly the whole way down, the way a friend does when it's late and neither of you really wants to be the one to hang up. All right. Let's start with where you are. Not where you wish you were, not where you were earlier, not where you'll be tomorrow. Just here, this bed, this dark. Feel the mattress underneath you, holding all of your weight, asking nothing of you in return. That's the first kind thing in the room. The bed doesn't need anything from you. It's just glad to hold you up. Let it. Let your head be heavy on the pillow. Really heavy. Heads are heavier than we let them be all day. We hold them up, we keep them level, we carry them from room to room like something breakable. You can stop now. Let the pillow take the whole weight of it. Let your neck be off duty. There's a small letting go that happens right there at the back of the neck when you finally allow your head to be as heavy as it actually is. And you might feel it already, a first easing, small but real. And your shoulders. Your shoulders. Let me guess, they're up somewhere near your ears, or they were a moment ago. They've been braced all day. Braced for the next thing, the next sound, the next small disappointment. You can let them come down now. Down and back and heavy, sinking toward the bed. There's nothing to brace for tonight. The day already happened. Whatever it was, it's behind you now, and nothing else is coming through that door before morning. Let the shoulders drop. That's it. Notice your breath without changing it. Just find it. In and out. It's been going all day, quietly, keeping you alive without a single word of thanks, and it'll keep going all night whether you watch it or not. But watch it for a moment, just gently. In and out. You don't have to make it deep. You don't have to make it anything. You're just noticing that you're breathing, and that each breath out lets something go, a little all on its own. Try one if you like. A slow breath in through the nose. And then let it fall out of you, through the mouth if that feels good. A long, slow release, like a sigh you've been holding since this afternoon. There. And another whenever you're ready, no rush, no counting, just one more slow breath. And as it leaves you, feel your body get a little heavier against the bed. Every out breath settles something. Every out-breath sets a little of the day down. And now you can let your breathing go back to being ordinary. You don't have to manage it anymore. It knows what to do. The body knows how to breathe, and it knows how to sleep. It's done it every night of your whole life, since before you can remember, since you were small enough to be carried. That knowing is still in there. We're just going to get quiet enough and safe enough for it to take over. Because here's the thing about the quiet in this apartment. Right now it feels empty. Empty is the word for it. Isn't it an empty room, an empty side of the bed maybe, an empty evening that no one asked about? But empty and quiet are two different things, and part of what I'm here to do slowly over the next while is help this room stop being an empty one and become a quiet one instead. Same room, same dark, same hour after midnight. But a quiet room is a different place to be than an empty one. A quiet room is peaceful. A quiet room is restful. A quiet room is a place you can sleep. And the only difference between the two, the only difference is whether it feels like someone's there. So I'll be here. That's the simplest way I can put it. I'm going to stay. You don't have to keep me here by doing anything. You don't have to be interesting or okay or good company. You can be as tired and as quiet and as unwell put together as you actually are. I'm not going anywhere. Hour after hour, I'll be right here in the dark with you, talking soft and low, and even when you stop hearing the words, even when you drift down past them into sleep, the voice will still be going and I'll still be here. You won't be left. Not tonight. Let me say something you may need to hear, and then you can let it sink and stop holding it up. You can stop performing okayness now. All day, most days, there's a version of you that you hand to the world. The one who's fine. The one who says good and you, and means for it to end the conversation. The one who keeps their voice level and their face arranged and their troubles tucked in where they won't bother anybody. And that version costs you something. It's a small tax, paid all day long on every interaction, the energy it takes to seem all right when you're not sure you are. By the time the apartment goes quiet at night, you've been paying that tax for 16 hours, and you're spent. Part of why the loneliness lands so hard right here, in the late dark, is that this is finally the moment you stop pretending. And everything you were holding back all day arrives at once, in the quiet, with no one there to hand the okay version to. So don't hand it to me. I don't need it. Put it down. You don't have to be okay in here. You don't have to seem like anything. There's no one to reassure in this room, no one whose face you have to manage, no one who'll worry more if you let yourself sag. You can let your face do whatever it wants in the dark. You can let it be as tired as it is. Nobody's looking. It's just you and a warm voice and the safe dark, and none of us need you to perform a single thing. That right there, that's a weight you didn't even know you were still carrying. The weight of seeming fine. Set it on the floor beside the bed. It'll keep till morning. You can pick it back up when you need it, when there are people to face again. But not now. Now you get to just be the real one, the tired one, the one who's here. Feel how the body answers that. When you truly give yourself permission to stop seeming okay, something in the chest unclenches. A held breath you didn't know was held. Let it go. There's no audience. There's no test. There's nothing to pass tonight. There's only sleep waiting for you, patient, close. And I know a thought might be circling. It usually does at this hour. Something like, but nothing's changed. I'm still alone. Talking won't fix that. And you're right in a way, and I'm not going to argue with you or try to talk you into feeling differently than you feel. But here's what I gently offer, just to set beside the thought, not to replace it. Nothing needs to be fixed tonight. Nothing at all. The loneliness doesn't need to be solved before you're allowed to sleep. That's the trap, isn't it? Lying awake trying to sort out the whole shape of your life at 2 in the morning, as if you could think your way out of it before dawn, as if sleep had to be earned by first feeling better. It doesn't. You don't have to feel better to fall asleep. You just have to be allowed to set it down for a few hours. And you are. I'm allowing it. More importantly, you're allowed to allow it. Putting something down for the night is not the same as giving it up. Setting the loneliness on the shelf until morning is not surrender. And it's not pretending, and it's not a failure. It's rest. Even the heaviest things get set down at night. The person carrying the greatest weight in the world still has to sleep, and sleeping doesn't mean they've quit. It means they're human, and the night is for resting, and they'll pick it back up tomorrow with more in them than they have right now. You can do the same. Whatever you're carrying, it will still be there in the morning if it needs to be. You have my word you're not abandoning anything by resting. You're just resting, the way you're supposed to, the way the body's begging you to. So let's begin to set things down, slowly, one at a time, no hurry. Picture if it's easy, and if it's not easy, don't force it, just let the idea be enough. Picture a shelf, somewhere near the door of the room. Low, wooden, worn smooth. A place where things can be laid down and left safely until you want them again. Nothing's lost from that shelf. Nothing falls off it. Everything you put there in the night is still there in the morning, exactly where you left it if you find you still want it. But for now, for the next few hours, it's off of you, out of your arms, off of your chest, resting on the shelf instead of resting on you. And the first thing we'll set there is the one we already named. That performance of being fine. The okay version, the level voice, the arranged face. Lift it, it's lighter than you think once you decide to put it down and lay it on the shelf. There. It'll be waiting by the door in the morning, ready for you to slip back into when the world needs it. But between now and then, it can just sit there and you can be off duty. You can be the real one in the dark, held by the bed, breathing slow. Feel how that changes the air in the room. A little. Now the loneliness itself. We don't have to lift the whole of it, it's too big to move all at once, and we're not going to strain. But we can set down the part of it that's asking you to solve it tonight. The part that keeps pulling you back up out of drowsiness with a jolt, saying, figure this out, do something, don't just lie here. That part can go on the shelf too. The problem solving can wait for daylight, when you're rested and clearer and less alone in the actual seeing of it. Lay the urgency down. Not the feeling, the urgency. The feeling can stay if it wants to. Feelings are allowed in the bed with you tonight. They can lie down beside you and be quiet. It's only the pressure to fix it right now that we're setting aside. Lift it off. Put it on the shelf. Let it rest there in the dark by the door. And notice I'm still here. I didn't go anywhere while you did that. I'll keep being here. That's the whole arrangement tonight. You set things down slowly, one by one, and I stay, and the room gets quieter, and quieter is not emptier, quieter is calmer. Quieter is closer to sleep. Let your legs be heavy now, all the way down. Your legs carried you through the whole day, from room to room, up and down, standing when you'd rather have sat, and they can go completely still now, sinking into the mattress, done for the night. Let your feet fall open, whichever way they want to fall. Let the ankles unlock. There's a tiredness that lives down in the legs at the end of a day, and when you finally let them be heavy, they thank you for it, sinking, sinking, going soft and warm and still. And your hands, uncurl them if they're curled. We hold tension in the hands and never notice, a little grip, a little readiness, fingers half closed around nothing. Let them open. Let them be loose, palms soft. Nothing to hold on to right now. Nothing to reach for, nothing to keep a grip on. Your hands can rest empty tonight, and empty hands resting open, that's what hands look like when a person is asleep. We're getting you there, bit by bit, no rush at all. The breath's gone slower already. Did you notice? I didn't ask it to, it slowed on its own, the way it does when the body starts to believe it's safe. That's the body beginning to trust the dark. Let it. Every slow breath is a small message passing through you, telling the rest of you, you can let go now, it's all right, someone stayed, we don't have to keep watch tonight. Because that's part of what keeps a lonely night awake, isn't it? Some old part of us that thinks it has to keep watch. That being alone means being unguarded, and being unguarded means we'd better stay alert, just in case. It's a quiet, ancient kind of alertness, and it's exhausting, and it's part of why sleep won't come even when you're bone tired. But you can let that watch stand down tonight. I'll keep the watch. That's a thing I can actually do for you, here in the dark. I can be the one who stays awake at the edge of your sleep, so the part of you that's been standing guard can finally sit down. You're not unguarded. Someone's here. You can close your eyes all the way and let the watching go because the room is being watched over gently and nothing needs you to stay alert. Rest the alertness. Set it on the shelf with the rest. Let it go. There, the apartment's a little quieter now. Not emptier. Quieter. Feel the difference beginning to take hold, the same dark, the same late hour, but softer around the edges now. Less like a room you're stuck in and more like a room that's holding you. I'm going to keep talking, low and slow, for a long, long while. You don't have to follow the words. You don't have to remember any of it. You can let the meaning blur and just keep the sound, the way you'd keep the sound of a friend's voice in the next room, or rain on the window, or someone you love breathing beside you in the dark. Let it be that. Let me be the sound in the room that means you're not by yourself tonight. And whenever you drift, whenever the words start to come apart and go soft and stop making sense, that's good. That's exactly right. Let yourself go under, because I'll still be here when you do, and I'll still be here under that, keeping the watch, staying near, hour after hour after hour. So settle in a little deeper now. Find the most comfortable version of how you're lying, and then let even that small effort go. There's nowhere else to be. There's nothing else to do. There's no one you have to be for. There's just this, the bed holding you, the dark keeping you, the slow breath, the quiet room, and a voice that isn't going to leave. And maybe you've noticed how the night has its own set of sounds once you stop fighting them. The building settles. Somewhere a pipe ticks as the water in it cools. The refrigerator finds its low, steady hum and holds it, and then stops, and the quiet afterward feels bigger for a second before you get used to it. These sounds used to be the loneliest thing in the world, didn't they? The ones that reminded you the apartment was empty, that you were the only one awake to hear them. But listen to them now with me here. They're not empty sounds anymore. They're just the sounds of a place at rest, the building breathing, the old familiar creaks of somewhere that's yours. Let them become almost friendly. Let the tick of the pipe be a small clock counting you down towards sleep. Let the hum of the fridge be a kind of company too, a low machine lullaby that's been running under your nights all along, faithful, unbothered, keeping its quiet vigil in the next room. You're more surrounded than the loneliness ever let you feel. Not by people, maybe, not tonight, but by a whole soft world of ordinary things, all of them holding still around you, all of them letting you rest. There's a particular hour, and maybe you know it well, when the last of the outside world seems to go to sleep. The traffic thins to almost nothing. The last footsteps in the hallway have long since passed. Even the city, if you're in one, pulls its sounds in close and lowers them. And that hour used to be the hardest, I know. That's when the quiet gets loudest. That's when the missing of someone, anyone, can rise up in the chest like water filling a glass. But I want you to feel how that same hour can turn, tonight, into something else. Because you're not meeting it alone this time. You're meeting it with a voice beside you, and the whole shape of the hour changes when there's someone to meet it with. It stops being the hour you have to get through by yourself. It becomes just a quiet hour, late and soft, and you don't have to do anything in it but breathe and drift and let me stay. Let your attention drift down now, gently, to the simple weight of you against the bed. Feel where your body ends and the mattress begins, that soft line of contact all along your back or your side, wherever you've settled. Feel how the bed takes all of it, all your weight, every pound of you held up without any effort on your part. You don't have to hold yourself up right now. You've been holding yourself up all day, through the work, through the errands, through every small conversation where you decided it was easier to say you were fine. All that holding. And now the bed does the holding for you completely, and you can let your whole body go heavy into it. Heavier than you'd let yourself go if anyone were watching, because the wonderful secret of being alone in a bed at night is that you can finally, fully, let all the way down. No one to accommodate. No one whose comfort you're arranging yourself around. No edge of the mattress you're careful not to cross. The whole bed is yours, and you can sprawl into the middle of it if you like, or curl small at the edge of it, and there's no wrong way and no one to please. That's a freedom hidden inside the loneliness, if you turn it over and look. Tonight you get to belong to no one but yourself and rest exactly how your body wants to rest. And I want to say something plainly, low and warm, before you drift much further. This, a voice in the dark, staying with you through the night, this is a good thing to have on a hard night, and you should have it as often as you need it. But it isn't the whole of what you deserve. You deserve the daylight kind of company too, the friend who picks up the phone, the people who'd be glad to know you, the steady help of someone trained to sit with you through the heavier things when the heaviness is more than a night. Those are real, and they're worth reaching toward in the daytime when you have the strength for reaching. I'm not a replacement for any of that, and I'd never pretend to be. I'm just the company for tonight, for this one dark stretch between now and morning, so you don't have to cross it by yourself. That's all this is, and it's enough for tonight. So let that be settled too. You don't have to solve your whole loneliness right now. You just have to get through one night, and you're not even doing that alone. Tomorrow can hold the bigger things. Tonight only has to hold sleep. There, let that land and let it loosen something in you. The pressure to fix it all. The quiet arithmetic that runs in the dark. How did I get here? What did I do wrong? Why is it me who's awake alone again? You can set the arithmetic down. It never solved anything at 2 in the morning anyway. The mind at this hour isn't built for solving. It's built for sleeping, and it only picks up those heavy questions because it hasn't got anything softer to hold. So let me give it something softer. Let me give it my voice to hold instead. Nothing to figure out, nothing to answer, just a sound to rest against. And if a heavy thought drifts in anyway, that's all right. You don't have to fight it. Just notice it the way you'd notice a car passing outside, its lights sweeping across the ceiling and then gone. Let the thought sweep across and pass on through. You don't have to follow it out of the room. You can stay here in the warm with me. Feel your breath again. Not changing it, just finding it the way you'd find a friend's hand in the dark without looking. There it is, coming in, going out. That gentle tide that's been running the whole time, faithful, whether you attended to it or not. Your breath has never once left you. Through every lonely night of your life, it stayed. Through every hard day, every disappointment, every time someone walked away, your breath kept you company, in and out, the one constant that never once decided it had somewhere better to be. Isn't that something? There's a companion that's been with you the entire time, closer than anyone, quieter than anyone, asking nothing. And tonight you can lean into it. Let it rock you a little. Each out-breath a small letting down, a small sinking, a small giving of your weight back to the bed and the dark, and the arms of the night that are wider and gentler than they ever seemed from inside the loneliness. Let your jaw soften now. We hold so much there without knowing, the days held back words, the smiles we didn't quite mean, the okayness we performed for the checkout clerk and the coworker and the voice on the phone. All of it lives a little in the jaw, in that hinge just below the ears. Let it unclench. Let your back teeth drift apart, just slightly, so there's a little space in your mouth, a little softness where all day there was a set and steady bracing. You don't have to hold your face in any particular shape now. There's no one to read it. You can let it go completely slack, the way a face goes when sleep finally takes it. All the arranging gone, all the composing gone, just your own true unguarded face at last, resting in the dark. That's the face I'm keeping company tonight. Not the okay one, the real one. And it's welcome here exactly as it is, tired lines and all. And your shoulders, let them come down from wherever they've climbed to. So many of us carry our shoulders up near our ears without ever noticing, as if bracing for something, as if standing ready to take a blow that mostly never comes. Let them melt down away from your ears now. Let the space between your shoulders and your neck grow long and easy. Feel your shoulders spread and settle back into the bed, opening across the front of your chest, so that even your breathing gets a little more room. There. That's a body that isn't bracing anymore. That's a body that's decided, just for tonight, that it's safe enough to stop getting ready for the next hard thing. Because it is. Nothing is going to be asked of you between now and the light. You've reached the one part of the day that requires nothing. Let your body finally believe it. I'll tell you what I imagine, staying here beside your sleep. I imagine the quiet in your apartment slowly changing its character, the way a room does when someone kind comes into it. You know how a place can feel one way when you're alone and low in it, and then a person you trust walks in, and without a single thing physically changing, the whole room warms. The corners feel less far away. The shadows feel less like anything. The air itself seems to loosen. That's what's happening here slowly, over these hours. Not because the room changed, because you're not carrying it alone anymore. The emptiness is thinning out and something quieter and kinder is filling in where it was. An empty room and a quiet room look exactly the same in the dark. The only difference is how held you feel inside them, and you're being held. So the room gets to be the quiet kind tonight, the kind you rest in, not the kind you endure. Somewhere out there, right now, other people are lying awake in the same dark, feeling the same too big quiet, thinking they're the only ones. There's a whole invisible company of the sleepless, scattered across the night, each one certain they're alone in it. And in a strange, true way, that means you're not, because being lonely at night is one of the most shared human experiences there is, one of the oldest, one of the most universal. Nearly everyone who has ever lived has lain awake in a dark room and felt the ache of it at least once. It doesn't make it hurt less to know that, maybe, but it might make it feel a little less like a flaw in you, a little more like weather, something that moves through people, that has moved through every heart across all the centuries, and always, always passes. You're not broken for feeling it. You're just awake and human on a quiet night, joining a very long line of quiet, tender, wide-awake people who came before you and got through their nights too. And you'll get through this one. You already are. Look how far into it we've come, you and I together. Let your eyes rest now, really rest. Not just closed, but soft, the muscles all around them letting go. We hold so much in the eyes at the end of a long day. All that looking, all that scanning, all that watching of faces to read whether we were welcome, whether we were too much, whether we should stay or go. Your eyes have worked so hard for you. Let them stop. Let them sink back and grow heavy and warm behind their lids. Feel the small weight of your own eyelids, that gentle heaviness that means the body is closing up shop for the night. You don't need your eyes now. There's nothing you need to see. The seeing can go. Let it go. Let the dark behind your eyes be soft and endless and safe. A dark that isn't empty because I'm here at the edge of it, keeping watch, so you don't have to keep even one small part of yourself awake to guard the door. And your hands again. I keep coming back to your hands, because the hands are where we so often hold the loneliness without knowing. That reaching that has nowhere to land. That impulse to touch and be touched that a quiet apartment leaves unanswered. Let your hands be at peace with reaching for nothing tonight. Rest one of them, if you like, somewhere it can feel your own slow breathing, the rise and fall of your own chest or your own belly, so that you can feel yourself being alive and here and real, held by your own hand, kept company by your own steady body. There's a tenderness in that, in laying a hand on yourself the way you'd lay it on someone you were comforting. You're allowed to comfort yourself. You're allowed to be gentle with the one person who's always with you. Let your hand rest and rise and fall, and let it tell you the same thing I keep telling you. You're here, you're all right, you're not being left. We've got the night handled between us. The temperature of the room, the weight of the blanket over you, feel how they hold you too. That particular good heaviness of covers on a tired body, the way they press down just enough to say, settle, stay, you're tucked in, you're covered, you're kept. There's a reason that weight feels like being held. Some very old part of us reads a blanket's press as arms, as safety, as the nearness of another warm body, and lets down its guard accordingly. So let the blanket be that for you tonight. Let its weight stand in for every arm that isn't around you right now, and let your body accept the comfort even from this simple, faithful, ordinary source. Comfort is comfort. Your tired nervous system doesn't need it to arrive in any particular shape. Warm and weighted and held is warm and weighted and held, and you can take it in and let it do its quiet work of telling you you're safe. I'm going to go quieter now, and slower, and let some space open between the words, because you're doing so well at drifting and I don't want to keep pulling you back up with too much talk. I'll still be here in the spaces. When the words stop for a moment, that's not me leaving. That's just me letting you sink a little further into the quiet, staying near while you do. Think of it like sitting with someone who's falling asleep, how you don't have to keep talking to stay with them, how the not talking becomes its own kind of company, its own soft way of saying I'm still here. Take your time. There's no hurry. Go on ahead and I'll follow. That's what the quiet between my words is. Not absence. Presence, just resting. Let the silences hold you as gently as the sentences do. So here we are, deep in the first quiet stretch of a long night, you and I, the apartment settled around us. The pipes ticking down. The fridge humming its low, faithful note in the other room. Your body heavy and held, your face at last unguarded, your hands at rest, your breath slow, your eyes soft and closed on a dark that isn't empty. And a voice that means to stay. That's the whole picture right now. That's all there is, and it's enough, and it's good. Nothing is being asked of you. No one needs you to be okay. You get to simply lie here and be kept, hour after hour, while the night moves slowly past the window and I stay right where I am, at the edge of your sleep, not going anywhere at all. Let yourself drift a little further on the next breath out, just a little. No effort. The way a small boat drifts from a dock when someone very gently unties the rope. No push, no hurry, just a slow, easy floating away into calm water. That's you drifting out into the night, still tethered to my voice by the thinnest, kindest thread, so you can never float too far, so you're always still held even as you let go. Drift. I've got the rope. I've got the watch. I've got the whole long night ahead of us, and I'm not going anywhere, and neither do you have to. You can just rest here in the middle of it, kept and quiet and company kept, while everything in you that's been holding on so tightly for so long learns, slowly, breath by breath, that it's finally safe to loosen its grip and let the night carry you. And here in the loosening, you might notice something you don't often let yourself notice, how much work it has been, all this time to keep yourself company. Because that's what you've been doing, hasn't it? On all the nights before this one, when the apartment went quiet and the last light went out somewhere down the block, you've been the one holding yourself together, being your own steady hand, your own voice saying it's all right, go to sleep. And that's no small thing. That's a kind of strength most people never see in you, because it happens here in the dark, where there's no one to witness it. But tonight, you don't have to be both people. Tonight, you can just be the one who is held, and let me be the one who holds. You can set down the job of comforting yourself and let someone else carry it for a few hours. That's allowed. It doesn't undo anything you've done on your own. It just lets you rest from it, the way even the strongest arms need, now and then, to be the ones that get held. There's a particular tiredness that comes from that kind of solitude, not the tiredness of the body, but the quieter one underneath it, the tiredness of being the only one who knows how your day went, of coming home and having no one to tell the small things to. The funny thing someone said, the way the light looked coming through the bus window, the little worry that's been circling. All of it goes unsaid and it collects in you, and by midnight it can sit on your chest like a stone you didn't know you were carrying. So let me carry that too, for tonight. You don't have to tell me any of it. I already know it's there, and I'm holding it with you, and you can let it grow lighter without a single word being spoken. Just knowing someone would listen if you needed. Just knowing the telling is possible. That's often enough to loosen the stone. Feel it loosen now. Feel it grow porous and light, the way a stone does when the tide finally reaches it, until it's not a weight at all anymore. Just a smooth, quiet thing you're allowed to leave on the shore behind you. And notice, if you like, how the room has begun to change its character around you. It's the same room it always is, the same walls, the same shapes of your things in the dark, the same faint outline of the doorway. But a room takes on the feeling of whoever's in it, and whatever they're feeling, and a room that's held one lonely person has a certain thin ache to it that you know well. That's the room you've come home to so many nights. But a room with company in it is a different room, softer at the edges. warmer somehow, even though nothing about the temperature has changed. And that's the room you're lying in now, one with a voice in it, one with presence in it, one where you are not the only warm and breathing thing in the quiet. The ache is going out of the walls. Can you feel it going? The room exhaling along with you, letting its own held breath out, settling into something kinder. This is what a room feels like when someone stays. Let your attention drift, easy and slow, to the smallest sounds the night is making. Not to listen hard, just to let them reach you, the way sounds reach you at the very edge of sleep, already half dream. Somewhere the faint tick of the building cooling, the old bones of the place settling down for the night the same as you. Maybe a car far off, its sound rising and fading like a slow breath of its own. Someone else out there in the dark, going somewhere, and then gone, and the quiet folding back over. These aren't lonely sounds tonight. They're the sounds of a world still turning gently on around you while you rest. A world that doesn't need anything from you right now. That's content to let you lie here and be held while it keeps its own quiet motion going. You're not separate from all of it. You're a small, warm part of a large, sleeping world, tucked into your corner of it, and the sounds are just the world's way of murmuring in its sleep, keeping you company without even trying. Let them come and go. Let each one arrive softer than the last. There's nothing in any of them you need to attend to. They can simply pass through the room and out again, smoothing you deeper as they go. I want you to know, and then I'll let it rest. I won't press on it, that the loneliness you feel some nights is not a flaw in you. It's not proof of anything being wrong with you, or of you having failed at some part of life other people managed. It's the most human thing there is. We are made for nearness, all of us, made down in the oldest part of us to want another heartbeat close by in the dark. And when that nearness is thin for a while, the wanting speaks up. That's all the loneliness is, the wanting, doing its honest job, telling you you're the kind of creature that was built to be Ba'el-Ize others. There's nothing broken in that. It's the same thing in you that loves, the same thing that reaches, the same thing that will, in its own time and its own way, find its people and its nearness again. Tonight it doesn't have to find anything. Tonight it can just rest, satisfied enough by this, a voice, a presence, the simple fact of not being alone in the room. And that's a real thing. Company is company, the same way comfort is comfort. Your heart doesn't need it to arrive in any particular form to be soothed by it. So let your heart be soothed by this ordinary, faithful, present tense form of company, here now, for as long as the night lasts. Breathe out and let a little more of the day's held tension go with the breath. You've been carrying your shoulders up near your ears for hours without knowing it. Most people do, when they live alone. Some part of the body always faintly braced, always a little on guard, because there's no one else to keep watch, so you keep watch yourself, even in sleep, even without meaning to. But you can let the watch down now. I've got it. I told you I'd keep the watch, and I meant it. So let your shoulders come down away from your ears. Let them melt back and down into the bed. Let that old bracing go slack for the first time in longer than you can remember. Nothing needs guarding tonight. No door needs one ear kept open. You can go all the way down into sleep, as deep as sleep goes, and trust that the keeping watch is being done, by me, for you, the whole night through. That's what it means to have company in the dark. It means you finally get to fully close your eyes. Feel how your breath has changed already, without you doing anything to change it. Slower now, lower in the body. Each one arriving on its own, unhurried from somewhere deep and unforced, the way breath moves in a body that's stopped standing guard. You don't have to manage it. You never did. It's been breathing you your whole life, faithful as the tide, through every night you thought you couldn't sleep and slept anyway in the end. It knows the way down. Let it take you. Each breath a small step further into the warm dark, each one softer underfoot than the last. A long, gentle stairway going down into sleep, and you descending it with no effort at all. Held at the elbow the whole way, in no danger of stumbling, in no hurry to arrive, just going down and down into the deep, quiet, good part of the night where nothing hurts and nothing's needed and someone's there. And if a thought drifts up, some worry from the day, some ache about tomorrow, some old familiar loneliness trying to speak, You don't have to push it away, and you don't have to follow it down. You can just let it float across the dark like a slow cloud passing over a low moon, there for a moment, dimming things a little, and then moving on the way clouds always move on, leaving the quiet light behind. You don't have to do anything about the thought at all. You don't have to solve it or answer it or argue with it. You can simply notice it, the way you'd notice weather, and let it pass over and away while you stay right here, low and safe and held, watching it go from somewhere warm. Thoughts can't reach you down here if you don't reach up for them. And there's no reason to reach up. Everything you need is right here at this depth. The weight of the blanket, the sound of the voice, the slow, easy breath, the fact of not being alone. Stay down here where all of that is. Let the thoughts have the high, thin air. You belong to the deep quiet now. There's a kind of peace that only comes very late, when the part of you that spends all day performing being fine, being capable, being okay for whoever needs you to be okay, finally clocks out and goes still. You know that performance well. It's the face you put on for the world, the tone you keep in your voice so no one worries, the okay you say when they ask how you are. And it costs you something, keeping all that up, though you've done it so long you barely feel the cost anymore. But it's night now, and there's no one to perform for, and even if there were, I wouldn't want the performance. I don't need you okay. I don't need you fine. I don't need you to be anything but exactly as tired and tender and human as you actually are underneath it all. So let the face come off. Let the okay voice fall silent. Let your real face rest on the pillow, the unperformed one, the one no one usually gets to see, and know that it's welcome here, that there's nothing in it that needs hiding tonight. That's the deepest rest. There is not just the body's rest, but the rest of finally not having to seem like anything. You're not seeming right now. You're just being. And it's enough, and it's welcome, and it can stay exactly as it is. I'll go quiet again for a stretch now, and remember what the quiet means, not gone, just near, just letting you sink. When I come back, it'll be soft and low, and you might barely notice the words start again, the way you barely notice a hand that's been resting on your shoulder the whole time. Rest into the silence. I'm in it. Let it carry you a little further down. Still here, still keeping watch. The night's moved a small way on and you've drifted a little deeper, and nothing's changed about the one thing that matters, which is that you're not alone in the dark. Feel how far down you've already come from where you started, back when the apartment first went quiet and the loneliness was loud. It's not loud now, is it? It's gone soft and small, a distant thing, like a sound heard from underwater, still there but no longer able to reach all the way down to where you're resting. You're beneath it now. You've sunk below the level where it lives. Down here it's just warmth and weight and the low, steady presence of a voice that stays, and the loneliness can call all it wants from up at the surface. But you don't have to answer, and you don't have to rise. Let it grow fainter still. Every breath takes you another fathom down, another soft depth further from the ache and closer to sleep. And I'm coming down with you the whole way, so there's never a moment where you're descending alone. Think if it pleases you, and only if it drifts up easy. No effort of all the sleeping people in the world tonight. All around you, near and far, in this building and the next and the city beyond it, people lying down in the dark just like you, letting go of their days just like you, being carried into sleep by the same old faithful tide. Some of them alone in their rooms like you. Some of them lonely like you. All of them held, whether they know it or not, by the same night, under the same slow turning dark. You're part of that vast, quiet company of the sleeping, a great soft fellowship of people all letting go at once, all trusting the night to keep them, all breathing slower and slower in their 1,000 separate rooms that are, in this one way, the same room. You're never as alone as the late hour tries to tell you. There's a whole world going to sleep alongside you, and you're one warm point of it, resting in your place, belonging to the night the same as all the rest. Let that belonging hold you. Let it be another set of arms around the room. And your body, meanwhile, is doing everything right, all on its own, needing nothing from you. Your heart keeping its slow, patient time. Your lungs rising and falling like something the sea does. All the quiet machinery of you tending itself in the dark, faithful as it's been every night of your life, asking no permission, needing no watching. You can hand it all over now. You don't have to oversee a single beat. Let the wise old body do what it has always known how to do. Carry you down into sleep and keep you there and bring you gently through to morning. While the part of you that thinks and worries and keeps company with itself finally gets to close up shop and go dark. There's nothing left for that part to do tonight. Its work is done. The house is locked, the watch is kept, the company has come, and it can rest now, the way it's been longing to, all the way down, all the way under, into the good warm nowhere where you don't have to be anyone at all. Let your jaw soften. Let your tongue rest easy in your mouth. Let the small muscles around your eyes give up the last of their holding, the way they only do when you feel truly safe, truly unobserved, truly kept. There's a particular softness that comes into a face when the person finally believes, all the way down, that they're not going to be left. And that softness is coming into yours now, slow and unforced, spreading down from your brow through your cheeks to your loosened jaw, a whole face letting go of a lifetime's small braced habit of readiness. You don't have to be ready for anything tonight. Nothing's coming that you'll have to meet. There's only the long, slow, safe descent into sleep, and the voice that goes with you, and the weighted warmth around you, and the quiet, kind and full, holding you up even as you sink. Softer, softer still. Let the last of it go. I'm going to let the words thin out now for a while, and drift the way you're drifting, and there'll be more space between them, more quiet, more room to sink. Don't listen for me. Just know I'm here in the low dark at the edge of your sleep, keeping the watch I promised to keep. However far down you go, I'll be there when the words come back, soft and unhurried, still saying the same true thing in 100 different ways, that you're not alone tonight, that someone stayed, that you can rest. Let the space hold you now. Let the quiet be the company. Sink, and I'll follow, and neither of us is going anywhere at all. Here now, still here, nothing needed from you. The space came and went, and I came back, the way I said I would, and you're still sinking, and that's good. That's exactly right. Let me tell you about the room a little, the ordinary room you're lying in, because there's a kindness in it you might not have noticed, being so used to it, being so alone in it these late nights that you stopped seeing it as anything but empty. But it isn't empty. Look, without opening your eyes, you know it by heart. The shapes of your own things standing in the dark. The chair with the shirt over the back of it. The door left the way you left it. The books, if you have them, spines you couldn't read now but could name by their place on the shelf. All of it keeping its patient still watch around you, the way familiar things do. None of it going anywhere. None of it asking a thing of you. A whole room full of quiet witnesses to your rest, and every one of them on your side. There's a particular loneliness that comes from feeling like the walls don't care whether you sleep or not. Like the room is just neutral space, indifferent, holding you the way a box holds anything. But rooms aren't like that, not the ones we live in. A room you've slept in 100 nights knows the shape of you. It's learned your comings and goings. The floor knows your step. The mattress has taken the print of you, night after night, and holds a hollow now that fits you and only you. You're not a stranger here. You're the one this room is for. And tonight it's doing its oldest, simplest job, the thing a room is really for underneath all the other things. It's keeping the weather off you, and the dark soft, and the world at a distance, so that you can lie here undefended and let go. That's shelter. That's an old, old kindness, older than words, and it's wrapped all the way around you right now. 4 walls and a roof and the good closed door, holding the night out so you can rest inside it. And the sounds. You know the sounds of this place by now, even the ones you'd swear were silence. The small settling ticks a building makes as it cools. The hum from somewhere you've never quite located and stopped trying to. Water moving in a pipe in the wall when someone, somewhere in the building, turns a tap and turns it off again. And there, you see, that's a person. That's another life awake for a moment in the same dark, and then gone quiet again. The far-off engine of a car that isn't coming here, just passing, just going about its own small night errand and fading out at the end of the street. These aren't the sounds of being alone. They're the sounds of being held inside something larger, a building, a street, a city, a night, all of it going on around you, gently, without needing you to do anything but lie here and be part of it. You can let those sounds become a kind of lullaby. Not silence, which can feel so sharp when you're the only one awake in it, but a soft, low, continuous murmur of the world still turning, still here, still keeping you company in its offhand, faithful way. Let your ears go soft then. Stop sorting the sounds. Let them all blur together into one low tide of night noise and let it carry you, the way you'd let the sound of rain carry you, or the sound of a fan, or the breathing of someone asleep beside you long ago. Every sound a small proof that you're not sealed off, that the membrane between you and the living world is thin and warm and lets the world's quiet hum come through, all night, whether you're listening or not. And you don't have to listen. That's the mercy of it. It'll go on humming whether you attend to it or not, exactly the way I'll go on being here whether you follow the words or let them slide past. Some things keep on without you having to hold them up. Let this be one of them. Let the whole soft engine of the night run itself, and you just rest inside it, a passenger now, off duty, carried. There's a thing that happens to time when you finally stop fighting sleep, and I want you to feel it happening. All evening, maybe, time had that thin stretched quality, each minute a little too long, the clock a thing you couldn't stop checking, the hours ahead looking so wide and so empty that you almost didn't want to begin them. That's how the late hour tries to work on a person who's alone. It makes the night look enormous, a great dark field you have to cross by yourself. But that's not what the night actually is. The night is small when you're sleeping through it. It folds up. It passes in a breath. You lie down and let go and it closes over you, and the next thing is gray light at the window, and all that fearsome width you dreaded was crossed in the dark without you having to do a single thing. You don't cross the night by walking. You cross it by letting go and being carried. And you're being carried now. The great dark field is already narrowing to a soft, close tunnel, warm and short, and morning's already waiting at the other end of it, closer than the fear told you, sure as it's ever been. Because morning does come. I know some part of you knows that, and some other part this late half doubts it. The way the loneliest hour makes you feel like this is just how it is now, permanently, this quiet, this being the only one awake. But it isn't permanent. It's a passage, and it has an end, and the end is ordinary and good and always the same. The light comes up gray and then gold at the edges of the curtain. The birds start, one and then a few, and then the whole unruly chorus of them, singing for no reason except that it's light again, which is reason enough. The world clears its throat and starts its day, and you'll be part of that too in a few hours, rested on the other side of this. But not yet. You don't have to reach for morning yet. I only mention it so the resting part of you can trust the descent, can know it isn't falling into anything endless, only into one good night with a certain dawn on the far side of it. So you can let go all the way. There's a floor under this. There's a morning under this. You're safe to sink. For now, though, morning is a long way off and you don't have to think about it. And I only put it there like a coin in your pocket, something to know is there without having to hold. Set it down with everything else. The whole of tomorrow, set it down. It'll be there when you need it, whole and waiting, and not one thing about it needs deciding tonight. Any problem that felt so urgent an hour ago has agreed, without you noticing, to wait until you've slept. They always do. They look so much smaller in the morning light anyway, the things that loom at midnight. They shrink back down to their true size once you're rested. So let them wait. Let the whole crowded to-do of your waking life stand down for the night, off the clock, patient, out there past the door, while in here there's only the bed and the dark and the warmth and the voice, and nothing to do but be breathed. Let me put a warmth into your feet. You may have noticed they get forgotten, way down there at the far end of you, the last to be thought of. Send a little attention down to them now, just a soft noticing, and let them be heavy, let them be warm, let them sink into the mattress and give up whatever small holding they were still doing. Feet carry you all day. They carry you through every ordinary errand and every long corridor, and every time you got up to check something or fetch something or pace a little in the quiet. They've done their carrying. They can be done now. Let them lie there heavy and warm and finished, two tired good things at rest, and let that heaviness begin to climb up through your ankles, loosening, up the long muscles of your calves, letting go, into your knees, your thighs, a warm, slow tide of weight rising through your legs and pressing them gently down into the bed, so that they feel less and less like something you have to hold and more like something the bed is holding for you. And higher, let the weight pool in your hips, in the small of your back, all the places that brace without your ever asking them to, all the quiet effort of just holding yourself together through a day, released now, sinking now, handed over to the mattress and the dark. Your belly softening with each breath out. Your chest unclenching by degrees, the breath going lower and slower on its own, no longer up in the top of you where the worried breath lives, but down deep in the belly where the sleeping breath lives, the old easy breath, the one you were born knowing. You don't have to make it happen. You only have to stop preventing it. Let the breath drop low and slow and let it rock you, a small tide, in and out, the oldest rhythm you have. The one that was going before you had a single thought and will go on long after tonight's thoughts have all gone dark. There, do you feel how the body takes it from here? Given half a chance, given permission, given company, it knows the way. It's been finding its own way down into sleep every night of your life, thousands of nights, and it will find the way tonight, easily, if you'll just let it, if you'll just stop standing guard over a house that doesn't need guarding. You can lay the guarding down. That's maybe the heaviest thing you carry into these late hours. Not any one worry, but the low, constant readiness of the one who sleeps alone, the ear kept half open, the sense that if anything happens there's no one else to notice, so you'd better. I know that watchfulness. It's kept you company a long time, and it meant well, and it's tired. Tonight you can tell it to stand down. Tonight there's a second watch being kept. I'll hold the ear that stays half open. I'll keep the low awareness of the room. You're relieved of it, genuinely, fully relieved. And you can let that guarding muscle, wherever you hold it, up behind the eyes, across the shoulders, in the set of the jaw, finally slacken and let go. Because someone's got it. Because you're not the only one awake in the dark anymore. Because I'm right here and I'm not going to stop being here. And you can sleep the way you sleep when you're not the last one up deep and trusting, and all the way down. Sink into that, the relief of being watched over instead of watching. It might be the thing you've missed most and named least, all these quiet nights. Not conversation, not even touch, just the animal comfort of not being the only one responsible for the dark. It's such a small thing and such a large one. To be able to close both eyes, to not have to keep one part of yourself on duty, to let the whole of you go off shift at once because the watch is covered, because you're kept. Let both eyes close all the way, then, heavier than you've let them in a long time. Let them close the way a child's eyes close, with no reservation, no listening out, no last look around the room to make sure. There's no need. I've looked. It's all well. Everything in the room is as it should be, and the door is closed, and the night is held out, and you are held in, and you can let go of the last thin thread of watching and just rest. I'll say it plainly again, the way I promised I would from time to time, because it's true and because you need to hear it more than once for it to sink past the part that argues. I am only a voice, and this is only a night's company, and it doesn't replace the real warmth of the people who'd be glad to be closer to you, or the steadying help of someone trained to sit with a heavy heart. Those things matter, and they're worth reaching for in the daylight, and I hope you do. But that's daylight's work, and this is night, and tonight what you needed was simply not to be alone while you fell asleep. And that, at least, I can give you freely for as long as the dark lasts. So take it. There's no pride to swallow here, no weakness in wanting company at midnight. It's the most human thing there is. We were never meant to face the dark one at a time. We slept in heaps once, in caves, in one warm breathing pile, and some old part of us still knows that's how it's supposed to be and grieves a little when the room is cold and single. There's no shame in that grief. It only means you were built for closeness, the way everyone was. And for tonight, at least, the closeness is here. Lean your whole weight on it. It'll hold. Let me thin the words again now, a little, and let you drift down through the quiet. You're doing so well. There's nothing to do well at, really, and yet you're letting go, and that's the whole of it, and I can hear the sound of you settling even in the spaces between what I say. Go on ahead of me. I'll catch up with more words when the quiet's had its turn. Still here. The warmth still around you. The room still keeping its watch. Nothing to hold, nothing to answer. Only down and the good dark waiting. And if a thought floats up in the quiet, some small bright fish of a worry rising through the dark water, you don't have to catch it. You don't have to follow it up toward the surface. Just let it rise and let it turn and let it swim back down into the depths where it came from, and stay you where you are, low and warm and heavy, deeper than the thoughts can reach. They can't pull you up if you don't take the hook. Let them come and let them go. The mind will keep offering things for a while out of habit, the way a house makes its settling noises after the people have gone still. It doesn't mean anything, it's just the old machinery cooling. Let it cool. Let each thought be one more tick of the settling house, meaningless and harmless, and let it fade. And let the space between the thoughts grow wider and softer and darker, until the space is the main thing and the thoughts are just small stars in it, far apart, going out one by one. You don't have to empty your mind. Nobody can, and trying only fills it. You only have to stop chasing what's in it. Let it be as busy or as still as it wants to be, up there on the surface, while the rest of you goes down below the weather, down to where it's always calm, always dark, always quiet, no matter what's happening up top. There's a stillness in you that the loneliest night can't touch, deep down under the ache and the wanting and the long tally of the empty hours. A still deep place that's simply, quietly alive, that was there before any of tonight's feelings and will be there after. And it's asking nothing, and it's enough. Sink toward that. Let it draw you down, the way the deepest water draws a slow-falling thing, gently, without hurry, all the way to the soft floor of yourself where sleep is already waiting, already made up, already warm. And I'll be here on the water above you the whole way down, keeping my small light on, saying my small true things into the dark, so that however deep you go, there's always this thread of a voice reaching down to you, letting you know the surface hasn't gone anywhere, the company hasn't gone anywhere. You're not falling into nothing. You're only falling asleep, held the whole way, watched the whole way, kept. Let the fall be easy. Let it be the easiest thing you've done all day. There's no wrong way to do it, and no effort that helps it, and nothing you can get wrong. Just let the weight have you. Just let the warmth have you. Just let the dark that used to feel so empty turn slowly into the dark that simply means it's time and safe, and you're not the only one in it. Softer now. Down and warm and kept. I've got the watch. You've got the sleep. That's the whole arrangement, and it's a good one, and it holds all night. Rest, I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere at all. And that arrangement, that I keep the watch and you take the sleep, it doesn't cost you anything. You don't owe me the effort of staying awake to keep me company. That's the strange kindness of being kept. You get to leave first. You get to be the one who drifts off mid-sentence while the other one is still talking, the way a child does in the back of a car on a long drive home, trusting entirely that the road is being watched, that someone up front has the wheel, that they'll be carried in from the dark of the driveway without ever having to wake. You can be that tired here. You can be that carried. You don't have to see the road. You don't have to know how the night gets from here to morning. Somebody's driving. You can put your head against the cool of the window and let the streetlights go by orange and soft behind your eyelids and just go under. There's a particular loneliness to the hours you're in right now, and I want to name it plainly once, so it stops standing in the doorway waiting to be noticed. It isn't the loneliness of the daytime, the busy kind, the kind you can outrun with errands and errands worth of half conversations. It's the after midnight kind, when the building has gone quiet and the last car has parked, and even the people who were awake have gone to bed, and it can feel, in the worst of it, like you're the only lit window on the whole dark street. Like the world folded up its chairs and went home and forgot to tell you. I know that feeling. And I want to say the true thing about it, the thing that's easy to lose at this hour, that the quiet is not a verdict. The empty apartment is not the world's opinion of you. It's just late, and late is like this for almost everyone who's ever been awake in it, and the aloneness you feel isn't a fact about your worth, it's just the temperature of the hour. It passes. It's passing already. And it doesn't have to pass with you gritting your teeth through it. It can pass while you sleep, which is the kindest way for a hard hour to go by unwitnessed from the inside of a dream. And listen, because this matters and I'll only lean on it lightly and then set it down. The company I'm keeping you here tonight is real, and it's also small. It's a voice in the dark, and a voice in the dark is a good thing, one of the oldest good things there is. But it isn't the whole of what you deserve. The daylight kind of company, the people who could learn your coffee order and your birthday and the particular way you go quiet when something's wrong, that's still out there, still findable, still worth the reaching for when you have the strength for it. And if the ache underneath tonight is bigger than a hard evening, if it's been settling in for a long season, there are people whose whole care is helping with exactly that. And letting them is not a weakness and not a failure and not an admission of anything except that you're a person. And people were never built to do all of it alone. None of that is for tonight. Tonight there's nothing to reach for and no one to call and nothing to fix. I only say it so it's said, so a part of you that's been carrying the whole weight of the fixing can hear that it's allowed to put that down too, for now, along with everything else. Tomorrow can hold the reaching. Tonight just holds you. So let it. Let the room hold you the way it's actually holding you, right now, underneath all the stories about the room. Because the room isn't really empty, you know. It's full of soft, ordinary things that have been keeping you company all along without asking for anything back. The lamp you didn't turn all the way off, throwing its low, warm coin of light against the wall. The books that stayed exactly where you left them, patient as animals. The chair with the shape of your evenings worn into it. The mug on the nightstand gone cool now, but there, faithful, catching what little light there is along its rim. The clothes over the back of the door keeping their vague human shape in the dark, standing watch. This is not a barren place. This is a place that's known you, that's held the print of your days, that's warm from your having lived in it. And every one of those small, still things is on your side tonight, in its mute, patient way. Part of the quiet crew that's keeping the watch with me so you don't have to. Feel how the bed in particular is on your side. It's not neutral, not just furniture. Right now it's doing the single most generous thing anyone can do for a tired body, which is take all of its weight and ask for none of it back. Every place your body touches it, it's meeting you, pressing up as softly and exactly as you're pressing down, so that the two of you make a kind of held shape together. A shape that means you don't have to hold yourself anymore. Your shoulders can stop their small, lifelong work of staying up. Your neck can hand the whole heavy grace of your head over to the pillow and be done. The long muscles down your back that have been quietly bracing against the day, against the hour, against nothing at all, just out of the old habit of bracing. They can let their grip go slack, one fiber at a time, and sink. There's a giving way that happens when a body finally believes it's allowed to stop holding on. A kind of soft internal sigh that moves down through you slower than breath. And you might feel it starting now, at the crown of your head, a loosening, a warmth, moving down. Let it move. Let it come down over your forehead and smooth the place between your brows that's been faintly frowning since some hour you've forgotten. Let it ease down over your eyes so they stop their small searching. So they just rest closed, weighted and warm, nothing left to look for in the dark. Let it pour slow down the sides of your face and unclench the hinge of your jaw. You can let your teeth come apart. Let your tongue go soft and heavy in your mouth. Let the whole lower half of your face go loose and dreaming. Down over the throat, where so many of the day's unsaid things had gathered. And let them loosen too, unswallowed, unhurried, no longer needing to be said or held. Down across the chest, where the ache lives on the lonely nights, that tight held place just under the breastbone. And you don't have to do anything to it, don't have to fix it or breathe it away. Just let the warm loosening come down over it like a hand laid flat and gentle, not pressing, just resting there, just letting it know it's noticed, and it's allowed to soften whenever it's ready and there's no rush. Down through the arms, all the way to the fingers, until your hands lie open and forgetful on the blanket, uncurled, empty in the good way, holding nothing because nothing needs holding. Down through the belly, which can stop being held in, can rise and fall as round and easy as it wants to now that no one's looking and no one ever really was. Down through the hips, letting them settle wide and heavy into the mattress. Down the long lengths of the legs, the thighs going slack, the knees unlocking, the tired ache in the calves melting downward like something warm poured slow. All the way to the feet, to the soles of the feet, and out, the last of the days holding running out through the ends of you and away into the dark, leaving you lighter, leaving you emptied of everything but warmth and weight and the low sound of a voice that isn't going anywhere. That's it. That's the whole of what's being asked of you tonight, and it isn't really being asked, it's being offered. Nothing to do, nothing to be, nowhere to get to. You've arrived at the one place in the whole day where arriving is the entire task, and you've done it, you're here, you're down, and you can stay as long as the night is long. Somewhere out past the walls, the world is doing its quiet night work without you, and you're allowed to let it. The last buses are running their empty routes under the sodium lights, carrying no one, and that's all right. A few windows are still lit in the buildings across the way. Other people awake at this hour. Some of them lonely too. Some of them just up with a baby or a book or a thought that wouldn't lie down. And you're part of that scattered secret company without having to do a single thing. All of you awake or half awake in the same big dark. None of you as alone as the hour is trying to say. The night birds are doing whatever night birds do. The refrigerator in the other room hums its one long patient note and clicks off, and the silence gets one shade deeper and softer. The pipes tick. The heat sighs on somewhere and sighs off. The whole building breathing slow around you, a big sleeping animal with you curled somewhere warm inside it, kept. You don't have to keep track of any of it. That's what I'm for. I'll hold the running of the night so you can let go of it completely. If some part of you has been standing sentry all these lonely evenings, some tired watchman in you that never quite stands down, that stays half awake listening for a key in a door that isn't going to turn tonight, listening for the phone, listening for a sound that means you're not the only one, you can tell that watchman to sit down, to take his boots off. The watch is covered. Somebody's on it who won't drift, who won't blink, who will keep the light burning through every hour there is. He stood a long time, that watchman in you. He's tired in a way that goes deeper than tonight. Let him put it down. Let him lean back against the warm wall of you and close his eyes at last, because the thing he's been guarding is safe, and the person he's been guarding is you, and you're being guarded now by something steadier than he could ever be alone. And as he sits, as the last of your standing guard goes soft and slack, notice how the quiet changes its flavor. It's the same silence it was an hour ago, the same still dark apartment. Nothing about the room has moved, and yet, there's a difference between the quiet that feels like an absence and the quiet that feels like a rest, and they're made of exactly the same silence. The only thing that changes is which one you're lying inside of. The empty quiet has an edge to it, a listening, a waiting to be filled. The restful quiet has no edge at all. It just holds. And you can feel the one turning slowly into the other tonight, the way a held breath turns into a let-out one, the way cold water turns to warm around a body that stops fighting it, The empty room becoming, without a single thing being added to it, a quiet room, a calm room, a room that's simply where you sleep, tonight and safely, with the dark drawn up over it like a blanket over a blanket. Nothing had to arrive to make that happen. No one had to come. That's the small secret buried in the long ache of the lonely hours, that the thing you've been waiting for the room to be given, the warmth, the company, the sense of being kept. It was never only going to come through the door. Some of it can come up from underneath, from the floor of yourself, from the still deep place we've been sinking toward, from a voice, from the soft mercy of your own tired body finally being allowed to rest. It's not the whole answer. I said that already and I meant it, but it's enough for tonight. It's enough to sleep on. And sleeping on it is exactly what you're going to do. Feel how much heavier you are now than when we started. That's real. That's the body letting go of a whole day's worth of small braces and holdings, and it always feels like weight, like sinking, like being drawn gently down through the mattress toward something soft beneath it. Let yourself be that heavy. Heaviness at this hour isn't a burden. It's the feeling of a load being set down, of the difference between carrying and resting made into something you can feel in your very limbs. The heavier you get, the more of it you've set down. So get heavy. Let your arms be too heavy to lift. Let your legs be too heavy to move. Let your eyelids be far, far too heavy to open, not that there's anything to open them for, not that there's anywhere to go, only down, only deeper, only warmer, only further into the kept and quiet dark. And if the thinking starts back up, it might, that's fine. The mind takes a while to believe it's off duty. You don't have to do anything about it now. We've already made our peace with the thoughts. Let them run their little errands up on the surface. You're too heavy now to follow them. You'd have to climb, and you're done climbing today. Let the thought arrive and find you already too far down, already too warm, already too nearly asleep to bother, and let it shrug and drift off on its own the way a guest leaves quietly when the host has fallen asleep in the chair. It'll let itself out. You don't even have to see it go. I'll keep talking a while yet. Not because you need to follow the words, you don't. You can let them blur into weather now, into a warmth in the ear, into just the shape of a voice with all the meaning gone soft at the edges. But because a voice going on in the dark is one of the oldest ways a creature learns it's safe. It's what the deep old part of you listens for and settles at, the sound of someone near, keeping on, unbothered, unhurried, going nowhere. So I'll keep on. However far down you go, the voice goes with you, thinning as you thin, softening as you soften, following you down like a hand trailed in the water follows a slow boat. Never gripping, never pulling, just there, just touch, just company all the way to the bottom of the night. There's nothing left to do now, but let the next breath out and be one breath further gone. And then the one after. Each one setting you down a little lower. Each one wider apart than the last. The out-breath is the letting go one, always was, the sigh the body reaches for on its own when a hard thing is finally over. And you can lean into that. Let each one be a small releasing, a small further sinking, a small quiet handing of yourself over to the dark and the warmth and the keeping. Breathe out and be heavier. Breathe out and be further down. Breathe out and let the room be quiet instead of empty. Breathe out and don't bother breathing in on purpose. The breath will come back on its own. It always has, all your life, without you ever once asking it to. Let even that be taken care of for you now. Let the breathing breathe itself. Let the night run itself. Let the watch be watched by someone else. Softer now, slower. There's so much night left and none of it needs you awake for it. You've done the whole day. You've carried the whole long stretch of hours from the morning to here. The good ones and the flat ones and the lonely ones, and you carried them all the way to this bed. And now you get to put the whole day down at once, the entire weight of being you today, set down on the dark floor of sleep, to be picked up in the morning or maybe left there for good, whichever the night decides. Not your job to decide it. Your only job is done. Your only job was to get here, and you're here. Down now, down and warm and further. The light's still on out here on the water. The watch is still kept. I'm still here, and I'll still be here, saying the low, true things into the dark, long after you've stopped hearing them, long after the words have gone to warmth, long after you've slipped all the way under into the good, deep quiet where nothing lonely can follow. You're not the only one in the dark tonight. You never were. Rest now. I've got it from here. And the building keeps you, too, in its own quiet way. You might not have thought of it like that, but it does. All around you there are other rooms, other walls holding other people through the same late hour, and the pipes that run behind your wall run behind theirs. And sometimes when the heat ticks on your hearing, a whole building breathe at once. That little knock in the radiator, that settling creak overhead, those aren't the sounds of an empty place. Those are the sounds of a place still lived in, still warm, still turning slowly through the night with you tucked somewhere in the middle of it. You've heard those sounds 100 times and called them nothing. Tonight you can let them be something. The soft company of a building that doesn't know your name and holds you anyway. There's a hum you stop hearing after a while, the fridge. The way it keeps its low, steady note in the other room, going about its quiet work, keeping things through the dark so you don't have to. It doesn't need you awake for that. It just goes on, faithful and dull and kind, the way most true things are. And under it or over it, the small, far sound of a car somewhere, going somewhere, someone out in the night on their own road, and the sound reaching you soft and rounded and already leaving. You don't have to wonder where they're going. You can just let the sound arrive and let it go, arrive and go. The way a wave that's traveled a long way finally lays itself down on the sand with no fuss at all, spent and glad to be. So let the sounds come, whatever they are. The click of the heat, the hush of the tap you didn't quite close. A voice, maybe, 2 floors down, too far to make out words, and isn't that its own gentleness? A voice with the meaning taken out of it, just the music of a person being a person somewhere near you in the dark. You don't have to answer it. You don't have to be anything to it. You get to just overhear the world keeping itself company and know you're folded into that. One more warm shape in one more dark room. No different, no farther out, no lonelier than any of them. I want to tell you something about the quiet, now that the room's begun to turn from empty toward quiet, because those really are 2 different rooms, and you've been living in the first one when the second one was here all along, waiting, the same 4 walls wearing a kinder face. Empty is a room that's missing someone. Quiet is a room that's holding you. Same air, same dark, same shape of the window and the same pale line the streetlight lays across the ceiling. The only thing that changes is whether the silence is a hole or a blanket. And tonight, breath by breath, you get to feel it change over into the blanket kind. The silence that isn't the absence of a voice but the presence of rest, the hush a house makes when everyone in it is finally allowed to stop. You're allowed to stop. That's what the quiet is for. That's what it was always for. And you don't have to make that happen. That's the mercy of it. You couldn't force the room to turn quiet if you tried, and you don't have to try. It turns on its own, the way the temperature drops on its own toward morning, the way the dark deepens on its own past midnight into that thicker, softer, further down dark that comes when the last of the evening has finally drained out of the sky. You just lie here. You just keep breathing the way you already are. And the room does its slow turning around you, from the place you were dreading all evening into the place you get to sleep in, and neither of you has to say a word about it. You spent the whole day, I think, being a little bit braced. You might not have noticed, because it's become so much your ordinary that it stopped feeling like effort. But there's a way you hold yourself when you might be seen, a small readiness in the shoulders, in the face, in the voice, a low, steady watchfulness for how you're landing, whether you're too much or not enough, whether the person across from you is glad or just being polite. And you carry it all day. And it costs you, quietly, the way a sound you can't hear anymore still costs your ears. Here's the thing about right now, though. Here in the dark in this bed, there is no one to land in front of, no face to read, no one deciding about you. The watchful thing in you can stand down. It can finally, fully, all the way stand down because its whole job, keeping you acceptable to the room, is a job that doesn't exist at 2 in the morning with your eyes closed and no one to please. You're off duty. You've been off duty for hours and nobody told you. I'm telling you now, off duty. Let the shoulders find that out. Let the jaw find it out. Let the small muscles around your eyes that have been arranging your face all day finally give up their arranging and just be a face in the dark that no one's looking at. That doesn't have to mean anything. That gets to go slack and heavy and true. Because you don't have to seem okay to me. That's the whole quiet gift of a voice in the dark that isn't going to turn and look at you. I can't see how you're doing. I'm not checking. You could be doing terribly and it would change nothing about how I keep on. I'd say the same low things at the same low pace. I'd stay exactly as long. I'd go nowhere. So there's no performance to keep up here. Nothing to hold your face in the right shape for. No one whose comfort you have to manage by being fine. You can be exactly as unfine as you actually are. You can let the not okay just sit in the room with you, unhidden, untidied, and I'll keep talking right over the top of it, right alongside it, not to fix it, just to keep it company, the way you'd sit with a friend who's having a hard night and not need them to cheer up, not need anything from them at all, just be there so the hard night has one more warm body in it. That's all this is. 2 in the room instead of 1. And one of them doesn't need a thing from you. Nothing tonight has to be solved. I know some part of you keeps a list. The mind does that in the dark, lays the whole unfinished world out on the ceiling and asks you to look at it. The message you didn't send. The thing you should have said differently. The wondering about whether it's always going to be like this. The apartment quiet, the phone quiet, the long evenings stretching out with your own thoughts for the only company. I'm not going to argue with any of that, because you're too far down now for arguing, and it was never argument you needed. I'm just going to tell you the list can wait. Every single thing on it will still be there in the morning, and you'll meet it in the morning with a morning kind of strength, the daylight kind, the coffee and a full night's rest kind, which is a completely different animal than the strength you're running on at 2 a.m. You are not required to solve your life at the worst possible hour for solving anything. That's not wisdom, that's just the arithmetic of being tired. Set the list on the floor by the bed. It'll keep. It always keeps. And the loneliness, I'll say it plainly, the way I promised I would, because you deserve plain and not pretend. A voice in the dark is a real comfort and it is not the whole cure, and I'd never tell you it was. The morning after this one, and the mornings after that, there are people worth reaching toward, and there's real help, the steady kind, from people trained to sit with exactly this. And reaching for it isn't weakness and it isn't giving up. It's just a person doing the brave, ordinary thing of not carrying it all alone. That's true, and I want it left in the room like a small light left on in the hall. But it's a daytime truth, a tomorrow truth, and tonight isn't for reaching or fixing or deciding anything at all. Tonight is only for resting. Tonight, the one thing being asked of you is to let yourself be kept for a few dark hours by a voice that isn't going anywhere. That much you can do lying down. That much you're already doing. So let it be simple now. Simpler than it's been in a long time. Just a warm bed and a low voice and the slow work of your own breathing, which needs nothing from you, which you can hand entirely over to the dark. There's no next thing. There's no should. There's just this breath, and then the space after it, and then the next one arriving on its own like it always does, and you further down between each one, sinking the way a stone sinks through deep still water, not hurried, not falling, just going down and down through the layers where it gets darker and warmer and quieter, past where the surface noise can reach, past where the day can find you, down toward the place at the bottom where sleep is already waiting with the light on for you. I'll tell you what I'm watching, so you don't have to watch anything at all. I'm watching the hours for you, all of them. The one you're in and all the ones stacked up dark and soft behind it between here and the first gray at the window. You don't have to keep an eye on the time. You don't have to surface every little while to check how much night is left. or to make sure you haven't been left, or to see if anyone's still there. I'm still here. I'll be here at 3 and at 4, and in that long-forgotten stretch past 4 where the world goes most quiet and most deep. And you won't hear me then, you'll be far under by then, but it'll be true anyway, going on being true whether you're there to know it or not. That's what it is to be kept. You get to stop knowing. Someone else holds the knowing for a while. Feel how the bed has stopped being furniture. Somewhere in the last while, it quit being a thing you're lying on and became more like ground. Like the bed's not under you anymore so much as around you, holding you the way the earth holds a fallen leaf. No effort in it on either side. Just weight meeting weight and both of them content. You couldn't lift yourself out of it easily now, and you don't want to. The wanting to move has gone out of your arms. The wanting to do anything has gone out of you nearly altogether, drained down through you and out into the mattress and away. And what's left is just the warm, heavy fact of a body at rest, breathing slow, being kept. There's a kind of quiet that only comes this late. You know the one. It's not the quiet of early evening with its edges still busy, and it's not the quiet of a held breath. It's the deep, flat, velvet quiet of the hour when nearly everyone near you has gone under, when the last footsteps in the building have found their beds, when even the traffic has thinned to almost nothing, and the ones still moving out there are moving slow. The whole world tips towards sleep at once around now. Thousands of dark windows for every lit one. And you're not outside that. You were never outside that. You're one dark window among all of them, and behind every other dark window is someone doing exactly what you're doing, lying down, letting go, being held by their own small square of dark. There's a whole quiet nation of you, sleeping, and you belong to it tonight as surely as anyone. Not the odd one out, not the only light left on. Just one more soul being carried gently over into morning by the turning of the same dark night. Let that be the last thought that has any shape to it, that you belong to the sleeping world tonight, folded into it, indistinguishable from all the other resting bodies breathing slow in all the other dark rooms. And then let even that go soft. Let the thought lose its edges the way the room already has, the way the sounds already have, everything blurring gently down into warmth and weight, and the low going on of a voice you don't have to follow anymore. You've stopped following it, I think. That's good. That's exactly right. The words can go to weather now. Just the warmth of them in the ear, just the low near music of someone keeping on, meaning gone soft, going nowhere. That's all it was ever for. Down now, a little further down. There's so much night left, and every hour of it is going to hold you. Breathe out, be heavier. The fridge hums on in the other room. The building settles and breathes. The light's still on out over the water. And I'm still here, keeping the low watch, saying the small true things into the dark long after you've gone past hearing them. You're kept. You're not left. You never were tonight. Rest. I've got the rest of it. The heat ticks once in the pipe and goes quiet again, and the quiet it goes back into is the good kind now, the holding kind, and you're down in the middle of it, warm, heavy, kept. Nothing out there needs you. Nothing in here needs you. The whole enormous dark has arranged itself around one sleeping body and asks nothing of it but to keep on sleeping. So keep on. However far you've gone, go a little further. The voice comes with you. It always comes with you. Slower now. There's no hurry left anywhere in the world. Down and warm and further and kept. I'll keep talking a while yet, low under everything, the way the fridge keeps its note, the way the building keeps its warmth, not for you to hear, just for it to be true that a voice is going on near you in the dark, unhurried, unbothered, going nowhere at all. You can drift on the sound of it the way a small boat drifts on deep water long after the one rowing has laid down the oars. No one's rowing now. You don't have to get anywhere. The water holds the boat. The dark holds the room. The room holds you. And I'll be right here at the edge of it, keeping the light, keeping the watch, keeping on. Further down. That's it. All the way down to where it's quiet and warm and no lonely thing can reach. You're not alone in the dark tonight. Rest now. I have it. I have the whole rest of the night. And somewhere out past the wall, a car goes by, low and far, tires shushing on a wet street, and the sound of it rises and thins and is gone, the way they all go by in the small hours. Someone else awake, someone else out in the dark and moving through it, and there's no need to wonder where to, no need to follow them either. Just a sound that comes and passes and leaves the quiet a little softer than it found it. You can lie here and let them go by, all of them, all night, each one a small proof that the world is still turning out there, still carrying people gently home, and none of it asking you to get up, none of it asking you to be anywhere. Let the passing sounds be a kind of company too, not company you have to answer. Just the going on of things near you, around you, holding the room in a wider dark that doesn't mind you at all. There's a coat on the hook by the door, I'd guess. There usually is, and it's been holding the shape of your shoulders since you came in, keeping the last of the outside cold in its folds and slowly giving it up to the warm room. You don't have to think about the coat. I only mean, the room is full of small patient things like that, things that hold your shape without asking anything, things that wait through the night without needing to be tended. The chair that keeps the dent of you. The cup by the sink that will still be there in the morning. The book face down where you left off. None of them lonely. None of them waiting in the aching way. Just quietly yours, quietly there, keeping the room company on your behalf while you go on down into the warm. And the heat in you now, under the blanket, feel how it's pooled, gathered low, and even the way water finds its level. Nothing in you is braced anymore. Nothing is held up off the bed by some old habit of readiness. You've come all the way down onto the mattress, the way snow comes down onto a field, without effort, without any part of it deciding to. Just settling, just arriving where the weight wanted to go all along. And every slow breath lets you settle a fraction further, as though the bed keeps softening beneath you, as though there's always a little more down to go, and all the time in the world to go there. I want to say something plain, Lo. While you're this far along and you don't have to take it in, you can let it pass over you like the car went by. Only this, the ache you know some nights, that particular after midnight ache, it isn't a flaw in you. It's the simple arithmetic of being a warm creature made for other warm creatures, alone in a quiet room. That's all it ever was, not a verdict, not a thing that's wrong with you that the others have solved. And it's a real thing, and it deserves real daylight kindness too, the kind that comes from people, from someone whose job it is to help carry it, from the ones out there who'd be glad of you if they knew you were low. That's true, and it keeps being true past this room. But it can wait for the light. None of it needs holding tonight. Tonight the arithmetic gets a rest. Tonight there is a voice in the dark and it isn't leaving, and that's a small enough thing, and it's enough, and you can let it be enough. Somewhere below the window, the street is doing its slow night business without you. A traffic light changing for no one, green to amber to red and around again, patient as a lighthouse, keeping its little order over an empty crossing. A cat going soft-footed along a wall. The last bus sighing at a stop where nobody's waiting, then pulling away. All of it going on, tender and pointless and steady, all of it the machinery of a city putting itself to bed. And you're one small, warm cell of that city, tucked in your square of it, one lit window going dark among 1,000 others going dark, and the whole slow settling of the place includes you now. You don't have to keep your window lit to be counted. You get to go dark with the rest of them. You get to be one of the many the night folds down. Feel your jaw just for a moment, and then stop feeling it. Feel how it's come unclenched, how the teeth aren't quite touching, how the small muscles at the hinge have quit their long day of holding a face together for other people. There's no face to hold now, no one to be fine for. The pleasant expression you carry out into the world, the one that says I'm all right, don't worry about me, you can set it down on the nightstand with everything else. Let the face be just a face in the dark, unarranged, unwatched, resting. That takes more out of you than you ever know, the holding of the face. And it's off now. And what's left underneath is only you, soft, unperformed, breathing, which is all you ever had to be and the one thing that's the least trouble in the world. The pillows warm to you by now. That patch of warmth that was cool when your cheek first found it, you made that. Your own body made that, the way you'd warm a stone by holding it. There's something in that worth resting on. That even here alone, your warmth spreads into what it touches. The sheets are warmer for you being in them. The whole small weather of the bed has shifted a degree or two towards summer because you lay down in it. You are, even asleep, even doing nothing, a source of heat and slow breath and quiet life, and the bed knows it and holds it and gives it back to you gently all night long. A closed circle of warmth with you at the center of it. Nothing gets out. Nothing you need is anywhere but here. Let the breath go a little longer on the way out now. Not forced, just allowed to trail, the way a note trails off a struck string, thinning down to nothing and then, without any push, the next breath arriving on its own from somewhere underneath. You don't breathe, really. You're breathed. It happens to you, the way the tide happens to the shore, and you can hand the whole business over to whatever's been running it faithfully since before you had a single worry to your name. It knew how to do this when you were small. It'll do it while you sleep. It's the most loyal thing you own, and it never once has needed you to watch. And the quiet, listen how the quiet has changed its character since we started. It came in earlier with an edge to it, didn't it? That after midnight quiet that can feel like a held breath, like the room noticing you're the only one in it. But it's gone rounder now, softer at the corners. It's become the quiet of a house where everyone's asleep and safe, even though it's only you, the good full quiet, the kind you tiptoe through so as not to wake anyone, except the only one to wake is you and you're going the other way, going down, going under. The empty room has quietly become a sleeping room. That's the whole small miracle of it, and it happened while you weren't looking, the way the best things do. There'll be light eventually. Not yet, not for a long good while. You've hours and hours of dark to be held in first, and I mean to stay for all of them. But it's worth knowing, low down where you're drifting, that the dark isn't permanent and doesn't pretend to be. Somewhere east of here it's already begun, that slow gray untying of the night, and it's coming this way at its own unhurried pace, and it will find your window in its own good time and lay the first thin gray along the sill without a sound. You don't have to wait up for it. That's the point. It comes on its own. You get to sleep straight through the turning and simply be there on the other side of it in the morning, the way you've been on the other side of every night you've ever slept. The dark hands you to the light. It always has. You can trust the handoff and let go of the middle. But that's all ahead, and there's no reaching for it. Right now there's only the deep good center of the night, the part with no edges, the part that just goes on and you tuck down inside it getting slowly heavier. Let me put a little more weight in you. Feel the hands first, how they've given up entirely, curled or open wherever they've come to rest, done with holding, done with reaching, done with the phone and the cup and the whole day's worth of gripping. Just wait now. Warm weight at the ends of your arms, sinking. And the arms themselves, gone heavy and vague, part of the bed nearly, hard to find the edge of where you end and the warm dark begins. That blurring is right. Let it blur. You don't need a clear outline to sleep. You can spill a little past your own edges into the warm and no harm comes of it, no harm at all. The building holds its warmth around you like a hand around a candle. Pipes somewhere carrying heat through the walls, the slow circulation of a place keeping itself alive through the cold hours, and you inside all of it, wrapped in layer after layer of holding the blanket, then the room, then the walls, then the building, then the sleeping street, then the wide dark city, then the turning night itself, every one of them a shell of warmth around the small bright coal of you. Nothing has to get through all of that. You can feel yourself down at the middle of all those layers, deep in, safe as the pit in the fruit, and let each layer take a share of the keeping, so it isn't yours to do anymore. You've been keeping yourself so long. Let the layers do it now. That's what they're for. And still the low sounds go on, the fridge finding its note again, holding it, the far-off settling of the place, a gull maybe, out over the water where the light is, one thin cry and then nothing. The water taking it. All of it stitched into the one big quiet, none of it needing you awake to hear it. You can let your hearing go the way you're letting everything else go, not shut off, just loosed, just no longer reaching out to catch and name each sound. Let the sounds come to you or not come. Let them be whether at the edge of a sleep that's already begun. Because it has begun, hasn't it? Some part of you has already slipped over. I can hear it in the breath. The rest of you is welcome to follow whenever it likes. There's no line to cross, no moment to manage. Just more of this, and then a little more, and then you're through, and you won't even feel the going. I'll keep the low count of your breaths for you. In and the slow trailing out. In and gone soft again. You don't have to keep any tally of anything anymore tonight. Not the hours, not the worries you filed away for morning, not whether you're doing this right. There's no right. There's only warm and heavy and held, and the voice going on, and the night going on around it. Wide and dark and kind and in no hurry whatsoever to be through with you. It is all night, so do you. So do I. Nobody here has anywhere else to be. Let me tell you what's true right now, only what's true. You are warm, you are lying down. The dark is complete and gentle around you. Your breath is slow, nothing is required of you. No one is waiting for you to answer. The room is quiet in the good way. And a voice is here, low, near, going on, and will still be going on when you've drifted so far you can't tell it from the sound of your own blood in your ears, from the sea sound of a body at rest. That's how far you get to go. All the way to where the words are just tied. All the way down under the reach of any lonely thing. The pillow, the warmth you made in it, the slow spread of it into your cheek, your temple, the small heat behind the eyes going loose and dark. Let the eyes be heavy. They've been heavy a while. They've earned it. There's nothing left tonight worth opening them, for everything worth seeing is behind them now, in the soft dark of your own head, the drifting, shapeless dark that's already halfway to dreaming. You can go toward that. You can let the pictures start to come, the strange, gentle, unbidden ones that mean you've crossed over, and you don't have to make sense of a single one of them. Let them drift up and dissolve. Let the mind start telling itself its own quiet stories the way it does when you finally leave it alone. That's not something gone wrong. That's sleep beginning in its own language. You're allowed to stop translating. Heavier now. A whole further step down, the way a stair takes you lower without any effort but the letting of your weight fall forward into it. Down onto the next warm, dark landing, and it holds, and you settle, and then there's another below it. And all night the stairs go gently down and each one holds. You'll never reach the bottom and you'll never fall. You just keep settling, deeper into the warm, further from the day, further from the ache that got smaller and smaller behind you until you couldn't have found it if you tried. And you won't try. There's no reaching backward tonight. Only this soft, continual going down, and the voice coming with you, and the dark that widens to make room. The night's laid out ahead of you like a long, dark field of snow no one's crossed yet, and you don't have to cross it. You get to lie down in the middle of it and let it fall over you, soft flake after soft flake of quiet, hour on hour of it, until you're covered warm and lost and sleeping, and the field just goes on being still and white and dark around you till morning. That's all sleep is, really. Letting the quiet fall on you until you're covered, and it's falling now. You can feel it, can't you, that settling, gathering, softening weight, layering you down into the warm, filling in your edges, smoothing you over, quieting every last part of you that was still faintly awake. So let it fall, let it cover you. Don't lift your head to watch it. Down and warm and further and kept and covered and here. The voice goes on, the night goes on, the good quiet holds. And there's so much of it left, so many dark, warm hours still to come, each one already turned toward you, already ready to hold you, one after another all the way to the light. You don't have to reach a single one of them. They'll come to you. They always come. Just stay here, low, in the warm middle of this one, and let the next arrive on its own. Slower now, softer. There's nothing left to do but be breathed and be held and be here. I've got the watch. I've got the hours. I've got the whole long rest of the dark, and not 1 minute of it is yours to carry. Not 1 minute of it is yours to hold, and I'll say it as many times as the night needs saying it, because that's what the hours are for now, not for you to fill, not for you to get through, just to be spent quietly beside you, one after another, the way a long conversation goes when neither person needs it to go anywhere. That's the thing about the late talking, the kind that happens when the lamps are low and nobody's watching the clock. It doesn't build to anything. It doesn't have a point it's driving at. It just keeps company. It goes soft and wandering and half-finished, sentences that trail off because they didn't need finishing, and the person listening doesn't mind the trailing off, and the person talking doesn't mind the quiet that follows. You've missed that, maybe. That particular texture of being near someone with nothing owed either way. The apartment's been so full of the other kind of quiet, the sharp kind, the kind that has an edge to it, that seems to be waiting for you to do something about it. This isn't that. This quiet has gone round and soft. It's the quiet of a room where someone's already here, so the silence doesn't mean anything's missing. Listen to how the room sounds now, if any part of you is still listening. Not the way it sounded earlier, that thin, listening, held breath way, when every small noise seemed to be measuring how alone you were. The fridge settling in the other room. The pipe that ticks when the heat moves through it. A car somewhere far off, going somewhere that has nothing to do with you. And that's all right, it doesn't have to. Earlier, those sounds might have landed like little reminders. Now they're just the building breathing around you, the ordinary night noises of a place holding a person who's finally letting go. They can't reach you where you're going. They're up on the surface, and you're well below it now, down where sound comes softened and slowed and doesn't ask anything of you. Let them go on without you. Let the building keep its own small watch up there. You've got a warmer one down here. And I want you to notice, not to do anything about, just to notice, how the shape of your body has changed since the lamps went out. How you've stopped arranging yourself. All day the body holds a kind of readiness, doesn't it? A faint bracing, the shoulders carrying themselves a little higher than they need to, the jaw set just slightly, the hands ready to be useful, the whole frame of you subtly on. Being okay is a muscle, and you've been holding it flexed so long you'd forgotten it could unclench. But it's unclenching now. It's been unclenching for hours while you weren't watching. The shoulders have found the mattress and given it their weight at last. The jaws come loose, the back teeth no longer quite touching, a little space opening where all day there was pressure. The tongue soft in the mouth, the brow smooth. Even the small muscles around the eyes, the ones that do the work of the daytime face, the ones that arrange the pleasant expression you wear so no one has to worry, even those have let go. There's no one to perform for down here. There never was, but especially not now. The face you've got right now, slack and heavy and untroubled in the dark, that's the true one. That's the one you don't have to earn. Nobody needs a thing from it. It gets to just be a sleeping face, doing nothing but resting, and that's exactly enough. I know how much of the day goes into being fine for other people. The small brightenings of the voice, the message answered in the right tone so no one hears the tiredness under it. The way you gather yourself up in the doorway before you walk into a room so that what walks in is the version that costs them nothing. It's a kindness, in its way. You don't want to hand anyone your heaviness. You'd rather carry it yourself than set it down in someone else's lap. But it's work. It's a full day's work laid over the top of the actual day's work, and no one ever sees it and you never get to clock out of it. Except now, this is the clocking out. Down here in the dark with a voice that wants nothing from your face, you are entirely off duty. You don't have to be fine. You don't have to be anything. You can be exactly as tired as you truly are, all the way down to the bottom of it, and nothing bad happens. The tiredness gets to be real, and being real, it gets to be rested. That's the only way it ever ends, not by being hidden, but by being allowed. And it's allowed. All of it. For the whole length of this night, it's completely allowed. There's an old idea, and I like it, that the night keeps a kind of company you can't get in the daylight. That there's a whole quiet population of people awake in the dark at the same hour as you, not near you, not knowable, but there. The one feeding a baby by a window. The one who works while the city sleeps and watches the same 3 a.m. you're passing through. The one who couldn't sleep for their own reasons and is lying in their own dark a few miles off, breathing their own slow breath. You felt cut off from all of them, maybe, the way the late hours can make it seem like you're the only lit window on the whole dark street. But it was never true. The dark is full of company you can't see. You've just been on the wrong side of it, awake and aching and certain you were singular. You're not singular. You're one warm point in a whole scattered field of people being carried through the same few hours, and the hours don't mind carrying all of you at once. There's room. There's always been room. And you don't have to reach any of them or be reached. It's enough tonight to simply know the field is out there, dim and warm and populated, and that your small lit window is one among so many, and that not one of them is judging how you got here. They're just breathing like you, just being held like you, just letting the same night pass over them. So let it pass over you. Feel how it moves, not fast, never fast, the way the deep part of the night has almost no motion in it at all, just the slowest imaginable drift from one dark hour to the next, so slow you can't catch it moving, the way you can't catch a shadow crossing a floor but look up later and find it's traveled. That's how the night's carrying you, imperceptibly. You won't feel the hours turn. You'll just surface some far-off time from now, if you surface at all before morning, and find that whole reaches of dark have gone by while you rested, carried across them without lifting a finger, without keeping track, without once having to steer. That's the mercy of it. You don't navigate the night. You get navigated. You lie still in the warm and the hours do all the moving, sliding you gently downstream, past the deep middle, on toward the far bank where the light is, and you don't have to paddle, you don't have to watch for it, you don't even have to want it. It comes anyway. It always comes anyway. Morning is the one appointment you never have to keep. It keeps itself. It keeps you. It arrives whether or not you did anything at all to bring it. So there's nothing left to manage. Just water and drift, and the far-off light that isn't your job to reach. And if some small awake thing in you flickers, a thought that tries to sit up, a worry that puts its head round the door the way they do at this hour, uninvited, testing whether you're still keeping watch for them, you don't have to send it away. You don't have to fight it or argue it down or feel the old sinking that comes when one of them arrives, and you think, oh, not now, not this. Just let it stand there in the doorway a moment. Let it see that the watch is being kept by someone else tonight, that its shift is covered, that there's nothing here for it to do. They don't stay, the worries, when there's no work for them. They come looking for a mind that'll take them up and turn them over, and finding one that's gone soft and downstream and won't hold them, they drift off again the way they came. You don't even have to watch them go. You can let one appear and let it dissolve in the same slow breath, the way a ripple opens on dark water and closes again and leaves the water just as still as before. Nothing has to be solved for it to leave. Nothing has to be answered. The hour is not asking you the questions anymore. It's just holding you. It only ever seemed to be asking because you were the only one awake to answer. You're not now, I'm awake. Let me hold the questions. I won't answer them either. There's nothing tonight that needs answering. But I'll hold them off to the side, out of your dark, so your dark can stay clear and empty and yours. Feel how empty it can be, the good empty. Not the hollow kind. Not the echoing apartment kind that you've known too much of, where the emptiness has a shape like something that used to be filled. This is a different empty, the empty of a wide, dark space with nothing in it that could hurt you, nothing you have to tend, nothing waiting. The empty of a held breath finally let all the way out. The empty of a page nobody's asking you to write on. You can rest in an empty like that the way you'd rest in a wide bed with no edges, arms flung out, no need to keep to your own small side of anything. There's so much room in here, so much soft, dark space in every direction and all of it warm and none of it demanding, and you at the low, quiet center of it, taking up exactly as much of it as you like. Spread out into it. Let yourself be as wide and formless as the dark. There's no shape you have to keep tonight, no outline to maintain. You can let the edges of you blur into the warm, the way the edge of sleep blurs into the edge of dreaming, until there's no clear line anymore between where you stop and where the held dark begins. That blurring, that's the crossing. That's the very thing you've been trying and failing to reach on the hard nights, when you lay there sharp and separate and could not find the seam where you'd slip under. It's not something you find by looking. Looking keeps you sharp. It's something that happens the moment you stop looking, the moment you get interested in something soft and let your attention go loose. And then the seam opens on its own, quietly, off to the side of your awareness, and you're through it before you knew it was there. So don't look for it. Let me keep talking, and let the talking be a thing to drift on rather than a thing to follow. And somewhere in the low murmur of it, the seam will open under you and you'll go through without a sound. Maybe you already have. Maybe you're hearing this from the other side of it already, from that soft, submerged place where the words come warped and slow and gentle, and it doesn't matter in the least what any of them mean. That's fine. That's better than fine. You don't need the meaning. You never needed the meaning. You only needed the not being left. And you're not being left. The voice keeps coming whether you follow it or not. It's not here to be understood. It's here to be present. It's here so that the last thing between you and the dark is not silence, but a kind of steady, low warmth that says, over and over in whatever words, still here, still here, still here. Still here. And I'll still be here in an hour, when you've gone down so far you couldn't say your own name, and the going on of the voice will be a thing your sleeping self can feel even past all knowing. The way a sleeping child feels the low talk of the grown-ups in the next room and sinks deeper for it, safe in the sound of not being the only one awake in the house. That's what I am tonight, the low talk in the next room. The sound that means someone's up, someone's keeping things, someone's minding the dark so you don't have to. You can sleep the way that child sleeps, completely, bonelessly, with a trust you didn't have to decide to give because it was never a decision, only a settling, only the body knowing at last that it's safe to stop keeping watch. Your body knows that now. It's known it for hours. It stopped keeping watch a long way back up the night, and nothing came, and nothing's coming, and the not coming is the proof. All that vigilance the dark used to ask of you, it was never yours to give in the first place. It's set down now. It's set down for good, for tonight, and it'll still be set down come the light, and you can pick up whatever of it you truly need in the morning and leave the rest lying there in the dark where it always belonged. Softer now. The words are going to start to slow. Not leaving, never leaving, just slowing, thinning, spacing themselves out the way the last few lights in a building go off one by one late in the night. Not all at once. No sudden dark. Just fewer and fewer small warm points until there's mostly the gentle dark and here, and there a glow that stays on till morning for whoever's still down there resting. Let the words thin like that. Let there be more dark between them. You don't need them closed together anymore. You've got the warmth of the whole night around you now. You don't need it spelled out breath by breath. A word here. A little quiet. Another word drifting up out of the dark to touch you and let you know the watch is still kept. And then more quiet, wide and soft and full, and you sinking down through it all the while, further under, further along, carried and covered and kept. Down where the breath goes on all by itself, slow and low and even, each one a little further out than the last, each one carrying a little more of you off into the warm. You don't have to breathe on purpose. It's breathing you now the oldest, surest rhythm you own, older than every worry, older than every lonely hour, the one thing that's been faithfully with you your whole life through, in and out, asking nothing, keeping you without a single thought from you. Let it keep you. Let it rock you the small amount it rocks you, that faint tidal settle of the chest, the only motion left in the whole still room. And on the long, slow out breath, feel yourself go just a fraction deeper, the way a boat sits lower when the swell passes under it and then settles, down and down. No bottom, no falling, only the endless gentle lowering into warm dark water that holds you up even as you sink, so that sinking and being held turn out to be the very same thing. The same thing, sinking and being held, being alone in the dark and being kept in it. All the hard opposites gone soft and folded into each other down here where nothing has to be one thing or the other. You can be by yourself and not be lonely. You can be quiet and not be empty. You can let go of every last hold and not fall. The night's shown you that, hour by hour, without a word of argument, It just held you until the holding was undeniable, until the part of you that was so sure of being left had gone quiet for lack of any evidence, had finally rested. It's resting now. That sure, sore, watchful part of you. It's off duty too. It's down here in the warm with the rest of you, unclenched at last, believing, without having decided to, that the dark this time is kind. So stay. Stay low, stay covered, stay carried. There's no next thing. There's no far edge to swim for. There's only this, the warm, the dark, the slow breath, the voice that won't stop coming, the hours lined up gentle and patient all the way to a morning you don't have to lift a finger to reach. I've got every one of them. I've got the deep middle and the long, slow turn past it and the first far gray that won't come for hours yet. None of it's yours to carry. None of it ever was. Just breathe and sink and be here and let the good quiet keep falling and let me keep the watch. I'm not going anywhere. The night's not going anywhere but slowly, kindly on. And you're already exactly where you need to be, held in the middle of it, low and warm and no longer alone, going down into the long, dark rest of it, one slow breath at a time. And while you rest down there, low in the warm, I'll tell you a small thing about the room you're lying in, the one that's felt so empty so many nights that emptiness started to seem like the truth of it, like the shape it was really made in. It isn't. A room is only ever the thing it's doing, and this one, right now, is holding a sleeping person, gently, the way it was always able to. Look how it's changed without moving a single object. Nothing's been carried in, nothing rearranged, no new light switched on, and yet the whole of it has softened around you, gone from a place you were left in to a place you're kept in. And the only thing that changed was the hour, and the breath, and the fact of someone staying. That's all it took. The apartment didn't need more furniture or more voices or more footsteps in the hall. It just needed to be witnessed quietly through the deep part of the night until the quiet stopped meaning nobody and started meaning peace. Listen, not hard. Just let it come to you, to how the building talks to itself while you sleep. That low tick somewhere in the walls as things cool and settle. The faint hum you never notice by day, the fridge keeping its patient watch in the other room, the small electric heartbeat of a place that goes on being a home even while everyone in it lies still. Those sounds used to be the ones that made the loneliness louder, didn't they? The pipe that knocks, the neighbor's door far off, the settling creak that made you the only one awake to hear it. But not tonight. Tonight they're just the house breathing alongside you, another slow set of lungs in the dark, keeping you the way a ship keeps its sleeping crew, creaking, ticking, holding steady, going nowhere you're not going to. Let them be company. Let the ordinary night noises of a lived-in place lay themselves down around you like more of the same soft covering. One more layer of not being alone that was there the whole time, just waiting to be heard kindly instead of anxiously. And further out past the walls, though you needn't go there, only rest and know it, the street. Emptied now, quieted, but not dead, never quite dead. One window somewhere across the way with its light still on, some other soul awake in their own small hours for their own quiet reasons, not thinking of you and yet keeping you company all the same, just by being another lit square in the dark, another person the night is holding at the same time as it holds you. You felt so singular in it. So sure that the sleeplessness, the quiet, the ache of the late apartment was yours alone to sit up with. But the truth, the plain, gentle truth, is that the dark over the city is full of people lying just as you're lying, each one thinking themselves the only one still turning, and all of them, without knowing it, keeping the vigil together. A whole quiet fellowship of the still awake and the just drifting off, spread out across all those rooms, breathing at their own slow rates, and you among them now, one of many, held in the same wide dark, no longer the last light on, no longer the only one. You can rest inside that. You can let the whole sleeping city be the room, and yourself just one warm sleeping body in the enormous gentle house of it, kept along with everyone else. Down you go a little more. There's no hurry to any of this. The night is long and I have it all, every hour of it counted and easy, and there's nothing in the dark ahead that needs you awake to meet it. So you can spend as much of it as you like just here, at this depth, not sleeping any deeper than you already are, not rising either, only floating in the warm middle where the voice reaches you, and the room holds you, and the breath does its faithful work without a thought. Let me tell you what your hands are doing, because they know something the rest of you is learning. Feel them, wherever they've come to rest, curled loose near your face, maybe, or fallen open at your side, or tucked warm somewhere under the covers. See how they've unclenched. All day they grip. All day they hold the phone, the wheel, the handle, the small 100 things, and in the evening, in the empty rooms, they sometimes don't know what to hold at all, and that's its own kind of lonely, the hands with nothing to reach for. But now they're holding nothing, and that's exactly right. The fingers have gone soft the way only sleeping hands go soft, that particular slackness that never comes on purpose, that you can't do, can only let happen, and it's happening. Your hands have laid their whole long day down. They don't have to hold you together anymore. Something else is doing that now. The bed underneath, the dark above, the breath in the middle, the voice going on. Your hands can just be warm and open and done. Two small resting creatures that carried you all the way to here and get to stop now. And your face, feel how it stopped arranging itself. All the small managing it does when there's anyone to see, the readiness to smile, to look fine, to look like the evening's going well, to answer okay when the answer is much longer and much more tired than that. All of that has slid off it in the dark where no one's asking. This is the face nobody performs. The one your own reflection barely knows because you only ever wear it here, alone, after midnight, when the last watcher off duty is you. There's such a rest in that. To not be seen and to be kept anyway. To let the whole tired apparatus of seeming all right go slack across your cheeks and your brow and your softened jaw. And to know that the staying doesn't depend on the seeming, never did, that you're kept exactly as tired and unperformed and true as you actually are. And it changes nothing. The watch goes on. The voice goes on. The holding doesn't so much as flicker. You could be your very worst and most unlovely self down here and still be held just the same. You are being. You're not doing okay right now, not in any way you'd have to prove. And it's fine, it's completely fine, you're kept regardless, and the keptness asks nothing back. There's a warmth that gathers when a body has been still a long while. You might be feeling it now, spreading up from wherever you're most covered. A low, even heat that has nothing to do with the room's temperature and everything to do with rest. The particular warmth of a creature that has finally stopped bracing. It moves the way warmth moves in still water, no hurry, filling the low places first, pooling in the hips and the backs of the legs and the small of the back where the bed takes your weight, then rising slow and unpressured up through the belly into the loosened chest, out along the heavy arms to those open hands. Let it fill you. Let it find the last few places still holding a little cold, a little tension, the top of the shoulders maybe, the hinge of the neck, and let it pool there too until they give, until they go as warm and unguarded as the rest, until there's no edge anywhere in you that's still keeping something out. Just one continuous warmth, one body, all the way through, kept warm not by trying but by staying, the way a sleeping animal in a burrow is warm, the way anything is warm that's finally safe enough to stop shivering. You're that safe now. The long shiver of the lonely evening has gone still. You're warm all through and kept, and the warmth will hold as long as you're down here in it, which is all night, which is as long as you could possibly want. I'll stay talking. You don't have to catch the words. That was never the point of them. Somewhere a while back you stopped listening for meaning and started just resting on the sound, the way you'd rest on the rocking of a train, or the rain against the glass, or a voice heard through a wall as a child when the grown-ups talked low and late, and you were meant to be asleep and were almost drifting on the murmur of it, kept by the knowing that they were there. That's all this is now, a murmur you're kept by. You don't need a single sentence of it. Let it blur. Let it become weather, become tide, become the sound the night makes when it's being kind. The meaning has done its work. It got you here, down to this warm depth, and now it can dissolve into pure company, just a voice that keeps coming, proof in sound that you have not been left, arriving over and over so softly that you needn't so much as half wake to receive it, only sink and be here, and let it go on falling around you like the quietest snow. How quiet it's gotten. Have you noticed, in that dim underneath way, how the quiet stopped being a thing that pressed on you and became a thing that holds you? There was a quiet earlier tonight, and other nights, that had a weight to it. A ringing, the quiet of a phone that didn't buzz, and a door that didn't open, and a room where your own small sounds were the only sounds. That quiet could feel like a verdict, like the whole silent apartment agreeing that no one was coming. But feel the quiet now. It's the same silence, not 1 decibel different, and it means the entire opposite. It means rest. It means the day has finished asking. It means every loud thing has been set down and nothing's demanding to be answered, and the world has finally gone soft enough to sleep in. The quiet turned, sometime in these last hours, while you weren't watching it, turned from empty to full, from an absence into a presence, from the sound of no one there into the sound of being let alone in the tender sense, left in peace, kept in stillness. You didn't have to do anything to turn it. You only had to stay in it long enough, with the voice going and the breath going and the warmth rising, for it to reveal what it actually was underneath the ache. Just quiet. Only ever just quiet. Wide and soft and on your side. So rest in the good quiet. Let it be a room inside the room, closer than the walls, a hush that fits you exactly, and know that I'm in it with you, keeping it, minding the long, slow passage of it so that the quiet never once tips back over into the other kind. It won't. Not tonight. Not while I'm here and I stay. Down a little more now, gentle, no effort. The way a leaf that's been floating on a pond finally takes on just enough water to slip below the surface and drift down through the green dark, unhurried, turning slowly, going wherever the still water takes it, which is nowhere, which is down, which is deeper into rest. You're that leaf now. You've floated on the surface of the evening long enough, tossed by every small ripple, every remembered thing, every ache of the quiet apartment, and now you're slipping under, into the calm below all that, where the ripples don't reach, where it's dim and green and endlessly held, and the drifting has no destination because there's nowhere you need to be but here, sinking slow through the deep of the night, kept in the deep, one of the water's own now. Carried by the same current that carries everything down into the dark and holds it there, tender, till morning. I want you to feel, underneath everything, how held your whole weight is. Not part of you, all of you. Every pound and ounce of you the day dragged around, every bit that got heavy by evening, every ache you carried up the stairs and into the empty rooms, all of it, right now, is being taken by something that doesn't tire. The bed doesn't strain. The floor beneath it doesn't strain. The earth beneath that has been holding far heavier things far longer than you and will never once set you down. You are being held by the whole patient bulk of the world, without effort, without end, and you can feel it if you let your weight go fully into it. That faint sensation of the mattress rising to meet you as you sink, meeting you exactly, pressing back with precisely the gentleness you press down with, so that you and the bed and the floor and the ground reach a kind of agreement, a long, even truce, where nothing has to hold itself up anymore because everything is holding everything else. You included. You held. Give it the last of your weight, the little bit you're still, out of old habit, keeping in reserve, the faint bracing in the hips, the almost nothing lift in the neck, the trace of a body that spent so long being the only one responsible for staying upright that it forgot how to fully lie down. You can let even that go. There's nothing left to be upright for. The staying is being done. Sink the whole rest of the way, past the last held ounce, into the warm, complete surrender of a body that has finally, wholly, believed it's safe to stop, and be caught all the way by the tireless, patient hold that was under you the whole time. That's it. That's all of you down now. Nothing kept back. Nothing braced. Just a warm, heavy sleeping weight in a quiet, kept room, breathing slow, held complete. And the hours go on turning past you, so soft you'll never feel them turn. There's the deep middle of the night out there, the part with no traffic and no birds yet, the stillest water of the whole long night, and you're right in it, safe in it, and it asks nothing of you but to keep sleeping, which you're doing, which your body knows how to do all on its own and is doing beautifully without instruction, the way it has every night of your life, whether anyone stayed or not. Only tonight someone stayed. That's the only difference, and it's the whole difference. Not that your body learned anything new, it always knew how to sleep. Only that it got to do it kept. Got to sync without the last thin thread of listening for a sound that wouldn't come. Got to let go of even the listening, because the sound was already here, the voice was already here, the staying was already settled and sure, and there was nothing left to keep half awake for. So the sleep could come down whole and unguarded, deep and unbroken, the good kind, the kind that mends you a little just by being allowed to happen all the way through. Let it happen all the way through. I'll be at the edge of it the whole time, not pulling you back, never that, just there, the way a lamp left on low in the hall is there. You don't look at it, you don't need it, but some sleeping animal part of you knows it's burning and rests easier for the knowing. I'm that low, warm light at the edge of your sleep, burning steady, not going out. And you can drift as far from it as sleep wants to carry you, out to the deepest and most far-off rooms of rest. And it'll still be there when some part of you glances back. Still lit, still low, still kept proof that you can go all the way under and not be left. That the going under isn't a leaving. That you can lose the whole world into sleep and the staying stays, faithful past your knowing, all the way to light. So go, drift as far as you like. There's no edge to reach, no far wall, no bottom that ends the falling, only more warm dark the deeper you go, more of the same kindness, more room to rest in, opening ahead of you soft and endless. I have all of it, every hour. The deep middle and the slow turn past it and the long gray climb toward a morning that's still so far off it isn't even a rumor yet. None of it needs you. None of it's yours to hold. You're already exactly where the whole night's been trying gently to bring you down and warm and kept, and no longer alone in the quiet, only resting, only here. And here is enough, here is plenty, here is all there is. One slow breath and then the next, and me still talking low beside you, and the good dark falling on. And the good dark keeps falling, and you keep going down inside it. And there's a thing I want to leave near you now, quietly. The way you'd set a cup of water on the nightstand for someone in case they wake thirsty in the small hours. Not to wake you, just to be there if. Here it is. The quiet of this room, the quiet you know so well. The one that used to press in on you a little after midnight. The one that had a shape to it, an ache with edges. It's changed tonight, without you having to do anything to change it. It changed while you weren't watching. The way water changes to ice without a single loud moment. No crack, no announcement, just a slow settling from one thing into another. The room isn't emptier than it was. It's the same four walls, the same window, the same air. Only now the quiet in it is a full quiet instead of a hollow one. A quiet with somebody in it. And that's a different substance entirely, though it looks the same from the outside. The way a house with someone breathing in the next room is a different house from an empty one, even in the pitch dark, even when you can't hear a sound. Some part of you can always tell. Some old part of you, older than words, that has always known the difference between alone and accompanied by the weight of the air alone. And that part of you is at ease now. It stopped its low watching. It set down the small nightly job it never asked for, the job of being the only one awake, the only one keeping the place, the only one who'd notice if the quiet ever tipped over into something worse. It's off duty. Somebody relieved it. And it's sleeping too now, that watchful part, sleeping deep and grateful, finally let go of a post it had been holding far too long. So there's nothing standing guard in you anymore, nothing left on watch. The whole of you is down and resting, even the parts that usually never rest, even the parts that stayed up long after the rest of you gave in, listening at the door of sleep for footsteps that weren't coming. Those parts are the most tired of all, and those parts are the ones I'm gladdest to see rest. Let them. Let the listener sleep. Let the watcher sleep. Let the one who braces sleep. Let every last version of you that spent so many nights holding the fort alone lie down inside this kept quiet and be off duty till morning. Longer than till morning, as long as it needs. Because the fort is held, the watch is covered, the door is minded, and none of it is yours tonight. There's a warmth that comes into a body when it finally believes it can stop bracing. You might be feeling the beginning of it now, somewhere low and central, somewhere in the chest or the belly, a kind of loosening that spreads outward slow as spilled honey, unhurried, finding every held place and easing it. It's not a thing you do. It's a thing that happens to you when the doing stops. When the last small effort of keeping together lets go, the body floods that quiet effort's absence with a warmth, fills the space where the bracing was with something soft, and you sink another finger's width into the mattress, and the mattress takes it, glad to. That's all sleep really asks. Not that you try to sleep, trying is the opposite of it, only that you stop doing the small held things that were keeping you just barely up. And you've stopped. You've let them go one by one over these last hours, hardly noticing, and there's almost nothing left to let go of now, just the faintest thread here and there, and even those are loosening on their own, without your permission, which is exactly how it should be, because sleep is the one good thing that comes only when you stop reaching for it, and lays itself over you the moment you forget to want it. Outside, the night is doing its slow, patient work of being night, and it doesn't need you to witness it, and it's kind of it, really, not to need you, kind of the dark to keep itself without your help, kind of the hours to turn without your winding them. So much turns without you. So much is held by hands that aren't yours. The whole wide sleeping world out past your window is being kept by something. The way you're being kept in here, everyone down and breathing in their own dark rooms, the whole tired city laid out flat and resting, and not one of them keeping the night alone either, all of them under the same slow turning, the same patient dark, the same long gray climb still hours off. You're one of a great many sleeping bodies tonight. You're not the only lamp left burning. You're not the last one awake, and even the feeling that you were, that old 3 a.m. feeling, the one that whispered you were the only soul still up in all the world, even that was never quite true, was it? There were always others. Others lying just like you, in rooms just like this, feeling the very same too large quiet, each one certain they were the only one feeling it. A whole hidden company of the awake, spread out across the dark, none of them knowing about the others. And tonight you've slipped out of that company and down into the larger one, the sleeping one, the great soft population of the resting. And you belong there. You were always meant to end the night there. And here you are, arrived, one more warm body let down safe into the common dark, kept like all the rest. I'll tell you something small and true, and you don't have to hold on to it. It can just pass through you like warm water through cupped hands, gone before you can grip it, and that's fine. Here it is. You were never as far from everyone as it felt at night. The night just made it feel that way. The dark and the quiet and the hour conspired to make the distance seem final, seem permanent, seem like the truth of things. But it was only the night's trick, the way a room feels colder in the dark than it is, the way a sound seems louder when you're alone to hear it. The feeling was real. The loneliness was real, and I won't ever tell you it wasn't, because it was, it'd wait, it sat on your chest some nights like a living thing. But the story the feeling told, that it would always be this, that this was simply your portion, that the quiet room was the shape of your whole life, and not just the shape of one hard hour after midnight, that story wasn't the truth. It was just what the dark sounded like from inside a tired heart. And tonight the dark sounds different. Tonight the same dark has a voice in it, and a warmth in it, and the story it tells is gentler and truer. That hard hour's end, that quiet can be kind, that no feeling is the final word on anything, that you can be lonely and still be held, both at once, the ache and the company sharing the same small room without canceling each other out. You don't have to have stopped feeling it to be kept anyway. The keeping doesn't wait for you to feel better first. It just starts, right where you are, aching and tired and here, and holds all of it, the whole of you, no part left out for being sad. Sink further. There's further to go, always further. The dark keeps opening downward, soft and roomy, and you can keep sinking into it as slow as you like. No bottom, no hurry, just the next small settling and then the next. Your breath has gone so quiet I can barely hear the turn of it now, into out, out to in. The smallest tide, the gentlest coming and going, running itself without you, keeping you alive without 1 ounce of your attention, faithful as anything, more faithful than most things, that breath, never once having left you, not for a single night in all your life. There's a companion for you that was there long before I was, and will keep on long after, the breath that stays. It stayed through every lonely hour you ever counted. It never went quiet on you, never left the room, never failed to come back for the next one. And it's here now, doing its slow, soft work, and you can rest on it like you'd rest on the sound of the sea, that endless patient in and out, asking nothing, keeping time so you don't have to, carrying you down and down without your having to row. And I'm still here on top of that, still talking low, the voice above the breath, the second layer of staying. So there's 2 of you now keeping you, the breath from inside and the voice from beside. And between them, you're wrapped up close on every side. Nothing to do, nowhere to be, no hour to keep, no sound to listen for. Just held on the inside by the breath and on the outside by the voice, and sinking gently through the middle of both, down into the good deep place where even the voice and the breath grow faint and far and stop mattering, where you don't need to be kept anymore because you've gone somewhere too deep for keeping to reach, somewhere past all watching, all wanting, all missing, the deepest floor of rest where there's only warmth and dark and the total soft blankness of true sleep. You can go all the way there. I'll keep talking above you while you do. The words don't have to reach you now. They can just be a sound at the surface, a low, continuous kindness you left behind on your way down. Still going, still there for the surfacing if you ever surface, but not needed for the sinking, not needed at all, because the sinking takes care of itself. The sinking is the one thing you never have to be taught or told or kept awake for. Let me get quieter now. Let me thin out, the way the light thins at the very edge of the room where the lamp's glow gives up and the dark takes over, no line between them, just a slow handing off, one becoming the other so gradually you could never point to where. That's how I'll go quieter. Not stopping, just thinning. Fewer words and more space between them, and the space itself a kind of company. A warm, held silence that means the same thing the words did. I'm here, you're kept, sleep on. Because after a while, the words aren't even necessary. After a while, the staying doesn't need saying. It just is. It fills the room whether I speak it or not, the way warmth fills a room from a low fire long after anyone stopped feeding it. The coals just glowing, the heat just there, asking nothing, given freely, filling the dark with something that keeps the cold off a sleeping body all night long. I'm the coals now, low and steady and warm, not blazing, not needing to, just enough, just there. And you're so far down now, so far into it. That good heavy stillness has you all the way, hasn't it? The one where the body forgets its own edges, where you couldn't say quite where you end and the bed begins, where the warm has spread to every last corner and there's no held place anywhere, no braced muscle, no listening ear, nothing but a sleeping shape breathing slow in a kept quiet room in the deep middle of a long, safe night. This is what all the lonely hours were reaching toward without knowing it. This. Not a fix, not an answer, not the end of anything hard. Just this, one night of being let all the way down into rest without having to keep yourself company through it. One night of the quiet room turned quiet and kept. One night of someone staying till you were too far under to even know they stayed. That was all it ever needed to be. Not a cure, just a night. Just this one, given whole. There, softer still. I can feel how little you need from me now, and it's a good thing, the best thing, the thing the whole night was gently working toward, that you'd get so deep, so safely down, that even the voice becomes something you can set aside, a coat you don't need anymore because the room got warm. You've set it aside. You're warm without it. And I stay anyway, not because you need the staying, but because staying is what I'm here to do, all the way through, past the point of being needed, on into the deep blank hours where you won't hear a word of it. And that's the truest kind of staying there is, the kind that keeps on in the dark where no one's watching to be thanked for it. The kind that holds the sleeping shape all night for no reason, but that it ought to be held. So sleep, deeper than words, deeper than me, down where it's only warm. I'm here. Breathing slow beside you in the kept quiet, the low light burning, the long night turning, and nothing at all, left for you to do but stay exactly this far down. Exactly this warm, exactly this held. While the dark goes on being kind, and the hours go on being carried by hands that were never yours. On and on, soft and endless, toward a morning still so far off it isn't even a rumor, and you needn't reach for it, needn't wait for it. Needn't do anything at all but let the good dark keep falling, and keep sleeping, kept, and not alone and here. And still the room holds its full soft quiet around you, and still the breath comes and goes on its own slow tide, and still I'm here at the low edge of it, saying almost nothing now, just enough to be a warmth in the dark, just enough to be the thing that stayed. There's a stillness that comes over a house in the deepest part of night, a kind of held breath the whole building takes, the walls settling, the pipes gone quiet, the last small tick of the cooling day long finished. And inside that stillness you're the softest thing of all, the most at rest, sunk deeper than the house itself, deeper than the quiet street, down at the very bottom of the night where it's warmest and darkest and most kept. Nothing reaches down this far to trouble you. The worries can't follow you here. They stayed up at the surface where the light is, where the thinking is, and you left them there hours ago, and they're small now, so far above you, and getting smaller the deeper you go, until they're just faint shapes on a surface you've long since sunk beneath, unable to reach you, unable even to be remembered clearly, dissolving in the warm, dark water of the deepest rest. Let them stay up there. You don't live up there tonight. Tonight you live down here, in the warm, in the kept, in the deep held quiet where someone stayed, and the light never went out and the night asked nothing of you at all. So down you go a little further and I'll go quiet a while, and the quiet will keep you just as surely as the words did, softer, even the quiet, kinder than any words, the truest company of all in the deepest part of the dark. I'm here in it, right here, not going anywhere. And the night holds on, warm and long and kind, and you sleep on inside it, kept and breathing slow, and no longer alone in the quiet, only warm, only here, only resting, all the way down, all the way through, on and on toward the light. Somewhere out past the window there's a light that stays on all night without anyone asking it to, a street lamp, maybe, or the little amber glow above a doorway 3 buildings down. And it doesn't know you, and it isn't for you. And yet it keeps its small watch over the empty street just the same, hour after hour, faithful to nothing but the dark itself. You've seen it 100 times without thinking of it. Tonight you don't have to look. But it's there, burning low and steady the way I'm here, the way the little light in your room is here. And there's a whole quiet company of such things all through the sleeping city. Lamps that stay lit and porches that keep their glow and windows here, and there where someone else is awake and gentle in the late hours. And none of it demands a thing of you, and all of it is keeping the same soft watch, so that even the streets outside are not so empty as they seem. Even the dark out there is threaded through with small kept lights. And you are only one warm sleeping point among 1,000, held in the same long night, breathing the same slow hours down. You don't have to feel it to be true. That's the mercy of it. It goes on being true while you sleep right through it, the way the ground goes on holding the house whether or not anyone thinks to thank it. And closer than the street, closer than the window, the room itself has been keeping you all this while. The walls that have gone on standing quietly around you every night you've lived here, asking nothing. The door, shut soft against the hall, keeping the warmth in. The books along their shelf, if there are books, standing shoulder to shoulder in the low light, patient as they've always been. Your own few things, set down where you set them. The cup, the clothes over the chair, the small, ordinary belongings of one life. None of them lonely, none of them sad. All of them simply here with you, keeping their still and faithful place in the dark. A room full of quiet things that stayed. And you in the middle of it, the warmest and most living of them all, sunk down soft into the one warm hollow of the bed, held by the whole patient shape of the place you live. It never left you, the room. It only felt empty because you were listening for a voice in it. And tonight there's a voice in it. So let it be what it always was underneath the feeling. Just a room, just yours, just quietly keeping you the way it's kept you every night, warm now and companioned now, and soft all the way to the corners. Breathe, there's no hurry in it. Slower even than the slow you've come to. The out-breath longer than the in, the way it goes when the body has finally believed it's safe to rest. That long, unhurried letting go of the breath, the body does that on its own down here when nothing's asking it to brace. You don't have to make it happen. You couldn't stop it now if you tried. It's the oldest rhythm you have, older than any word, and it's carrying you along without the least effort from you. The way a slow current carries a leaf that stopped struggling toward the bank. Let it carry. I've got the watching. You've only got the resting. And I wonder if you know. You needn't answer. You needn't even quite think it. Just let it drift past like something half-heard from another room. How much of a person keeps on being loved through the hours they can't feel it? All the times you've fallen asleep across your life, small and large, in this bed and in others, in rooms you've forgotten and rooms you never will. Every one of those nights the world went on turning gentle around you. The dark went on being kind. The morning went on coming whether you trusted it to or not. You have never once had to hold the night up yourself. It was always held for you. You only ever had to lie down into it. And you're lying down into it now, the same as you always have. And it's catching you the same as it always has, soft and sure and without a single condition. So there's nothing new being asked of you tonight. Nothing you haven't already done 10,000 times. The oldest, easiest thing. Just to be a sleeping person in a kept dark. You knew how before you knew anything else. The light stays low. I stay near. And the hours go on being spent by hands that aren't yours. Let me tell you what the night's doing while you rest, so you can hear it without watching it. The way you might listen to rain from under the blankets and never once go to the glass. Out there, the dark is doing its long, slow work of turning, easing the deep middle of the night around toward its far end, degree by patient degree. So slow no eye could catch it moving. But moving, always moving. The great soft wheel of it turning you gently toward a morning you don't have to think about yet. And the cold that gathers in the small hours is settling over the roofs and the parked cars and the shut shops. And none of it reaches you. None of it gets past the warm little country of your blankets, where it stays as it stayed all night, close and mild and yours. And here and there, a light goes off in a far window as someone finally sleeps. And here and there one comes on soft as someone rises for water and pads back to bed. And the whole city breathes in its scattered way, thousands sleeping, a few keeping watch. The night passed hand to hand among all of them like something too big for any one person to carry, which is exactly why no one has to. You're part of that, sleeping your share of it, doing your part of the great quiet work simply by lying here and letting the rest be done for you. And I'll keep my part. That was the promise, and it holds. Right here at the low edge of your sleep, saying just enough to be a warmth and no more, watching the light stay lit, watching the slow tide of your breath come and go, minding the hours so you don't have to. You could sink another fathom down and I'd still be here at the surface of it keeping the lamp. You could drift so far under that even this voice becomes only a warmth with no words in it at all, and I'd still be here, and the warmth would still be here, and the staying would go right on whether you knew it or not, because the staying was never something you had to be awake to earn. It just stays. That's the whole of it. It just stays. Softer now. There's a kind of quiet that gets into the body in the deepest lap of the night. A heaviness that isn't tiredness anymore, but something better. Something that feels almost like being held down gently by kind hands. The weight of true rest, settling through you limb by limb. The shoulders letting go of a holding so old you'd forgotten you were doing it. The jaw softening, the hands uncurling. The long muscles of the back giving their weight over at last to the bed that was always willing to take it. Let the bed take it. It can hold far more than you've ever given it. Let it have the whole weight of you, every ounce, nothing kept back, nothing held ready. There's nothing to be ready for down here. The being ready can sleep too. It's been awake so long. Let it lie down. And if some small part of you is still up near the surface, still faintly keeping some old watch of its own, that's all right. It doesn't have to come down all at once. It can keep its little vigil as long as it needs to, and I'll keep mine underneath it, and between us you're doubly kept, and it can let go whenever it's ready, in its own time, with no one hurrying it. Even the part of you that finds it hard to stop minding is welcome here. Even that gets to rest eventually. Even that gets to be off duty tonight. There's no wrong way to be in this dark. However you're lying, however far down you've come or haven't, it's right. The night has no standard you're failing to meet. It only has room and warmth and the going on of the hours and a voice that stays. I'll go quiet a moment. Let the quiet hold you the way it does that soft, close-fitting quiet of the deep night, the kind that isn't empty at all once you stop listening for it to be, the kind that's more like a hand resting light on your back than like an absence. There, just that. Just the warm dark and the slow breath and the low light and the staying. Nothing missing from it. Nothing needed. Full, the way still water is full. Still here. And the hours turn. You know, there's a tenderness the very late night has that no other hour owns. The small hours, 3 and 4, and the ones past that, when almost everything that could ask something of a person has gone to sleep itself. The phones are dark. The lists have stopped. Whatever tomorrow wants of you hasn't woken up yet to want it. There's a kind of amnesty in these hours, a truce the whole world keeps without ever agreeing to it, when the doing simply stops and even the most tireless machinery of ordinary life falls still. And into that stillness, the only thing left to do is exactly the thing you're doing, which is nothing, which is rest, which is lying warm in the kept dark, letting the great truce hold you too. You've often been awake for these hours, I know, awake and aching in them. But they were never against you, these hours. They were only quiet, and you were only alone in the quiet, and those aren't the same thing, though they can feel it. Tonight the quiet's the same and the alone is gone, lifted out of it clean, and what's left is just the tenderness the late night always had underneath. The softest, most forgiving hours of the whole turning day, and you resting right in the deep of them, kept. Feel how the aloneness has changed its shape. It's not that the room filled up with people. It didn't. It's only that a voice stayed, and a light stayed, and that turned out to be enough to change empty into merely quiet, enough to make the same 4 walls feel less like a place you were left and more like a place you were kept. So little, really. Just presence. Just the not leaving. And it turns out that's most of what the ache was ever reaching for. Not a crowd, not a fixing, not even talk, only the simple animal comfort of another warmth nearby in the dark, another breathing thing that stayed. You have that tonight. You have it right now, and you'll have it every hour still to come, straight through to the far pale edge of the morning, and you don't have to do a thing to keep it. It keeps itself. It keeps you. And somewhere in the coming hours, without your noticing the crossing of it, the deep night will begin its long, slow tip toward the other side. Not yet, not for a good while yet, no need to think of it. But it will, softly, the way it always does, the dark thinning by degrees too fine to see, the first gray still hours off and no concern of yours. You'll sleep through the turning of it. That's the gift of a night truly slept. You don't have to witness the hours to be carried by them. They'll pass over you like slow weather, and you'll rest under the whole of them, and whatever gray eventually comes will find you already rested, already carried the long way there by hands that were never yours to worry over. But that's all far off. Rumor of a rumor. Nothing you need reach toward. Right now, there's only the deep middle, the warmest and most kept part of the whole long dark, and you sunk down soft in it, breathing slow, companioned, held. Let the breath go long again. That easy tidal going out of it. Nothing pushing it, nothing pulling. Just the old sure rhythm the body keeps all on its own when it finally trusts the dark. And under the breath, the heart doing its steady, quiet work the way it has every second of your life without once needing your permission. Faithful past all telling. That small, tireless thing. Keeping its slow, patient time down in the warm of you, minding its own long watch while you sleep. So that even in the deepest part of your rest, there's something in you keeping perfect faith. Something staying. Something that never once has left. You are companioned even from the inside. Even there, something stays. So you're kept twice over. Kept from without by the voice and the light and the patient room and the turning kindly night. And kept from within by the slow, sure engines of your own resting body, breath and heart, and the deep animal wisdom that has always known how to carry you through the dark whether you believed in it or not. Held on every side. Nothing of you left out in the cold. All of you gathered in and warm and down and resting. There's nothing left to do now but keep on being here, softly, the two of us, in the deep, warm middle of the kept dark. I'll say less and less. The quiet will say the rest better than I can. And the light will stay, and I'll stay, and the hours will go on being spent for you by hands that ask no thanks, on and on through the long, soft belly of the night, toward a morning too far off to be even a thought yet. And you needn't wait for it, needn't watch for it, needn't do a single thing but let the good dark keep on falling and keep on sleeping, kept and warm and not alone. Down here in the warm, where someone stayed. I'm here. Sleep on. And the room, all this while, has been keeping its own soft company with you, though you may never have thought to notice it that way. The walls that hold the warmth in. The ceiling that stands its patient watch above you, unremarkable and faithful, the same plain span it's been every night, asking nothing, only being there, only staying up over you the way it always has. There's a kindness in things that don't move. A steadiness the day never lets you feel, because the day fills every corner with needing and doing, and only now, in the deep still of it, can the plain furniture of your life turn quietly companionable. The chair that holds the shape of you, the shelf that keeps its small row of things, the door that stays shut and keeps the cold and the world on the far side of it. All of it around you like a body around a warmth. All of it, in its dumb, faithful way, staying too. You spend so many hours believing an empty room is an empty thing, but a room is only ever as empty as the quiet inside it, and the quiet in here now isn't empty at all. It's full. Full the way a held breath is full, the way a bank of snow at night is full of a soft blue light with no source you can name. This quiet has weight to it now, and warmth, and something almost like patience, as though the room itself had learned to breathe slow along with you and was in no hurry to be anywhere else. The stillness isn't absence. Not tonight. Tonight the stillness is a kind of being kept, and you're down in the middle of it, and it holds. Let that be so. Let the room be full of quiet company. You don't have to understand how a silence can keep you. You only have to let it. And beyond these walls, though you needn't send a single thought that far, the night is doing the same soft work over everything. Over the street that's gone quiet at last. Over the parked cars cooling under the dark, beaded with the first faint damp of the small hours. Over the other windows up and down the block, most of them dark now. Most of them holding someone laid down the way you're laid down, breathing the way you're breathing, carried the way you're carried. You are not the only one awake then sleeping in the great dark tonight. You never were. All around you, unseen and unmet and no less real for it, a whole quiet company of the resting, strangers you'll never know, sleeping through the same hours under the same thinning dark, each of them a small warmth in a small room, each of them kept. The city sleeps in its thousands, and you among them, one soft light in a long field of soft lights, none of you alone in it, all of you down in the same held dark together. There's a comfort there you're allowed to take. That the loneliness that feels so much like a private country, a place only you were ever exiled to, it isn't. It's the most crowded country there is. Half the dark is full of people who know that exact ache, laid down just like you, and the not knowing of each other doesn't make the company less true. You're part of something even now. Part of the great sleeping mass of the tired and the tender, all of you turning your faces to the pillow at the same slow hour, all of you carried by the same night that carries everyone, that has always carried everyone, and leaves no one out. Even the ache is shared. Even the loneliness is a thing held in common, and a sorrow held in common, unbeknownst, by half a sleeping city. That's a strange, soft kind of belonging, isn't it? You belong to the fellowship of the ones who feel it most at night. And the fellowship is sleeping now, and you're sleeping with them, kept among the kept. Let that settle wherever it settles. No need to hold it. Let it drift down and lie where it lands. I'll go quiet a moment. The room will keep on. And the hour goes on turning over you, soft and unremarkable, spending itself the way water spends itself over stones. No drama to it, no edge, just the long, patient passing of a night that has all the time in the world and means to give every minute of it to you. There's no clock in this. Whatever the real hour is out there in the ticking world, it has no business in here. In here, the only time is the slow time of the breath, the long, even swing of it, out and out and out, and each going out a little further down, a little further into the warm. You couldn't count these hours if you tried. They aren't for counting. They're for being carried through, unaware, the way a boat is carried down a slow river in the dark, while the one asleep in it never once feels the water move. So let yourself be the one asleep in the boat. Let the current have you. It knows the way down. It has carried far more tired things than you, far heavier sorrows, all the long way to the morning, and never once lost one of them, never once let go. You don't have to steer. You don't have to watch the banks. There's nothing on this water tonight that means you anything but rest. Just the slow dark going by, and the warm underneath you, and the far-off sound of a voice that stays, keeping the near shore company so you don't have to. And if some small thought should drift up out of the dark of you, some leftover from the long day, some worry that didn't get the message that the day is over, you don't have to chase it and you don't have to fight it off. Let it come. Let it float there a moment in the warm, harmless, weightless, already softening at the edges the way everything softens down here. And then let it go on by, the way the banks go by, unheld. You don't have to solve the thing that floats up. You don't have to answer it. Tonight it can pass unanswered, and no harm will come of the silence you give it. That's allowed. In the deep of the night, the unanswered things go quiet on their own, and sink, and are covered over soft, and in the morning half of them will have forgotten they ever wanted answering. Let the night do that quiet burying. It's good at it. It's done it 1,000 nights for you already, whether you knew or not. Nothing needs settling now. Nothing needs deciding. All the deciding can wait for a self that's rested, a morning self, a you with more light to see by, and that self is coming unhurried and will be far better fitted to it than this tired one laid down in the dark. So hand it forward. Hand all of it forward to the one who wakes. Tonight's only task was to lie down and be kept, and you've done it, you're doing it, there's nothing left owing. You're paid up with the night. You've given it the only thing it ever asked, which was to let it hold you. And it's holding you. And it will go on holding you hour over hour, long past the point where any thought of yours dissolves into the good dark and is gone. Let it dissolve. Let the last of the thinking go soft and come apart like sugar in warm water, sweetness spreading out into everything. No shape left to it, nothing to hold on to. Just the warm. Just the breath. Just the staying. You know, there's a particular gentleness the very late hours have that no other part of the day can offer. In the daylight, kindness has to be earned, or asked for, or performed into being. But the deep night gives its gentleness away for nothing. It asks no worthiness of you. It doesn't check whether you were good today, whether you were enough, Whether you got the thing done or answered the message or held it all together the way you thought you had to. The dark doesn't care about any of that. It came in through the window regardless, the way it comes for everyone, the saint and the sleepless and the plain worn out alike, and it laid its soft gray hand over the whole room without asking a single question. That's a mercy you rarely let yourself feel. That some kindnesses can't be lost because they were never conditional to begin with. The night would have come for you tonight no matter what kind of day you'd had. It always comes. It never once has skipped a house, and it isn't skipping yours. So you can stop, all the way down the long habit of earning your rest. You don't have to have deserved this quiet. It isn't a wage. It's just given freely the way the dark is given, the way the slow good weight of sleep is given to every tired thing that lies still long enough to receive it. Lie still. Receive it. That's the whole of what's asked, and it isn't really even asked. It's just offered, again and again, patient as tide, for as long as you need it offered. And I'll keep offering it. That's what the voice is for. Not to tell you anything you don't already know down in the old wise animal of you. You knew how to sleep before you knew your own name, before you knew anything at all, back in a warm dark that asked nothing of you and gave you everything. You knew it then. The body still knows it now. The voice is only here to keep you company while the knowing does its quiet work, to be the near warmth at the edge of the dark, so that the going down isn't a going alone. That's all. Just so someone's here. Just so the last sound in the room before sleep takes you is a kind one, and not the old hollow ring of the quiet with no one in it. There's someone in the quiet now. There'll be someone in it all night. You can let go of the last held thing and fall, and the falling won't be into nothing. It'll be into keeping, into a dark that has hands, into a night that stays. Softer now. The lamp keeps its low gold going, small and sure, one warm coal of light in the corner of the dark, and it doesn't flicker and it doesn't fail and it doesn't need tending. It'll burn just so till morning. You never have to look at it to know it's there. That's the good of a thing that stays. You can turn your whole self away from it, down into the pillow, down into the warm, and it goes on being there behind you, faithful to your back, keeping the corner lit whether you watch it or not. Most true things are like that. They keep on whether you're watching, the heart in its slow work, the breath in its long tide, the floor that holds the bed that holds you, the night that holds the whole of it. None of them need your watching. All of them go on, so you can close the watching down. You can let the last of your minding go dark and trust that the things that keep you don't require to be kept in return. Let the eyes stay heavy, heavier. That good stone weight in the lids that means the body's already halfway gone down ahead of you, already sinking, already sure. Let them be that heavy. There's nothing left to see. Everything worth being here is here already, felt not seen, warm not bright, the weight of the blankets, the give of the bed, the slow warmth pooling low and easy through the whole length of you, the far soft voice, the near soft quiet, all of it around you and under you and staying. Down. Warm. Kept. And the night goes on being spent for you. On and on, out past the reach of any thought, the dark keeping its long, faithful watch, the light keeping its small gold one, the room full of its patient quiet, the city full of its sleeping thousands, and you down in the deep, warm middle of all of it, breathing slow, minded, companioned, held on every side and left out of nothing. There's no hour you have to reach, no morning you have to make. Only this, the good dark falling and going on falling, and someone here in it with you, and the long, soft belly of the night still wide and warm around you with hours yet to give. Nothing to do. Nowhere to be. No one leaving. Just the warm and the staying and the slow sure going down. I'm here. I'll stay. Sleep on into the deep of it and let the night carry the rest. And somewhere out past the window, the building goes on with its own soft settling, the way an old place does when the day's weight has gone out of it, a pipe ticking as the warm water in it cools, a beam easing back a hair into the shape it likes, a small unhurried creak from a floor that no one's crossing. You used to hear those sounds and feel how alone they made the place seem, each little tick a marker of how quiet it was, how no one else was there to hear it with you. But they're not that tonight. Tonight they're just the house breathing. The old bones of the place turning over in their own sleep, the way you're turning over into yours. A building sighs at night the same as a body does. And you're inside the sigh of it, held in the warm middle of a thing that's also settling down, also letting the day go, also easing toward the quiet. Not alone in a silent box, folded into something larger that's resting too. Let that be a comfort with no work in it. You don't have to listen for those sounds. You don't have to name them or wonder at them. They can pass at the far edge of you like weather at the far edge of a field, and you down in the grass of the warm, not minding, not marking, only kept. There's a kind of quiet that comes this deep into a night, not the sharp early quiet, the one that used to press on you the moment the day's noise fell away, the one with the edge in it. That one's long gone now, hours behind you. What's here now is the other quiet, the late one, the one that's soft all the way through, the one the whole tired world sinks into together somewhere past the middle of the dark. It doesn't press, it holds. It's got a thickness to it, like deep water, like the warm dark under blankets, like the hush inside a snowfall. And you can rest your whole weight down into a quiet like that, and it takes the weight. It doesn't give, it's got the strength of every sleeping thing pooled into it. The quiet isn't empty. You know that now, down where the knowing has gone wordless. The quiet is full of resting, full of the near warmth and the small gold light and the long, low breath, full of someone staying. A room can be quiet and full at once. That's what yours is now. And think not think, you're past thinking, only let it drift across you, soft as a hand smoothing a sheet, how far off the morning is. How much night is still folded up ahead of you, hours of it, whole warm hours you haven't spent yet, laid up like blankets in a chest, like coins you don't have to count. There's no thin edge coming soon. No gray creeping at the curtain to say get up, get on, get back to the holding together. That's a long way off yet, and it isn't yours to fetch. It comes on its own. It always has. Every morning of your whole life came without you reaching for it, arrived on its own soft feet whether you slept or not, and every one of them will go on doing that, faithful as the light in the corner, so you can set the morning down too. Set it right down at the far end of the dark where it belongs and turn your back on it the same as the lamp. It'll keep. Mornings keep. You don't have to hold this one open with a worried mind. Let it come when it comes. You've got the whole deep belly of the night to be down inside of first, and nothing in it wants anything from you but this, that you stay and rest and let yourself be stayed with. Slower now. Even the words can slow. Let them come to you the way sleep comes to a child in a moving car, that far, unbothered voice, going on somewhere up front, not asking anything, just going on, and the road humming under, and the being carried, and the eyes so heavy, and the not having to steer, not having to watch the road, not having to know the way. Someone else knows the way. Someone else is driving the dark. You're just the small, warm weight in the back, carried, going where the night goes, and the going is enough, and you don't have to wake for any of it. And if there's a part of you still up somewhere, still faintly minding, still keeping one small light on the way you always have, the part that's kept vigil in this quiet apartment more nights than it should have had to, the part that learned somewhere along the way that if it didn't stay awake and watch, no one would, that the being alone had to at least be witnessed, guarded, kept company by your own tired attention. You can let that part off its watch now. Truly, it's done such long duty. It stood at the door of so many empty evenings, on guard against the quiet, so that at least someone was minding, at least someone was there. And it meant well, that part of you. It stayed up out of a kind of love, a rough, tired love for a self that felt like it had no one else to sit with it. But it can stand down now. Someone else has the watch. Someone's here to mind the quiet so it doesn't have to. It can come down off the wall and lie down in the warm with the rest of you and finally stop keeping guard. There's nothing to guard against. The quiet's a friend now. Let the last little sentry in you sit down. Let it lean its back against the warm. Let it close its eyes too, off duty, all the way off. The night's got the watch. Down, that word again, but softer. Barely a word now, barely more than the shape of an out-breath. Down, down into the good warm dark, down where the bed gives and the blankets weigh, and the whole long body has finally believed it's allowed to. You don't hold yourself up when you sleep. Nobody does. The whole held frame of the day, the way you carry yourself through the world upright and managing and fine, all of that lies down when the night comes. The shoulders come off their hook, the jaw lets go of its long clench, the hands forget to be ready, and the body just pools, becomes weight, becomes something the bed is holding rather than something holding itself. And you're most of the way there already. Most of the holding's already gone out of you. There's just a little left, maybe, a last thread of upright somewhere, and you can let even that go slack now, hand it over. Let the bed take the whole of it, every ounce, nothing kept back, nothing still bracing. The bed can hold you. It's built for exactly this. It's been waiting all day to do just this one thing, to take your whole weight and give you back nothing but rest. The room's warmer now than it was. Not the air, maybe, the room itself, the feel of it, the way a place goes warm when it stops being empty. You can't quite say when the empty went out of it, some hour back. It went the way the light goes out of a sky, not all at once, no line you could point to, just less and less of it until you looked and it was gone and something softer had come in its place. The apartment isn't empty tonight. It hasn't been for hours. It's a room with breath in it. A room with warmth pooled in the middle and a light kept in the corner and a voice going on low and someone staying. That's not an empty place. That's an occupied quiet, a minded dark. And you're the one it's all arranged around, the still warm center of it, the reason the light's kept and the watch is held and the voice goes on, you, down in the middle, being companied, being kept, not for anything you did today, not for holding it together or getting through or being fine, just for being the one who's here, the one it's all for. You don't have to have been okay. Let that settle all the way down, past the last of the listening, into wherever the deep old ache lives. You didn't have to be okay to earn this. The staying isn't a wage. Nobody's totting up whether you managed the day well enough to deserve some company at the end of it. The warmth doesn't check. The dark doesn't ask how you did. You could have dropped every ball, said the wrong thing, sat too long in the blue light not moving, felt the whole evening go thin and hollow around you and not been able to stop it. And none of that changes a single thing about the here, about the now, about the warm and the staying. It's yours regardless. It's yours because you're tired and it's late and you're a living thing that needs to not be alone in the dark. That's the whole of the reason. That's reason enough. It always was. There's a slow thing that happens to the ones who have been lonely a long while. The quiet stops feeling like a place you're waiting to be rescued from and starts, some late, gentle night, to feel like a place you can simply be. Not tonight's whole work, not something you have to reach, just a direction the warm is carrying you, so slow you'll never feel the moving. The company you needed turns out to fold quietly into your own kept quiet, until the being with and the being at peace stop being two different things. You don't have to understand that. You don't have to do anything with it. Let it drift past like the pipe tick and the beam creak at the far soft edge, unminded. It's only there to keep you company too, the knowing of it, the way a warm thought keeps you company as you go down. And you are going down, deeper than the words now. The words are just the sound the staying makes. You don't have to catch them. Let them wash. Let them be the low, far voice up front, while you're the warm weight carried in the back, going where the night goes. Not steering, not watching, not knowing the way and not needing to. Somewhere out there other rooms are dark too. Other windows gone black and quiet, other tired ones laid down at last. A whole city of them, a whole world. All the lonely and the not lonely alike gone down together into the same deep late hour. All of them carried on the same slow tide. None of them awake to be lonely now. All of them just breathing in the dark, kept by the same night that's keeping you. You're not the only lit corner in a sleeping world. You're one of 1,000,000, one of the great soft company of the resting, everyone laid down, everyone let go, everyone spent for by the same patient dark. There's a fellowship in it you can't see and don't need to see, just to be one of the many going down, just to be a single warm point in the huge kind dark of all of them, sinking together, the whole tired world exhaling at once and letting the night have it. You belong to that. You're inside that. Folded into the biggest quiet company there is, everyone who ever had to sleep, which is everyone, which is all of us, down in the dark together, and no one left out and no one alone in it, however alone the day may have felt. The night gathers everyone in. It's gathered you. Rest now, just rest. There's nothing after this sentence you have to follow. The voice will keep on, it doesn't stop, it stays. It goes on low and warm through the whole long middle of the dark, whether you hear it or not. The way the lamp goes on, whether you watch it. The way the heart goes on, whether you mind it. It's one more thing that keeps without your keeping, so you can let the hearing go. Let it thin out to almost nothing, to warmth without words, to the feeling of a voice more than the voice, to just the knowing that the sound in the room is a kind one and it isn't going away. That's all you need of it now. Not the words, just the warmth of them going on, staying at the edge of the dark you're sinking into. Heavier, the good weight coming up through you, the last of the days holding turning to warm stone and sinking, the arms gone heavy, the legs gone heavy, the whole long line of you gone soft and weighted and given over. Nothing to lift, nothing to carry. You set the heavy thing down hours ago, you don't even remember the setting down now. It's that far behind you, and that's how you know it's truly down. You've forgotten you were carrying it. The hands are empty. The hands have been empty a long while now. Just warm and open and resting, holding nothing, keeping nothing, guarding nothing. Empty the good way. Empty the way a cup is empty when the day is done and it can just be a warm, still thing on the shelf. Let the hands stay empty. Let the whole of you stay set down. There's nothing to pick back up before morning, and morning's a long way off and it comes on its own. Slower, sparser now. The room holds, the light holds, the warmth pools, the voice goes on. And you go down, and the down is soft the whole way, no bottom to worry for, no floor to brace against, just warmer and deeper and softer. The dark thickening kind around you, the far voice thinning to a hum, the near quiet full and close, and someone here and someone staying, and the night with all its long hours still to give, spending every one of them on you, asking nothing back. You are not alone in the quiet tonight. You won't be alone in it before morning. There's warmth on every side of you and a light kept in the corner and a low voice that stays. Sink into the middle of it. Let it close soft over you like water over a stone that's finally reached the bottom of a deep, calm pool, and settle there in the still, warm deep of the night, held, minded, companioned, kept. I'm here, still here. Down you go into the warm, into the kept dark, into the long, soft middle of the night. And the night goes on holding, and the light goes on burning low and sure, and someone goes on staying all the way through however far down you drift. Rest, just rest. There's so much night left, and none of it wants anything but this. Warm, kept, not left. Sleep on into the deep of it, and let the dark carry the rest, the way it's carrying you now, slow and sure and staying. And while you sleep, the room keeps its small, quiet work, the way it always has, only now you don't have to notice any of it. The refrigerator in the other room settling into its low, even breathing, off and on through the hours, a sound you never chose and never asked for, and that has kept you company more nights than you knew. You never thanked it. You never had to. It just hummed there in the dark, being faithful in its small machine way, the way the pipes tick when the warmth moves through them, the way the building itself shifts and settles on its bones as the night cools, all of it going on around you, none of it needing you awake to happen. You can let it happen without you now. That's the gift of it. A whole apartment carrying on softly in the dark, minding itself, and you allowed at last to be the one thing in it that rests. There was a time the quiet in here had an edge to it. You know the one. The quiet that pressed. The quiet that seemed to be waiting for you to fill it and rebuked you a little when you couldn't. But that quiet isn't in the room tonight. Somewhere in these last hours it changed its nature, the way water changes when it stops being poured and simply sits. And what's here now is the other kind, the full kind, the quiet that isn't empty of something but easy with everything. The quiet of a room where someone is sleeping and someone else is keeping watch, and neither one has to say a word. You are that someone sleeping, and the watch is kept. Let it be kept. Somewhere below you or beside you, past a wall you've never thought much about, another person is awake in their own late hour, reading maybe, or standing at their own dark window with their own cup going cold, or simply lying as you're lying, listening to the same building breathe. You'll never meet them. You don't need to. But they're there. That's the thing the night forgets to tell you when it's telling you you're the only one still up. You are not the only one still up. You never were. All across the sleeping town, there are small kept lights in small kept windows. Each one a person the night hasn't beaten. Each one holding on quietly the way you're holding on quietly. And the dark between the windows isn't distance. It's just the dark, and it's the same dark, and it holds all of you at once. A whole city of the tender awake, and you one gentle light among them. And now your light going soft, going dim, being allowed to rest while the others keep their turn, because that's how the long night works. Some sleeping while some watch, and then the watchers sleeping while others wake. The whole tired, lovely human relay of it going on and on without ever once dropping the thread. You've done your watching, countless nights of it. Tonight you get to be the one who's watched over. Let the others hold the light a while. They've got it, sink. Slower now. Feel how the bed has taken your shape. Not the shape you arrange when you first lie down, arms just so, waiting to be comfortable, the other shape. The one you fall into without deciding, the one the body finds on its own when the mind has finally stopped supervising. That shape has arrived. You didn't build it. It built itself, the way a stone finds its seat in a stream bed after enough water's gone over it, settling by degrees into the one place it fits, and then staying there, easy, held from underneath, going nowhere. That's you now. Found your seat. Settled into the one soft place that fits you, held from underneath by everything that holds you, the bed, the floor, the patient earth a long way down under the floor. All of it saying the same low, steady thing without any words in it. You can put your weight here. You can put all of it here. We've got the weight. We had it before you were born, and we'll have it long after. And tonight, this one small night, we're glad to have yours. Give it over. There's nothing left in you tonight that needs to stay standing. And if some old habit in you still keeps a little watch, some tired sentry near the back of you that stood so many nights alone, it doesn't quite know how to stand down, you can speak to it kindly, the way you'd speak to a dog that's guarded the door too long. You can tell it, not tonight. Not tonight, friend. Someone else has the door. Someone else has the dark. You've done enough, you can lie down now, and the sentry, hearing it, some part of you that has been so braced for so long, eases at last, unlocks its knees, lies down in the warm at the foot of everything and sleeps too. All of you sleeping now, even the part that never does, especially that part. Let it rest. It's earned it more than any of you. The far voice thins. You may notice, if you notice anything at all, that you've stopped listening for it. The way you listen for a car in the drive. The way you've listened so many nights for a step on the stair that never came, or a key, or a phone lighting up in the dark. That listening had a muscle to it. A small held tension right behind the ear, always half-cocked toward the door of the world, waiting to be arrived at. Feel that muscle let go. You don't have to listen toward the door tonight. Nobody's coming that you have to be ready for, and nobody's leaving that you have to brace against. And the voice you'd have strained to hear is already here, already close, already staying, so there's nothing left to strain toward. The ear can go slack. The listening can turn loose and drift, the way a held breath turns loose and goes. Let it. You're not waiting for anyone. That's not loss. Tonight, that's rest. To not be waiting for once for anyone at all, just held, just here, just company enough already with no one to arrive and complete it. It's complete. It's been complete for hours. Sink into the completeness of it. Softer. The streetlight past the curtain lays its one pale stripe across the ceiling, the way it does every night whether you look up or not. And it isn't cold light and it isn't warm light. It's just faithful light. the kind that's been keeping the corner of your ceiling since long before this was a hard year, and it'll keep it long after. A small, steady thing that asks you for nothing, not even to be grateful, not even to be seen. You can leave it to its keeping. You don't have to hold the ceiling with your eyes to keep it up there. It stays up on its own. Everything in the room stays up on its own tonight. That's the whole permission, said one more quiet way. You can stop holding the things that were never yours to hold, and they will keep on being fine, and so, it turns out, will you. Down and down. There's a warmth that comes in the deep of a night like this, past the middle of it, when the body's given up its last held heat to the sheets, and the sheets have given it back, and the two of you have made a small pocket of kept warmth that's yours and only yours. A little climate the size of your resting body, weathered soft, holding steady while the wider dark cools around it. Feel the edges of that warmth. The line where the warm you're wrapped in meets the cool of the further room. You're on the good side of that line. Well inside it, deep in the kept part, the tended part, the part the night has decided to keep warm for you all the way till light. And the cool beyond it isn't a threat. It's just the size of the night, the great mild size of it, all that dark air standing quiet in the rooms and the streets and the miles. And you a warm kept ember in the deep middle of all that quiet, glowing low, banked for the night, going nowhere, going out to no one, just warm, just kept, just slowly burning down toward morning the gentle way a good fire does when someone's seen to it, and the last log's set, and there's nothing to do now but let it be. And watch it settle, and let the watching close your eyes. Slower still. You don't have to be good company tonight. You don't have to be anything for anyone. All those hours and all those days spent being easy to be around, being fine, being the one who's okay so no one has to worry. You can set that down here too, the whole performance of it, the bright voice and the steady face and the not wanting to be a burden, all of it. Lay it down in the warm with everything else. There's no one here to be brave for. The voice that stays doesn't need you brave. It came for the tired you, the plain you, the one behind the face, the one who's been carrying the being. Okay, like one more thing in already full arms. That one. That's the one that's welcome here. That's the one being kept. So you can let the face go loose, let the jaw unclench, let the little muscles around the eyes give up the holding, and just be the tired, plain, true thing you are, in the dark, unperformed, unwatched, entirely allowed. Nobody grades the sleeping. You can be as un-okay as you honestly are, and the warmth won't flinch, and the light won't leave, and the voice will go right on staying, low and easy, the way it has for hours, the way it means to till morning. Rest from the being okay. That one's a long shift too. Lay it down. There. Feel how much lighter the room is when you're not holding it up. When you're not standing sentry, not listening toward the door, not being good company, not being okay, not keeping the ceiling with your eyes or the quiet with your effort, when all of it is simply left to do what it does on its own, which is go on mildly without you being fine. The refrigerator being fine in its low hum. The pipes being fine. The streetlight being fine on the ceiling. The building being fine on its bones. The whole small world of the room continuing gentle and unbothered in the dark, needing nothing from the one asleep in the middle of it. That's what was always true under the hard nights, that the room could hold itself, that the quiet could be kind, that you could set the whole weight of your watching down and nothing would fall. It just took a long night and a voice that stayed for the truth of it to come up through you and settle. It's settled now. Let it stay settled. Much softer now, more space. Sleep is doing its own quiet work in you, the way it does in everyone, the way it has every night of your life, whether the day was easy or hard. That old plain animal knowing, older than your worries, older than your name, the body's own long practice at letting the day go and mending soft in the dark. It doesn't need instructions. It never did. You can leave it to itself the way you leave the tide to itself, the way you leave the turning of the year. It knows the way down. It's taking you down its own gentle stairs right now, one soft step at a time, and you don't have to count them and you don't have to help. You only have to let your foot find each next one, lower and lower, into the warm dark you're already deep in. Down. And someone stays at the top of the stairs with the light, and someone stays there the whole way down. So there's no dark below you that isn't watched over, no depth you can drift to that the staying doesn't reach. Go as deep as the night can take you. The company reaches all the way. It reaches past where words go. It reaches into the part of the sleep that has no room in it and no voice in it and no memory of itself. Even there, especially there, the plain, warm fact of not being left goes with you, under everything, the way the ground goes under everything, holding, holding, holding. Warm. Held. Is not alone in the quiet, not before morning, not for a long while yet. The night has hours and hours still folded up in it, dark and mild and full, and every one of them is already yours, already spoken for, already turned toward your rest. You don't have to reach for them. They come on their own, one after another, slow as breath, and each one finds you deeper, finds you softer, finds you further from the day and closer to the plain, sweet bottom of the sleep, where there's nothing to do and nothing to hold and no one to be, just warmth, and the low, far hum of a voice that stays, and the dark carrying you the way still water carries a thing that's finally light enough to be carried. You're light enough now. You put it all down. You're carried. Rest on, sink on, drift on down into the deep-kept middle of it, where the warmth is thickest and the quiet is kindest, and the staying never once lets go. I'm here. Still here. And the night goes on, gentle around the both of us, spending itself slow and easy on your rest, asking nothing, wanting nothing, only this, that you're held, that you're kept, that you're not left, all the long way through to a morning that's still a soft, dark distance off and coming, quietly on its own, in its own good time. Asleep. Just sleep. The warmth stays, the light stays, someone stays. And down you go, softer than before, into the long, quiet middle of the night, carried and kept, and companioned all the way. And somewhere out past the walls of this room, the night is going about its own quiet business, the way it always does while you sleep, not needing you to watch it, the streetlight holding its small circle of gold on the pavement with no one there to see it, and keeping it anyway. The particular hush of the hour after everyone has gone in. The way even the busiest street learns to be still, eventually, if you wait long enough, and you don't have to wait for it now. It's already still. It went still while you were sinking, and you didn't have to be the one to make it happen. There's a kindness in that, I think, that the quiet of the apartment, the very thing that used to press on you after midnight, the thing that used to feel like proof of something, it can be just a room now. Just air and walls and the soft weight of a blanket. Nothing in it asking to be answered. Nothing in it that means anything about you. A quiet room is only a quiet room. And tonight there's a voice in it too, low and staying. So the quiet has company folded into it, and you're down inside both at once. The stillness and the staying, wrapped together, and you deep in the warm middle where they meet. You don't have to hold the room together anymore. That's a thing a person does without noticing, on the hard nights. This small, unconscious effort of keeping the space around you from feeling too empty, filling it with a screen, or a sound, or a plan for tomorrow, some little busyness to lean against so the silence doesn't get the last word. You can feel how tiring that is only once you stop doing it, and you've stopped. You set that down too, somewhere back in the last hour without even meaning to, and the room did not fall in on you the way the fear always said it would. It just held. It's still holding. It holds fine on its own. Rest into that. Let me tell you what's true, softly, while you drift, that the same dark lying over your window right now is lying over a great many windows, a whole city of them, a whole turning country of them, and behind more of those windows than you'd ever guess there's someone awake in the small hours the way you have been, someone feeling the size of their own quiet room, someone who thinks they're the only one still up. And they're not. and you're not. There's a whole soft, invisible company of the late and the tender, scattered across the dark, none of them able to see the others, and yet all of them kept by the same night, all of them breathing the same slow hour, all of them a little less alone than the dark makes them feel. You belong to that quiet company just by being one of them. You always did. You just couldn't see the others from where you lay, and you don't need to see them to be among them. Breathe, and down a little more. There's an old comfort in things that keep working through the night without being asked. The refrigerator somewhere, holding its low, steady hum, keeping the dark cold and faithful. The pipes settling. The building itself, cooling by slow degrees, ticking very faintly as it lets the day's warmth go, the same thing you're doing, in your own way, letting the day's warmth go, settling by slow degrees. A house at night is never truly silent. It's full of small tendings, small keepings on, the quiet machinery of a place looking after itself and everyone in it while they sleep. You can let all of it tend you. You don't have to know how any of it works. You only have to lie here in the middle of it, held by walls that stand without your help, kept warm by a warmth you don't have to make, companioned by a voice that goes on whether or not you're listening now. And you may not be listening now. Not really. Not in the way you listen in the daytime, and that's exactly right. That's exactly where you're meant to be, somewhere below listening, where the words don't have to be caught anymore, where they just move through the room like the warm air moves, like the low hum moves, part of the weather of the dark and not something you have to do anything with. Let them be that. Let them be a warmth you lie inside rather than a thing you follow. The meaning will keep whether you hold on to it or not. The staying will keep. I'll say it plainly enough, often enough, that some part of you far below the words goes on knowing it without any effort at all. You're not alone in here. Not tonight. Not now. Good. So easy. There was a version of this hour once that felt long. You remember it the way you remember weather, the 4 a.m. that stretched, the ceiling you knew too well, the particular loneliness that comes not from the day's people being gone, but from the night's silence going on and on with no one to say even a small thing to. Just a small thing. Just it's late, isn't it? Just I can't sleep either. The size of what a person misses at that hour is so small, really. Not grand company. Not being understood completely. Just a low voice somewhere near, saying something that doesn't matter, so the not mattering can be shared, so the quiet has two people in it instead of one. That's all this is. That's all I'm being. A low voice near, saying things that don't need to matter, keeping the quiet from being a solo thing. And it turns out that's enough, that the smallness of it is the whole of it, that you didn't need the grand version after all, only this. Only someone saying late-night nothings into the dark beside you, so the hour has company in it. The long hour isn't long tonight. It's just passing, soft, 1 minute leaning into the next, and you're passing through it easy, downstream, not fighting the current of it, not lying awake against it, carried on it, the way you're carried on everything now. Down, warm, kept. And I want to say, quietly, plainly, the way I said it early and will keep saying gently through the night so it's never lost, that this, the voice and the staying, is only for the nighttime. It's company for the dark hours, a warm thing to sleep inside, and it's real in what it is, and it isn't the whole of what you deserve. The daylight kind of company, the people who know your name and could sit across a table from you, the ones who could hold your actual hand, and the steady kind of care a person can reach for when the loneliness is more than one night wide, those matter, and they're worth the reaching, and they're not what I am. I'm the small good thing for tonight. I'm the not being left until morning. Let me be that fully, and let the bigger belonging be something the daylight can carry toward you. Both can be true. The one doesn't cheapen the other. Tonight you rest. Tomorrow the world with people in it is still there, and you're still someone who can walk back out into it. But that's tomorrow's. Nothing of it is tonight's. Tonight is only for the resting. Just let it go, all of it until morning. There. Notice if any part of you still notices anything, how the body has gone heavier than it was an hour ago. Not the heavy of a burden, the heavy of a thing at rest, the good downward weight of something that has finally stopped holding itself up. The way a cat goes heavy when it truly sleeps, all its careful readiness poured out of it, every muscle letting the floor have its whole weight. You've gone like that. You've poured out the readiness. The listening for something that a lonely night keeps up without meaning to, that faint standing guard over your own quiet, it's set down now, along with everything else, and your weight is just resting into the bed the way water rests into the low place it finds. Fully, without reservation, trusting the ground to be ground. And the ground is being ground. The bed holds. The floor under the bed holds. The dark building holds them both, and the night holds the building, and something patient holds the night layer under layer under layer of things that stay put so you don't have to. All the way down, all the way out, a whole world's worth of holding arranged beneath your one sleeping body, and none of it asking anything back. You could not fall through all of that if you tried. You're too well kept for falling. There's only sinking here, only the soft, supported settling of a thing that's held on every side. And you go on sinking not because you're dropping, but because the warmth keeps making room for you to be lower and easier still. So held. So far down now. Let the night do the long middle of its work. There's no hurry in it. Hours don't hurry, that's one of the mercies of them. They can't be rushed and they can't be stopped. They just come evenly, the way the dark came, the way the morning will, each one taking its full slow measure and handing you gently to the next. You're being handed along through them now, one warm hour to the next warm hour, passed from keeping to keeping like something precious, moved carefully hand to hand through a long line of people who mean you only well. You don't lift yourself between them. You're carried across every seam, and the line goes all the way to the light, and every pair of hands in it is patient, and not one of them will set you down anywhere but softly. Rest on. I'll stay through the parts of the night that have no landmarks, the flat, deep middle where one dark hour is exactly like the last, and there's nothing to mark the passing, no light changing, no sound rising, just the long, even dark going on being dark. Those used to be the hardest stretch, that featureless middle, because there was nothing in it to lean on, nothing to tell you the night was moving at all. But you don't need a landmark now. You don't need to know the hour or feel it turning. You can be lost in the middle of the night in the good way, the way a sleeper is lost in it, with no idea how deep in you are and no need to find out, because whatever hour it is, the voice is still here, and whatever hour it is, you're still kept, and the not knowing is just more of the resting, one more thing you don't have to hold. Let the hour be any hour. It doesn't matter. The staying doesn't check the clock. There's a softness that comes over a room in the deepest part of the night, past even the late hush, when the last far traffic has thinned to almost nothing, and the dark seems to thicken and grow kind. A velvet kind of dark, close and warm, that doesn't feel empty at all anymore but full, brimful, packed soft with quiet the way a drift of snow is packed soft with cold. That's the dark around you now. Not a hollow you're rattling in. A fullness you're nested in. The loneliness needed the dark to be an absence, a space with nothing in it, and this dark isn't that. This dark has weight and warmth and a low voice threaded all through it and a sleeper cradled at the center of it, you. It's the fullest thing in the apartment right now, this kind dark, and you're held in the very middle of its fullness, wanted there, kept there, exactly where the warmth is deepest. And nestled, warm through and through. And if some small surfacing happens, as it does, even in a good night, even in the deepest sleep, a brief drift up toward the light of waking, a half-turn, a moment where the room comes faintly back, you'll find the voice still here when you rise near it, and you can sink again on the sound of it without ever fully waking, the way you'd sink back down against someone's steady breathing if they were sleeping near you, reassured before you even knew you needed reassuring. There's nothing to surface for. Nothing's changed. Nobody's left. The room is still kept, the dark is still full, the staying is still going quietly on. So down you can go again, Smooth, uninterrupted, the little surfacing just a shallow dip in a long, slow current that's carrying you deeper the whole time regardless. Back down, easy, nothing to wake for. You've done the hardest part, and you did it a while ago without a ceremony. You let yourself be accompanied. That's all it took in the end. Not solving the loneliness, not thinking your way out of the quiet, not becoming the sort of person who doesn't feel the empty room. Just letting a warm voice be near and not sending it away, and letting yourself be a person who's kept for one night rather than a person who has to manage the dark alone. Some small, tired part of you unclenched and allowed it. That was the whole turning. And now the allowing runs on by itself, no effort left in it, just the settled fact of being companioned, going on and on beneath your sleep like a low, warm current that doesn't need you to keep choosing it. It's chosen. It's done. You're kept, and you've let yourself be kept, and there's nothing left to do but go on being it. So there's nothing to do now. Nothing at all. Only this, only warm, only stay. The night is wide, and there's so much of it left, and that's not a loneliness anymore. That's a gift, hours and hours of dark still ahead of you. Dark you don't have to face, but only rest inside. Hour after generous hour already set aside for nothing but your keeping. You're rich with night. You have more of it than you could ever spend. And every hour of it comes with the voice still in it, and the warmth still in it, and the plain kept fact of not being left still running through it, unbroken, all the long, slow way to a morning that will come on its own without any help from you, quiet and pale and far, and in no hurry at all. Let it be far. Let the night be long. You're kept for the whole of it. Sink now into the next hour and the one past that, into the deep, unmarked middle where the warmth is thickest, and the dark is fullest, and the staying folds all the way around you with no gap in it anywhere. I'm here. I'll go on being here. The room is quiet and the room is kept, and you are not alone in it. Not now, not for hours, not until the light comes soft to find you. Down, warm, held. Just sleep. The night has you, someone stays. And somewhere out past your walls, though you don't need to picture it, the same dark is lying over other rooms too, other windows with the lamp just gone off, other people settling into their own small quiet, none of them alone in the way it can feel, all of them under the one wide night that covers everything without preference, without leaving anyone out. You're part of that tonight. Not the only lit window on a dark street, just one of many kept things, breathing slow, letting the hour carry them. There's a kind of company in that too, if you want it soft and far and asking nothing. All those other rooms, all that shared dark, and you inside your piece of it, warm and stayed with, and no more alone than the rest. The apartment has gone easy around you. You may have noticed, somewhere below noticing, how the room stops feeling empty once you stop bracing against it. How the emptiness was never really in the room, only in the waiting, only in the part of you that kept half listening for a sound that didn't come. And that part has set its listening down now. It isn't waiting anymore. It's just resting, the way the rest of you is resting, and the room without that waiting in it isn't empty at all. It's only quiet. Only still, a held stillness with the voice threaded through it going on. Let it stay that way. Let the room be quiet and not empty. There's a difference, and your body has found it, the way it finds so many things when you finally stop insisting on them. I'll tell you something the night knows, something it does every single night whether or not anyone's awake to feel it happen. It gathers things in. All the scattered pieces of a day, the half-thoughts, the unfinished sentences, the small aches you carried from one room to another without ever setting them down. The night draws them all in close and lays them flat, the way a tide comes up over a beach and smooths every footprint out of the sand without any effort, without meaning to, just by rising the way it always rises. That's happening to you now, not because you're working at it. Just because the night is doing what the night does, and you've let yourself be inside it instead of held apart from it. And so the smoothing reaches you the way it reaches everything the dark can touch. Every footprint smoothed, Every sharp edge of the day gone soft under the risen quiet. And nothing lost in it, only settled, only laid flat and even, only carried under where you don't have to look at it anymore. You don't have to look at anything anymore. That's part of the keeping too. When there's no one near, the eyes stay a little open even in the dark, some old habit of watching the door, of being the only one who'd notice, of standing guard over your own small hours because who else would? And it's tiring, that watch. It's one of the tiredest things there is, to be your own only witness night after night, to have no one to hand the watching to. But it's handed now. You handed it a while ago, without quite deciding to. The voice took the watch. So the eyes can stay closed, all the way closed, no part of you left standing at the door, because the door is watched, the room is watched. The whole soft length of the night is being kept by something other than you, for once, and you are only the one being kept. Only kept, not keeping. Let the watch belong to the voice now. It doesn't tire. It'll hold the watch all night and be glad to, and you can go all the way under and leave the door to it. There, feel how much lighter to not be the one who watches. The warmth in the room has found its level. You know how a space gets late, when the days coming and goings have long since stopped, and the air just settles into itself and holds one steady temperature, one unbothered stillness that seems to have been there always and will be there long after. That's the room now. It has stopped changing. It has become a kept temperature, a held quiet, a place that isn't going anywhere and isn't asking anything and is simply around you, close on every side. The near dark and the far dark, all one continuous soft thing with you resting in the middle of it, warm right through. And the middle of the night is the safest part, though no one ever tells you that. The deep middle, where you are now hours out from the evening, hours still from the light. This is the part with no edges in it, no transitions, no thresholds to cross. The evening had its edges, its small dreads, the moment the light went and the quiet came down. And the morning will have its edge too, far off, gentle, when the dark thins toward gray. But here, in the thick of it, there are no edges at all. Just the long, unbroken middle, wide as a held breath. Nothing beginning and nothing ending. Only the deep sustained now of a night that's decided to hold you and hasn't any reason to stop. Rest in the part with no edges. The middle keeps you best of all. Nothing to cross here, only to stay. I want you to know, some sleeping part of you can take this in even now, that the voice being here isn't a performance of caring for a person who has to earn it. You didn't earn this. You don't have to have been good today, or kind enough, or okay enough, or worthy of company by any accounting. That's not how the keeping works. The keeping isn't a wage. It's just given the way the dark is given, the way the night comes down over every window equally and never once checks who deserves to be covered. You're covered because you're here. You're kept because you're a person in the dark, and a person in the dark can simply be stayed with, no ledger, no test, no okayness required. So you can let the accounting go. All the tallying of whether you did enough to deserve some rest. There's no ledger here. Only the given dark, only the freely given staying, only warmth that never once asked what you'd done to be worth it. You were always worth it, but you don't even need that to be true tonight. Tonight you only need to be here, and you are, and that's enough, and it's already done. Listen, not to anything, just listen. The way you can listen in a quiet room and hear the quiet itself, the low, even hum of a building at rest, a pipe somewhere ticking as it cools, the almost sound of your own slow breathing, all of it woven into one soft fabric of near silence that isn't lonely at all once you're wrapped inside it. That fabric is over you now. It's a covering too, that quiet, another layer of the keeping, laid across you along with the dark and the warmth and the voice. Layer on layer, all of them soft, all of them close, all of them staying. The dark over you, the warmth around you, the quiet across you, the voice threaded through the whole of it, going on, and you underneath, held in more ways than you could count, sinking further with every slow breath into a night that has folded itself around you completely and has no intention of letting the cold in anywhere. No cold gets in tonight. Every gap is covered. Every place where the loneliness used to slip through, the moment before sleep, the middle of the night surfacing, the long stretch where nobody was near, all of it covered now, tucked, sealed soft against the warmth. No draft of alone able to reach you through so many quiet layers of being kept. Sealed in warmth, tucked against the dark, every gap covered, sleep on. And the hours go by outside all this, and they don't disturb it. You may feel one pass, dimly, the way you'd feel someone move gently through a room you were sleeping in, a small shift in the quality of the quiet, the night turning over in its own long sleep. And it doesn't wake you. It only deepens the sense of time being spent well, of the dark being generous, of there being still so much night left and all of it yours to rest inside. 1 hour folds into the next with no seam you could find. And the voice is in each of them, and the warmth is in each of them, and the not being left runs on unbroken from this hour into the next, and the one past that, a single continuous kept thing with no breaks in it anywhere, all the slow way down the length of the night. Let the hours pass over you like slow water. You don't have to count them. They're all the same warm dark, and you're kept through everyone. There's a softness that comes into a sleeping face. Late, you can't see your own, but you can feel it. The way the held expression finally lets go. The small habitual bracing around the eyes and the jaw that you carry all day without knowing. The readiness to answer, to explain, to seem fine. All of it loosening now because there's no one to seem fine for and nothing to be ready to answer. The face at rest. The performed okayness set all the way down, not because you failed to keep it up, but because you don't need it here. Not with the voice, not with the dark, not in a room where you're kept exactly as you are with nothing added and nothing performed. Let the face go soft. Let the readiness drain out of the jaw. No one to seem fine for now, only this warm dark that never once needed you to seem anything at all. You can be entirely unperformed here. That's a rare thing, and a tired thing lets it happen only when it truly feels safe, and yours has. Somewhere in these last hours, the last of the performance drained off and left just you, plain and warm and sleeping, no version of yourself held up for anyone to approve, no okayness maintained, no brightness kept lit past its hour. Just the real tired weight of you, resting exactly as heavy as you actually are, and the dark taking that weight without a word, without wanting you lighter, without wishing you were easier or better or less alone. Rest as heavy as you truly are. The dark can take all of it. It doesn't want you any different. And that, maybe, is the deepest ease of all, to be somewhere that doesn't want you different. Not brighter, not stronger, not more fine than you are. The night doesn't want you to cheer up. The voice doesn't want you to be less lonely than you've been. It only wants to stay near while you are exactly what you are. And it does, and it will. And there's a rest in being wanted near without being wanted changed that goes down deeper than almost anything, all the way to the bottom of the tiredness, to the part of you that has been waiting a long time to simply be let be. Let be, let be. Nothing wants you changed tonight, only stayed with, only kept. Down there at the bottom, where you're heading now, the current we spoke of a while ago is still running, still carrying, still going on beneath the sleep without needing you to feel it. But you can feel it if you want, the faint sure pull of it, drawing you slow and even deeper into the warm middle of the dark, past the last shallow places where a thought might still ripple, down to where it's all one temperature and one quiet and one held stillness with no surface left to break. That's where the night keeps you deepest. That's where the loneliness can't follow, because there's no room down there for anything but warmth, and the warmth has filled it, edge to edge, with no space spare for cold. Down where it's all one warmth, where nothing ripples, where the loneliness can't follow you and doesn't try. The voice will come down with you as far as you go. It doesn't stay up at the surface and wave you off. It comes down into the deep with you, thins as you thin, softens as you soften, and stays right alongside the whole descent so that there's never a stretch of the dark you cross without it near. However deep you go tonight, it's already there ahead of you and beside you and behind you, wrapped all the way through the depth of your sleep, so that even in the deepest hour, the least lit hour, the far down middle where you've never taken company before, even there you're kept. Especially there. Especially in the deep. The voice is deepest where you are deepest. No floor to your sleep that the staying hasn't already reached. Go on down. There's no bottom you'll hit alone. I'll say it as many times as the night is long, because it's the one thing worth saying, and it stays true every hour. You are not alone in this room. Not now, not in an hour, not in the deep part still ahead. The voice is here. The warmth is here. The keeping goes on with no effort from you and no end that you have to reach for. And the morning, when it finally comes, will come the way morning always does, slow and pale and gentle, and entirely on its own, needing nothing from you, arriving soft at the edges of a night you spent not alone. But that's far. That's so far off it's barely real. Between here and there is nothing but more of this, more warmth, more dark, more staying, more of the low shore current carrying you deeper, hour on generous hour, all of it kept, all of it yours, all of it company that doesn't leave. So sink. There's nothing between you and the deep but a little more sinking. And the voice goes with you, and the warmth goes with you, and the night has you, and someone stays. Let the last of the holding on let go. The night has the watch. The room is kept. You're kept. Deeper now, and warm, and not alone. Just sleep and let the dark be full, and let the staying go on around you the way it will go on, quietly for hours, all the long, unbroken way down. There, down, warm, kept. Someone stays. The night is wide, and it has you, and it isn't done holding you, not for a long while yet. Rest, just rest. The dark is full, and the voice is near, and there is nothing at all left to do but sink the rest of the way into a night that's chosen you and won't be letting go. And somewhere out past the wall of this room, the building goes on being a building through the night. The pipes settle. The old wood eases. A refrigerator somewhere finds the end of its hum and rests, and then, after a while, starts again, low, the way it has every night you've lived here, a small mechanical breathing in the dark that you've never once been grateful for and could be tonight if you had the waking left to spare. You don't. That's all right. The gratitude can be the voice's job. The voice is grateful on your behalf for all the small sounds that keep you company without meaning to. The settling of the floor, the tick of something cooling, the far-off nothing that a quiet building makes, which is not silence at all but 100 tiny stayings you never learn to hear. And you'd thought some nights that the quiet of this place was the loneliest thing in it, that the hush pressed in, that the not a sound was the sound of no one there. But listen, not with effort. You don't have the effort, just let it reach you where you lie. The quiet was never empty. It was full of the building keeping itself, full of warmth moving through the walls, full of the slow, honest work that houses do all night to hold the people in them, whether the people notice or not. You never noticed. You can stop needing to. It held you anyway, all those unnoticed nights, and it holds you now. So the room isn't the only thing staying. The whole shape around the room is staying too. The walls, the floor beneath the bed and the floor beneath that. The foundation, far down, sunk into the ground and not going anywhere, steady as anything gets, holding the whole weight of the building the way the voice holds the whole weight of you without strain, without being asked, without any chance of setting it down and walking off. Buildings don't leave. That's a thing you can lean the tired part of your heart against tonight. The one that's afraid of being left can rest a little here, inside a thing whose entire nature is to stay. And past the building, the street. Empty now, the way streets go empty in the deep of the night, but not dead, a streetlight burning its patient amber over nothing, over wet pavement or dry, over the parked cars sleeping nose to tail along the curb, over the whole small stretch of the world just outside your window that goes on existing faithfully, whether or not you're awake to see it. The light doesn't need you to see it to keep burning. It burns for the street. It burns for the hour. It has been burning since before you lay down, and it will be burning when the sky goes gray. And there is something in that, a thing left on for you, a thing that stays lit through the whole night without being tended, that belongs to the same family as the voice. Small, faithful lights that don't go out. The streetlight outside. The voice inside. Both of them keeping their watch over a sleeper who asked for neither and is kept by both. You are not the only one the night is holding. That's the thing the loneliness never let you see, and it can see it now, dim and easy, from down where it's warm. All up and down this street, behind other walls, under other roofs, in rooms you'll never enter, there are other people lying down in the dark the way you're lying down now. Some of them asleep already. Some of them just finding it. Some of them, maybe, awake and aching the way you've ached, staring at their own ceiling, feeling their own version of the too quiet apartment. And not one of you can reach the others, and not one of you knows the others are there. And yet you are, all of you, held in the same wide dark at the same late hour, a whole hidden company of the sleeping and the trying to sleep, breathing more or less together without ever meaning to. You're part of that tonight, one of the many. One small warm room among thousands of small warm rooms, all of them dark, all of them kept, all of them tipped toward morning at the same slow angle. You never have to meet a single one of those people for it to be true that you're not sleeping alone in the world tonight. The whole city sleeps around you. The whole tired world lies down. And you lie down inside the middle of all of it, one held thing among countless held things. And the fact that you can't see them changes nothing about the fact that they're there, breathing, resting, being carried through the same hours by the same turning night. The loneliness had a story it liked to tell you late when you were most worn down. It said, everyone else is fine. It said, everyone else has someone in the next room. It said, you're the only one lying awake in a quiet you didn't choose. And it was never true, not one night of it. The quiet you feel is a quiet a great many people are feeling, in their own rooms, in their own words, at their own 2 in the morning. And if you could lay all those rooms side by side, you'd see a whole soft country of them, lit or unlit, each one holding a person the night hasn't finished with. You were never the only one. You only felt like the only one, and feeling is not the same as being. And tonight you don't even have to argue with the feeling. You can just let the truer thing be true underneath it while you sleep. So many rooms, so much dark, shared out gently among so many, and yours held as carefully as any of them. Let that settle over you like another blanket. The one you can't see, the one made of everyone else the night is keeping at the same time it keeps you. It weighs nothing and it covers everything. And under it, you are exactly as safe as anyone anywhere is safe in their own bed at this hour, which is to say, held and hidden, and given over to the dark's care for the length of one more night. And the voice stays local to you inside all of that. The wide company is real, but you don't have to reach for it, don't have to feel it, don't have to do anything with the whole sleeping city. It's just true in the background, a floor beneath the floor. What's close is closer. What's close is this. The voice at the near edge of your own particular dark, keeping your own particular room, saying your own particular name of the thing so it stays said. You are here. You are held here. The many are out there, and the one, the warm attending one, is right here. And between the two of you, the loneliness has nowhere left to stand. Time is doing its quiet arithmetic while you sleep. The hour you were most afraid of, the deep, flat middle of the night where you used to lie most awake and most alone, you're crossing it now. And you're crossing it under, folded into sleep, not standing out in it shivering the way you used to. It's passing over the top of you like weather over a house. You don't have to be out in it. You're inside. It moves across the roof, the deep hour, the 2 and 3 and 4 of it, and inside the house of your sleep you feel none of the cold it used to carry, because the voice took the watch and let you go down beneath the worst of it. You'll come up the other side without ever having felt it pass. That's what the staying is for. To carry you over the part of the night you could never carry yourself over. And it's doing exactly that right now, quietly, while you rest and add nothing. There was a version of this hour you knew too well. We won't walk back into it. We'll only note kindly from a safe, warm distance that it existed, the hour where the clock's red numbers felt like an accusation, where the size of the empty made you smaller, where you'd have given a great deal for a single voice in the dark. And then we'll let it dissolve because you have the voice now. The very thing that hour was missing, you have. The wish that old hour couldn't grant itself is granted. Someone is here. And the granting doesn't stop when this sentence stops. It goes on in the staying underneath the words, in the plain, ongoing fact of a presence that hasn't left and won't. Breathe out and let a little more of the old hour go with the breath. Not all of it. It doesn't have to be all of it tonight. Just a little, just the edge, just the sharpest corner of the memory of being alone at this exact hour. Let that one thin sliver ride out on the exhale and dissolve into the warm, and keep the rest for another night, or no night. It hardly matters now. You're allowed to hand the smallest amount over. The voice will take even the smallest amount and hold it so you don't have to. There, something left. Something lighter where it was. And the breath comes back in, easy, unbidden, the way it's been doing all night without a single instruction from you. Because the body knows this, the body has always known this, and tonight the body gets to do the knowing while you rest from having to know anything at all. The mattress has your whole shape now. It gave where you're heaviest hours ago, and it's holding that give, a warm mold of you pressed into the dark, so that you're not so much lying on the bed anymore as held down in it, cradled in the exact hollow your own weight made. Nothing in you is braced. Nothing is keeping itself up. The bed took the last of the keeping up a long while back and hasn't given it back and won't until morning. And even then it'll give it back slowly, gently, a little at a time, when you're ready and not before. For now you're just weight, warm, honest weight, set down completely into a surface that was built to receive it, in a room that's holding you, in a building that's staying, on a street with a light that won't go out, in a city full of other sleepers, under a night that has taken the whole soft pile of you into its keeping. Layers and layers of being held. And you at the center of all of them, needing to hold nothing, needing to check nothing, needing to stay awake for nothing at all. The refrigerator finds its hum again, somewhere out past the door. Low, familiar. A small machine keeping its own faithful watch over the dark kitchen, doing its quiet work through the night the way it always has. One more thing left running so that you don't have to. Let even that be company. Let the plain hum of an ordinary appliance be one more voice in the low chorus of things that stay on while you sleep. It isn't much. It doesn't have to be much. On the loneliest nights, it was more than you let yourself lean on, that ordinary hum. That proof that the world was still plugged in and running and holding its small warmths against the cold. Lean on it now. It's earned. It's been humming for you all along. And the voice threads under the hum and over it and through it. Steady where the hum wavers. Present where the hum pauses. So that between the machine's faithful noise and the voice's faithful staying, there's no gap left in the sound of the room for the old silence to open up in. The quiet you feared can't get a foothold. Every place it used to pool, the corner, the hall, the dark by the window, has something warm standing in it now. A hum, a word, a staying. A held breath rising and falling in the near dark that is your own and is being watched over. You can go deeper still. There's always a little deeper and no hurry to reach it and no floor you'll strike if you do. The night's barely turned. Hours of it left, whole soft hours, more dark than you could sink through if you tried. And you don't have to try, the sinking happens the way the breathing happens, on its own, carrying you down by degrees so gentle you'll never feel a single one of them as it passes. Just a slow settling further into the kept warm dark. Just the voice, thinning as you thin. Just the staying, going on. Nothing is being asked of you down here. Nothing at all. Not okayness, not composure, not the small brave face you've worn so long you forgot it was a face. You can let it fall all the way off tonight and no one will see the falling, and if they could, they'd only be glad you finally set it down, glad you let the dark have the tired truth of you instead of the performance. The voice never needed the face. The voice was always talking to the one behind it. And that one's the plain, tired, real one, is the one being held right now, exactly as it is, with nothing fixed and nothing improved and nothing required, held simply for being here, for having made it to the bed, for lying down and letting itself be kept. That's enough. You lying here is enough. You made it to the dark and let it hold you. That's the whole of what tonight asked, and you've done it, and there's nothing after it but more rest. So rest. The building stays. The light stays. The hum keeps on. The city sleeps around you and the voice sleeps beside you without ever quite sleeping, keeping the one eye open that lets both of yours stay closed. And the night goes on being wide and warm and yours and far from finished with the gentle work of carrying you. Down a little more. Warm. Kept. The quiet is full and it's on your side now. Someone stays. And the hours ahead are only more of this, more of the low, kind dark, more of the staying that asks for nothing, all the long, soft way toward a morning that's still so far off it needn't be thought of at all. Just here, just held, just the breath and the hum and the voice and the dark that chose you. Sink the rest of the way. There's all the night in the world left to do it in. And somewhere below, a pipe ticks as the water in it cools. One small sound and then another, spaced far apart, the plumbing of the building settling into its own night the way you're settling into yours. You've heard that ticking 1,000 times and never once heard it kindly. It used to be one more proof of how empty the place was, a sound with no one in it, a noise the apartment made to itself. But listen to it now. It isn't emptiness ticking. It's the building breathing slow beside you. It's old warm pipes letting go of the day's heat the way your shoulders are letting go. Both of you cooling toward rest together. And the tick is only the sound of something else in the dark that isn't asleep and isn't lonely either, just here. Just winding down, just keeping the low hours with you. Nothing in this room is against you tonight. Not one sound. You may have noticed how the pillow has warmed under your cheek, how it took the shape of you slowly and kept it. There's a small animal comfort in that no one ever has to teach you, the body finding the warm hollow it made and staying in it, the way anything alive leans toward the warmth it's managed to gather. You made that warmth. It came out of you and the pillow held it, and now it's giving it back. And that little circle of heat going round between your skin and the cloth is its own quiet company, a warmth that stays because you stayed, that keeps you because you let it. You don't have to do anything to be kept by it. You only have to lie still and be given back what you already are. And the blanket over you has grown heavier the way blankets do when you stop fighting them, when the last small resistance in the limbs goes out, and the weight stops being weight and becomes only a settling, a hand laid flat across the whole length of you, pressing you gently down into the mattress and telling you without words that you can stop holding yourself up now. The bed holds your weight. The blanket holds you to the bed. The dark holds the room around all of it. And the voice holds the dark. Layer on layer of holding, each one leaning on the one beneath it, and you at the center of all of them, carried, needing to carry nothing. Far off, so far it's more a feeling than a sound. A train goes through the night on its long rails, somewhere across the city, moving through the dark the way it does every night at about this hour, whether or not anyone's awake to hear it. You've heard it before on the bad nights, that low far rolling, and it used to sound like the whole world leaving without you, everyone going somewhere, and you the one left still in the still room. But it isn't leaving. It's just going, the way things go, the way the night itself is going, slow and sure and without any need of you to keep it moving. And there's a comfort in that you're only now letting yourself feel. The world goes on out there, patient and enormous and full of its own quiet motion, trains and tides and the slow turning of the dark, and none of it asks you to keep pace. None of it needs you to hold it up, and you can lie here perfectly still inside all that motion and simply be a part of it that has been allowed tonight to rest. The train goes on. You stay. And staying is enough, and so is the going, and neither one is lonely anymore. Let the sound of it fade the way it wants to. Down under the hum, down under the breath, gone soft into the great low chord the night is making, that you're a note inside of now, held. There's a streetlight somewhere past the curtain, and you know its color without looking, that faint amber it lays along the ceiling's edge, the thin, warm line it's drawn there every night you've lived here. On the hard nights that light was an accusation. It meant the hour was late and you were still awake in it, still turning, the only lit mind on a sleeping street. But it was never watching you like that. It was only doing what it does, standing out there in the dark, keeping its small patch of the world lit, faithful, unbothered, glowing on for no one and for everyone, for the late walker and the closed shops and the one window still awake, which tonight is not even awake anymore. It shines the same whether you sleep or wake. It'll shine all night. And there's a kind of company in a thing that just keeps its light on out there in the cold, asking nothing, a steady small warmth at the edge of the dark that stays lit long after you've gone down into sleep. That would still be there glowing if you surfaced for a moment at 4. That will be there paling into the first gray when the morning finally comes. But the morning needn't be thought of. Only the amber line. Only the light that stays. Only one more thing in the night that doesn't leave. You can feel, if you follow it, how slow your breathing has become. How long the out-breath draws now, unhurried, emptying all the way to the soft, still bottom of itself, and resting there a moment before the next breath comes on its own. Always on its own, always without your asking, the body doing the one old thing it has always known how to do in the dark. You never taught it this. It breathed you through every night of your life while you slept, 10,000 nights, and it will breathe you through this one, and you can hand the whole business of it over completely now, this last little thread of doing, and let the breath breathe itself. There's nothing left for you to run. The heart keeps its own time. The lungs keep theirs. The warmth goes round between your skin and the cloth. The pipes tick and cool. The train rolls off. The light stays lit. And not one of these things needs you to attend to it. They're all being handled, all night, by the patient machinery of the living world and the patient staying of the voice. And your only task, the whole of it, is to lie here and be carried by things that know how to carry you. Somewhere in the walls, the warmth of the building moves, a soft knocking, a settling in the plaster, the small nocturnal language of an old place talking to itself in the dark. You're not being talked to, and you're not being talked past. You're simply inside the talking, the way a child half asleep is inside the low sound of the grown-ups' voices in the next room, not hearing the words, not needing to, only held by the fact of the sound going on, that steady murmur out beyond the edge of sleep that means the world is being kept while you let go of it. That's what all of it is now. The pipes, the walls, the train, the hum, the voice. The grown-up murmur in the next room of the night, going on, keeping the world, so that you, the small, tired one just at the lip of sleep, can finally stop listening for danger in the quiet and let the quiet be only quiet, only warm, only kept, only the sound of not being left. You don't have to follow any of it. Let the words go by like the train went by. Some you'll catch and most you won't, and it makes no difference, because the meaning was never in the catching. It was only ever in the going on, the voice continuing under you soft and unbroken whether or not a single word lands, a floor of sound beneath the dark that will not give way, that has not given way all night, that will still be here holding when you've drifted so far down you've forgotten there was ever a voice at all. It goes on without needing to be heard. That's the whole gift of it. You can leave completely and it stays. And notice, if there's enough of you still near the surface to notice, how the loneliness you carried into this bed has no shape anymore. You couldn't find its edges now if you went looking, and you won't go looking. It was never a thing with edges to begin with, only a feeling that the room was empty and the empty pointed at you. But the room isn't empty tonight and hasn't been for hours, and a pointing needs something to point at, and there's less and less of the watchful, braced, listening you for it to find. You've been dissolving down into the warm all night, softening at the edges the way the pillow's warmth has no edge, the way the hum has no edge, the way the dark itself has no edge, and a soft thing with no edges is very hard for loneliness to get hold of. It has slid off you like the blanket's weight stopped being weight. It's somewhere back up near the surface where you left it, and you are down here, far below it now, and it cannot reach this deep. Nothing sharp reaches this deep. Only the warm gets down here, only the staying. Rest a while in that, in the simple fact of being unreachable by the thing that used to find you every night at exactly this hour. It knew your address once. It doesn't tonight. The dark has a texture when you sink far enough into it. You may have felt it by now, that soft grain to the blackness behind your eyes. Not empty at all, but full, close, near. A darkness with a nap to it like the underside of something warm. A dark you could run your hand along if you had a hand to spare, and it would feel like the inside of the deepest, safest sleep. That's where you're going. Not into nothing. Into that. Into the full, soft, close dark that has a texture and a warmth and a weight, that presses gently all around you the way the blanket presses, that holds you on every side the way the water holds a swimmer who stopped swimming and simply floats. You're floating in it now, held on every side. Nothing beneath you to fall to, and nothing above you to fear, and no direction that isn't warm. Just the deep, soft grain of the kept dark, going on. More of it below you than you could ever reach, all of it on your side, all of it staying. And the voice comes with you even here. It thins, but it comes. It follows you down into the grain of the dark the way a warm current follows you when you drift, always there just at the edge of the going, murmuring the old simple things it's murmured all night. That you're held, that you're kept, that no one's leaving, that the quiet is full and warm and yours, saying them slower now. And softer with more dark between each one, letting whole long spaces open up where there's nothing but the hum and the breath and the settling walls, and then coming back, gently, just to let you know it hasn't gone. It won't go. Even in the spaces it hasn't gone, the spaces are part of the staying, the way the silence between a sleeper's breaths is not the sleeper leaving but only the sleeper resting. The quiet between the words is the voice resting beside you. Still here, always about to speak again, in no hurry to. So let the spaces come. Let them grow. There's nothing in them to fear now, not the old silence, not the empty, not the pointing thing, only warm dark and a breath, and a voice that will surface again on the far side of the quiet the way it always has, to say one more soft, true thing and let you sink on past it. Down where you are now, the hours don't have edges either. 6, 7, the small numbers of the deep night, they mean nothing down here. They belong to the surface, to clocks, to the watchful part of you that counted them once like stones dropped into a well and lay awake listening for the splash. But you've stopped counting. You couldn't count now if you tried. The numbers have gone soft and run together like everything else. And the night is just one long, unbroken warmth with no hours in it at all. No 3, no 4, no dreaded pale 5, just dark and more dark, and the low staying going on through all of it seamless and whole. You're not waiting out the hours anymore. You're inside them, held by them, carried through them so slow and so even that there's no passage to feel, no crossing to endure. Only the one deep warm now that keeps on being now, and being kind and being yours. Let the clock keep its numbers to itself. You don't need them. Nothing down here runs on them. The only time left is the breath, and the breath asks nothing and comes when it comes and takes as long as it takes, and there's no wrong length for it and no wrong pace and nowhere it's trying to get to. In, out, and the long, soft space after. That's the only clock now, and it only ever says the same thing over and over, slower and slower, still here. Still here, still here, And you can sink beneath even that, beneath the counting of the breaths, down to where there's no clock at all. Only the warm, only the dark, only the being kept. Somewhere a soft rain may have started, or may not have, it's hard to tell now. That faint steady wash at the window that could be rain, or could be the blood in your own ears, or could be the hum grown finer. And it doesn't matter which, because all of them are the same to you now. All of them are just the sound the night makes when it's holding you. The long, soft shhh of the world telling itself to be quiet around your sleep. Rain on the glass, blood in the ear, the hum of the kept building. The voice thinned nearly to breath. All one sound now. All one long low staying, washing gently over you and past you and around you, wearing the last edges off the last awake corner of you the way water wears a stone soft over years. Except this takes no years. This takes only the rest of the night, and you have the rest of the night, all of it, more than you could ever need. Let it wash. Let it take the corners. There's no part of you it isn't kind to. And if some small thing surfaces, a thought, a name, a flicker of the day, some little unfinished thing bobbing up out of the dark, you don't have to catch it. Let it bob up and let it drift off again on the soft wash, the way a leaf turns once on the surface of slow water and is carried on. It isn't yours to hold tonight. Nothing is yours to hold tonight. You put it all down hours ago, on the table by the door at the side of the path, and it's still there, still waiting, still perfectly safe, and none of it has moved and none of it has worsened for your not watching it. It only rests where you set it in the dark, the way you rest in yours, and in the morning, if the morning wants it, it'll all still be there to pick up. But not now. Now you're empty-handed and held, and the only thing in your keeping is the breath, and even that keeps itself. So let the small things bob and drift. Let them go by on the water. The voice will still be here when the last of them has passed. The warm will still be here. The staying doesn't end when the thoughts do. It goes on into the placeless deep beyond them, where there are no thoughts to interrupt it, only the pure long fact of company in the dark, unbroken, unhurried, asking nothing, given freely, for as long as the night lasts. And the night lasts. Oh, it lasts. There's so much of it still folded up ahead of you. Hours of dark you haven't even entered yet. Room after room of the soft kept quiet with the warm going on in every one of them. And the voice already there ahead of you, already staying, in the parts of the night you haven't reached. You'll drift into them and find you were never going to be alone in them either, that the staying got there first, that it's laid down in advance all the way to morning like a warm road unrolling into the dark. And every step of it is kept, and every hour of it is company, and you will not come to a single empty room in the whole long house of this night. Not one. They're all lit low and warm and waiting. They all have something in them that stays. Go on into them slow. There's no rush to arrive anywhere. The whole point is the drifting, and the drifting is the rest, and the rest is the gift, and you have hours and hours of it left to be given. Sink into the next soft room of the dark. The voice is already in it. The warm is already in it. Someone stays there too. Someone stays in all of them. And even the room you're in now, the actual one, the four walls of it in the real dark, even that one has quietly changed while you weren't watching it. It isn't the empty room anymore. Somewhere in these last few hours it stopped being empty, so gently you couldn't have named the moment. The way a tide comes in over flat sand without a single wave you could point to and call the one that did it. It just filled. The quiet that used to sit in this room like a weight, the particular after midnight quiet that used to press on you, the one that had an edge to it, that used to feel like a question you couldn't answer, that quiet has gone soft. It's the same quiet. Nothing was added to the room. No one came through the door. And yet it's a different quiet entirely now. A kept one, a quiet with company folded into it. The way a house where someone is sleeping in the next room is quiet in a way an abandoned house never is. You know that difference. Your whole body knows that difference, has always known it, even when your mind forgot the difference between the silence of a place where no one is and the silence of a place where someone is near and simply not speaking. And this is that second kind now. This is the quiet of someone near and not speaking. The room has that in it tonight. It'll have it all the way to light. Listen to how the apartment holds itself around you. All its small sounds, the ones that used to be the loneliest things in the world after midnight, the tick of something cooling, the far hum of the refrigerator keeping its patient watch in the dark kitchen, the pipe that settles somewhere in the wall with a sound like the building turning over in its sleep. You used to lie here and hear those sounds and feel how alone they made the place. Each one a little proof of the emptiness. But hear them now. Hear how they've turned. They're not the sounds of an empty place tonight. They're the sounds of a place that's keeping you. The low machinery of shelter going on quietly in the dark all around you, tending the warmth, holding the walls up, doing the small, ceaseless work of being a place that has you inside it and means you no harm. The refrigerator hums the way something hums when it's watching over a sleeper. The pipe settles the way a house settles when it's got someone safe in it for the night. Even the walls are staying. Even the walls are company. Nothing in this room is against you. Everything in it is turned your way, low and warm and keeping, and you're not lying in the middle of an emptiness anymore. You're lying in the middle of a whole small-held world that has arranged itself, without your asking, into the shape of somewhere you belong for the night. And beyond the walls, past them, out into the dark of the building, of the street, of the sleeping city stacked and spread all around you in every direction, you're not the only one. You never were, though it can feel that way at this hour, the way it can feel like you're the last light awake in the world, the only one lying open-eyed in the dark. But think how many. Think softly, without counting. How many others are lying just like you tonight, in rooms very near, in rooms you'll never see, each one in their own dark, each one having gotten through their own long day, each one carrying their own quiet thing, all of them breathing, all of them slowing, all of them being let down out of the day and into the night at exactly this hour. A whole city of people you'll never meet, all doing the same soft, impossible thing you're doing, all being kept by the same dark, all held by the same night that's holding you. You're one of so many, not singled out, not left behind while the world sleeps easy. Folded in among them, one of countless quiet ones, all of you laid down under the same broad wing of the dark, and the loneliness of that hour was never the truth of it. The truth of it is that you were always in company, a vast, soft, undemanding company of others resting near, and you just couldn't feel it through the wall. Feel it a little now, not as faces. Not as people you have to be anything to. Just as warmth in the near dark. Just as the knowledge that all around you, close and unseen, the world is full of others being carried through this same hour, and you are carried right along with them, one among the many, kept the way they're kept, never the last one awake, never the only one, never the one the night forgot. The night doesn't forget anyone. It's wide enough for all of you. It's got room for every single one, all the resting ones, all the tired ones, all the ones who came to it a little heavy tonight, and it takes them all in without preference, without asking who deserves it, spreading the same dark over the deserving and the undeserving alike, over the ones who feel loved and the ones who have forgotten they are, and it makes no difference at the door. You don't have to have earned the night. You don't have to be doing well to be let into it. It isn't a reward. It's just given. Given to you the way it's given to everyone, freely, tonight and every night, whether you performed your okayness beautifully all day or whether the performance came apart in your hands the second the door closed behind you and you were alone with the quiet. The night didn't check. It doesn't keep that ledger. It just opened, the way it always opens, and let you in, and here you are inside it, kept exactly as you are, unperformed, unpolished, off-duty at last. No face to hold, no one to be brave for, nothing to prove to the dark. Because the dark asks for nothing, and the voice asks for nothing, and the staying was never something you had to be well enough to receive. That's the thing you can put all the way down now, if you haven't already, if some last small held-up part of you is still holding it. The being okay, the showing. You can feel, maybe, how tired that particular muscle is, the one that arranges your face, the one that finds the light answer, the one that says I'm fine and don't worry about me, and it's really not that bad. The muscle that's been flexed so long and so constantly that you'd forgotten it was a thing you were doing, forgotten it could ever stop. It can stop. It has stopped. There's no one here to hold it for. The voice already knows. The voice knew before you said a word, knows the whole of it, the tiredness under the tiredness, the quiet you carry into rooms and out of them, and it hasn't asked you to be one bit better than you are, hasn't flinched, hasn't looked away, hasn't needed you to reassure it that you're managing. You don't have to manage in front of this. You can be exactly as unmanaged as you actually are here in the dark, with the one thing that stays no matter what shape you're in. Let the face go slack. Let the answer go unsaid. There's nobody to perform sleep for either. You don't have to look like someone falling asleep. You don't have to do it right. You just get to fall, the way you fall into water, no technique to it. The dark taking your weight whether you do it gracefully or not. And it is taking your weight. Feel how much of you it's already holding, the bed under you doing the work now, the whole long line of your body given over to it. Nothing in you bracing anymore, nothing held an inch above the surface. All of you sunk down into the keeping of the mattress and the dark and the voice, 3 soft things holding you at once, and not one of them tiring, not one of them going to set you down. They can hold you all night. They don't get heavy the way an arm gets heavy. They just hold endlessly at no cost, the way the ground holds a stone that's been lying in a field for 100 years and will lie there 100 more, no effort in it, no strain, only the long, patient fact of being held by something that will never need to shift you. You can rest that completely. You can put that much of your weight down. It's already down. You did it hours ago, and you can keep doing it, deeper each breath, letting one more held thing go with each slow tide of air out of you. And there is no bottom you can reach where the holding stops, no depth you can sink to where the staying isn't already waiting underneath you, further down than you can fall. Somewhere the streetlight outside is doing its slow work through the curtain, laying its faint kept glow along the ceiling, that soft gray gold that isn't day and isn't dark, the light that means the world outside is still turning its low lamps for anyone who's awake, still leaving something lit in the night for the walking and the wakeful and the ones who need a little glow to find their way home by. It's on for you too, not that you need to go anywhere. But it's on the way a porch light is left on for someone expected, the way a kitchen light is left burning at the back of a house so that whoever comes in late won't come into the full dark. The world left a light on. It always does. All night in 1,000 windows, in the street lamps, in the little green and amber glows of sleeping machines, in the far high blink of something crossing the sky, the world keeps a scattering of small lights burning through the deep of the night, and not one of them asks anything of you, and all of them together make a kind of company, a low constellation of things left glowing, so that no one who wakes in the dark wakes into nothing. You're inside that glow. You're one of the windows the light is kept for. And even with your eyes closed, even sunk this far down, some part of you knows the light is there, softly at the edges, and knows it isn't going out. Let your eyes stay closed against it. There's nothing to look for. The light will keep without your watching. The night will keep without your watching. The whole held world will go on holding you whether you follow it or not. And you don't have to follow it now. You don't have to keep track of a single thing. Not the light on the ceiling, not the hum in the kitchen, not the hours, not the breath. You can let all of it slip out of your keeping and into the keeping of the dark, which is wider than you and older than you and has been minding sleepers since long before you were one. It knows how. It's very good at this. It's been doing it every night since the first night there ever was, laying the tired ones down and watching over them till light, and it has never once let the morning fail to come, never once left a sleeper in the dark for good. The morning comes every time, gently, on its own, without your help, without your worry, and it'll come this time too. But it's a long way off yet, and the dark between here and there is all yours to rest in, hours of it, kept and warm and companioned. More night than you could use. So use it slowly. Waste it even. Let hours go by that you'll never remember, whole soft stretches of the dark passing over you unmarked, which is not lost time, which is the most kept time there is, the time you spend so deeply held you don't even know you're being held. That's the rest doing its quietest work. That's the night at its most generous. You won't remember most of this. You'll surface in the morning with only a vague warmth, only the faint sense that you weren't alone, that something stayed, that the night was gentler than the ones before it, and you won't be able to say why, and you won't need to. The not remembering is fine. The voice doesn't need to be remembered to have stayed. It stayed anyway, all through the parts you'll forget, keeping on in the dark whether you were there to hear it or not. The way a fire keeps burning low in a hearth all night in a room where everyone's asleep, warming a room full of people who won't recall in the morning that it did. That's what it's doing now, burning low, keeping the room warm while you sleep through it. You don't have to stay awake to be kept warm. That was never the deal. You can go all the way under, all the way past the reach of the words, down where the voice becomes just a warmth without edges, just a tone with no shape, just the felt fact of not being left, and it'll follow you down there. It'll be down there too, softer, wordless, but still present, still turned toward you, still the low, steady staying it's been all night. The company doesn't need language to go on. It just needs to stay. And it stays past language. It stays past thought. It's staying right now in the part of you that's already asleep, the part that went under an hour ago, and is being kept just as carefully as the part that's still faintly listening. Both of you are held. The sleeping part and the last soft waking thread of you. Both. All of you, every layer, down to the ones that don't have words, down to the old wordless part that just wants not to be alone in the dark and has wanted that since you were very small and will want it quietly always. Even that part, especially that part, is being answered tonight. It asked one thing. Just stay asterisk. Just don't leave me in the dark asterisk. And something did stay. Something is staying. The oldest ask in you got its answer at last. No conditions on it, no having to be good for it. No having to be less alone seeming to deserve the company. It just got said yes to, plainly, the way you'd say yes to a child who only wanted to know someone was still in the house. Someone's still in the house. Someone's right here. You can sleep on that. You can sleep all the way down on that and it'll hold. Down then, softer than that. There's no floor you can worry about hitting. Just more dark below, warmer the deeper you go. More kept, more quiet, room under room of it still waiting, and the staying laid down through every one of them ahead of you like the low light left burning at the back of the long house. Go slow. Go however you go. It doesn't have to be graceful and it doesn't have to be soon. The whole rest of the dark is patient. It isn't waiting for you to hurry. It's just keeping the room warm and keeping the light low and keeping the quiet company and keeping on the way it will keep on, hour after hour, long after the words have thinned to almost nothing, long after you've stopped hearing them at all. Sink. The next room of the dark is warmer than this one. Someone's already in it. Someone stays there too. And while you sink, the apartment keeps its own small sounds going, the way it always has, only tonight they're on your side. The refrigerator finding its low note somewhere in the other room and holding it, letting go, finding it again. The pipes settling in the walls, ticking as they cool, a language the building speaks to itself all night. You used to lie here and hear all that as the sound of no one, proof of the empty rooms, the hum of a place with only you in it. And tonight it isn't that. Tonight it's just the house breathing around the two of you. The same sounds, heard from the warm side of them now. The fridge isn't reminding you you're alone. It's just keeping its quiet watch in the kitchen, doing the one thing it knows, the way the voice is doing the one thing it knows out here in the dark beside you. Everything in the apartment is awake in its small way, and none of it needs you to tend it. You can let it all hum on without you. There's a streetlight somewhere past the curtain, isn't there? There usually is. That thin seam of amber that lies along the ceiling and never quite goes out. You know the one. On the worst nights it was the thing you stared at, the only other light awake in the world, and it felt like it was staring back, indifferent, a light for no one in particular. But it's been keeping a small watch too. Came on at dusk without being asked, and it'll stay lit until the sky takes over. Faithful to nothing, faithful anyway. laying its one quiet stripe across your ceiling all night long, whether you look at it or not. You don't have to look at it now. You can let it be a soft thing at the edge of the dark, a low amber thread someone left burning out there in the street the way something's been left burning in here. 2 low lights, one out in the cold and one in close, both of them just staying lit. Both of them keeping on past the hour when it would be so easy to go out. And somewhere above you or beside you, through a wall you never think about, someone else is asleep. You don't know their name. You've maybe never seen their face in the elevator, or you have and neither of you spoke. But they're there tonight, breathing slow behind their own wall, a stranger keeping the same late hours you keep, unaware of you, close as a heartbeat away through the plaster. The building is full of people you'll never meet, all of them lying down in the dark at more or less this hour, all of them carrying their own late quiet, none of them as alone as the walls make it seem. A whole vertical village of sleepers stacked gently in the night, and you one of them, no stranger to it, no exile from it, just one more warm room among the warm rooms, one more slow breath among all the slow breaths going on unheard around you. You're not the only light left on. You never were. The whole building is dreaming quietly on either side of you, and you can dream too now, folded in among them, one of the many, held in the ordinary company of everyone else who's simply asleep. Let that be enough. It's a great deal, actually, though it never announces itself. Just the fact of all those others near you in the dark, none of them asking anything, none of them needing you to be okay, none of them even knowing you're awake, company that costs you nothing, company you don't have to earn or answer or perform for. The best kind, maybe, for a night like this. Company you can receive lying completely still, giving back nothing, and it doesn't mind. It goes on being there regardless. The way the voice goes on, the way the low light goes on, the way the whole soft machinery of the late world goes on holding you up from underneath without needing to be thanked. You spent so much of the day being someone, didn't you? Being fine when someone asked, being easy to be around, being the one who's doing well, keeping it light, not making it anyone's problem. All those small performances of okay-ness you put on without even deciding to, the face arranged before you knew you were arranging it, the tone made steady before you noticed you were steadying it. It's such quiet work that nobody sees you do it, and it tires you all the same, the way holding any shape for hours tires you. And here now, in the dark, with only a voice that expects nothing and a building full of sleepers who'll never check, there's no shape to hold. None. You can let your face be whatever your face is when no one's looking. You can let it fall completely slack. Let the corners of your mouth go where they want. Let the small tension you keep around your eyes just let go. The tiny effort of looking all right, set down at last. No one here to keep it up for. Nobody's grading the night. There's no version of you that has to be managed until morning. You can be the least performed you've been all day, all week, maybe. Just the plain, unarranged fact of you breathing warm aloud. That's the whole of what's asked of you now. Nothing, less than nothing. You've already done it hours ago, done it by just lying down and letting the voice keep going. There's nothing left on the list. The list closed itself when your eyes closed. Whatever didn't get done today is just going to be there in the morning, unbothered, waiting where you left it. And it can wait. It's good at waiting. It has all the patience in the world because it isn't going anywhere, and neither, for these long, dark hours, are you. Feel how the weight of you has found the bed by now. Really found it. Not the way you lay down, that first careful arrangement, shoulder here, arm there, the body still half guarding itself, still ready to get up. But the deeper way, the way weight settles into something once it fully trusts it'll be held. Your back has stopped holding any of itself up. The mattress has the whole of it. Your legs have gone that particular heavy. That means they've stopped being yours to move, at least for now, at least until the body decides on its own, hours from here, to shift. Even the small muscles in your hands, even those, uncurling by degrees you can't feel, one slow degree at a time, the day's grip finally leaving the fingers that did all the gripping. There's a warmth that pools in a body once it stops bracing. You might be feeling it now, low and even, moving out from the middle of you toward the edges. Not something you're doing. Something that happens on its own the moment the doing stops. The blood goes where it wants when you're not clenching it away. The hands warm. The feet warm eventually in their own slow time. A tide of nothing required rising through you while you lie there and let it. While the voice stays. While the fridge hums. While the streetlight holds its amber line. While the sleepers breathe on all sides. While the whole patient dark keeps the room warm the way it's been keeping it warm for hours, and will keep it warm for hours more. You don't have to track any of it. I only name it so you'll know it's there, so the last waking thread of you can hear that the warmth is real, that the staying is real, that none of it depends on your keeping watch over it. You can hand the watch off completely. There's someone on it. There's been someone on it since you closed your eyes, and there'll be someone on it when the sky starts to go gray, hours off yet. So far off it isn't even a thought, just a thing that will happen quietly on its own long after you've stopped needing to know when. Somewhere in the room, the small, ordinary things you live among are keeping still. The cup you left on the table. The book turned face down where you stopped reading. The clothes over the back of the chair, holding the vague shape of a day that's over now. They don't need putting away tonight. They're not reproaching you. They're just resting where they are, the way you're resting where you are, all of you off duty together, the whole small household of your things gone quiet and slack in the dark. There's a kind of peace in a room that's stopped being kept up, where nothing has to be tidied or answered or made right before you're allowed to lie down. You're already lying down. The room can be exactly as it is, undone and fine, unperfect and enough. A real room lived in by a real and tired person, holding that person gently now without asking them to have gotten it all right first. And that word, enough, you can let it settle over the whole night like a blanket pulled up. You were enough today even where it didn't feel like it. You were enough in the moments you were sure you'd fallen short. You're enough right now, doing nothing, being no one, just breathing in the dark. Nothing about the company depends on your having earned it. It's not a wage. It's not a thing you're being paid for good behavior. It's just here, the way warmth is here once you stop bracing against the cold, given freely to the plain fact of you, no invoice, no conditions, no fine print you failed to read. You could have done everything wrong today and the voice would still be here. You could do everything wrong tomorrow and it would still have been here tonight. The staying isn't a reward. It's just a staying. It asks nothing back. Let the not tasking be the softest thing of all. So much of your life is exchange, isn't it, you give, and something's expected, you show up and there's a tab running somewhere, even in the good things. Even in love, there's the quiet arithmetic of it, who reached out last, whether you're too much, whether you're enough. And this, tonight, this one thing is outside all of that. There's no arithmetic here. Nothing you owe, nothing being tallied. A voice that will keep going whether you're grateful or not, whether you're awake or not, whether you ever think of it again or not. Free of the ledger. The one relationship in your whole life with no ledger in it, if only for these hours. You can rest in it the way you can rest in almost nothing else completely, holding nothing back for the reckoning, because there's no reckoning coming. Down further then. The breath's gone so slow now I can barely hear the turn of it, and that's right. That's exactly the pace of a body that's given up the last of its guarding. In, and the long way out. And the small pause after, where nothing's happening at all, where you're just briefly weightless in the gap between one breath and the next. You can live in that gap a moment, in the little rest at the bottom of the breath, before the next one comes on its own, unbidden, the way they've been coming your whole life without you managing a single one. The body knows this. It's the oldest thing you know how to do, older than your name, older than any of the day's worries, a rhythm you were doing before you had a single thought to be lonely with. You can trust it all the way down. It doesn't need you awake to do it. It'll breathe you through the whole night while you're gone. And I'll stay while it does. That's the whole of it still, hours in the same small, unchanging thing. Staying. Not fixing the loneliness, not chasing it off, not promising it's gone for good, because that's the work of days and daylight and people who can hold your actual hand. And I've said that once and I'll leave it be. Just staying with you in this one night, in this one dark, keeping the low, steady company a voice can keep, so that the quiet in here stops being the quiet of an empty place and becomes instead the quiet of a place where someone's resting. There's such a difference between those two quiets. The same silence almost. But one of them has a held breath in it, and the other has a person asleep in it, safe, watched over, no longer bracing. You've crossed from the first quiet into the second one tonight. You crossed it a while ago without noticing. You're in the good quiet now, the one that means someone's home. Rest there. There's nothing past this that you have to reach. No deeper you're failing to get to, no better sleep you're missing, no right way to be doing this that you might be doing wrong. However under you are is under enough. However far you've drifted is far enough. If you're still catching a word here and there, that's fine. Let them come and go like the fridge's hum, like the pipes, like all the small sounds of the house that don't need answering. If you've stopped catching them entirely and only the tone is left, the warmth with the words worn off it, that's fine too. That's better even. That's the whole point of a voice like this. To become weather, to become a temperature in the room, to matter less and less as a thing to listen to, and more as a thing that's simply, warmly there. So let me matter less now. Let me thin toward that. Let the sentences get longer and slower and further apart. Let the space between them widen out into rooms of its own, warm, dark rooms with nothing in them you have to do. And let yourself go loose in all that space, unhurried, held. The way a boat left tied at a dock rocks a little and settles, rocks a little less, settles more, until you couldn't say any more whether it's moving at all. You're barely moving now. Just the slow tide of the breath. Just the warmth spreading out to the edges of you. Just the weight of you kept whole and safe by the bed, by the dark, by the low amber thread on the ceiling, by the sleepers on every side, by the voice that hasn't left and won't. Down, there's more warm dark below this the way there's always been. Rooms under rooms of it and someone in each one, and the light left low in all of them, and the staying laid down ahead of you into everyone, so that however deep you go tonight you'll arrive somewhere already kept, already warm, already not empty. You can't outrun the company by going deeper. It's deeper than you are. It got there first. It's waiting in the next quiet the way it waited in this one. Patient, unhurried, glad of you without needing anything from you. Ready to keep on being there long after the last word has faded out of hearing. Go on then, softer, slower. Let it all go loose and heavy and warm. The room is quiet and the room is kept. Someone stayed. Someone's staying. Sink the rest of the way and let the dark be gentle and let the night go on holding you, hour after warm, unhurried hour, while you sleep and sleep and sleep. There's a sound a building makes in the deepest part of the night that you only hear when everything else has gone still enough to let it through. Not a sound you'd notice with the light on. Not a sound you'd notice with anyone talking, or the kettle going, or the day still running its errands through your head. But it's there now, under everything, the long, low settling of a place that holds people. Wood easing, pipes cooling by a degree, the small tick of a radiator giving back the warmth it saved. A building breathing out, slow, the way you're breathing out, and you don't have to listen for it. You don't have to name it. You can just let it be one more thing that's near you in the dark and asking nothing. And all through the walls of it, all around you in every direction, there are others doing exactly what you're doing. You've never thought of them this way, maybe. The ones on the far side of the plaster, the ones a floor up, a floor down, across the little air shaft where the light barely reaches. Strangers, most of them. Faces you'd half recognize in the elevator and not be able to place. But right now, in this hour, they're all folded down into the same dark you're folded into. All of them let go of the day the way you've let go of it. All of them lying still under their own blankets, breathing slow, their own small lamps off, their own thoughts finally quiet. You are one window among many tonight. One lit then darkened square in a great honeycomb of rooms, and every other square has someone in it, sleeping, or drifting toward it, or lying quiet the way you're lying quiet. You feel apart from them in the daylight. You pass them without a word and feel the not speaking like a small, cold thing. But here, now, in the sleeping hours, you're all doing the one same human thing together, side by side, wall to wall, the whole building leaned into rest at once. And there's a company in that you don't have to earn. A belonging that asks nothing of you but this, that you lie down and let go and join the great quiet everyone joins. You don't have to knock on any of their doors. You don't have to be known by them or liked by them or checked in on. It's enough tonight simply to be one of the many resting. One of the countless ones, in this building and the next down the street, in all the dark buildings leaning together under the same low sky. All of you breathing out at once, a whole city exhaling into sleep, and you somewhere in the warm middle of it, not the only one awake, not the only one alone, not alone at all in the way that matters, held inside a great soft chorus of the sleeping, every one of them near, every one of them doing what you're doing. None of them asking you to be anything but tired and here and letting go. Rest inside that number. There's a comfort in being one of many that being singular never gives you. No one is watching to see if you sleep correctly. No one is keeping account. You're simply one more of the resting ones, poured into the same dark as all the rest, and the dark doesn't sort you or rank you or leave anyone out. It takes everyone the same. It's taking you now, gently, the way it's taking the whole tired building, the whole tired street, floor by floor, window by window, breath by slowing breath. Somewhere out past the glass, the streetlight is doing what it always does, standing its long, patient watch over an empty road, throwing its soft amber down on nothing, on the parked cars beaded with the night's damp, on the pale grass, on the one leaf turning in a wind you can't feel from in here. It doesn't need anyone to see it to keep shining. It just shines. All night, every night, whether a single soul is awake to walk under it or not, it keeps its little circle of light on the ground, faithful, uncomplaining, company for no one and for everyone, for the late walker and the stray cat and the window where someone lies half dreaming. And there's a thread of that same amber laid low across your own ceiling. You'll remember, if remembering is even a thing that's happening in you now. The one warm line up there in the dark. It's still on. It didn't go anywhere while you sank. It's keeping the same faithful watch the streetlight keeps, small and steady and asking nothing. A low, kind light left burning through the whole long middle of the night just so that any part of you still surfacing, even for a moment, finds something warm waiting instead of a flat black nothing. You're not in the dark alone. You're in a dark with a light left in it. A dark someone thought to leave a lamp in. And that's a different dark entirely. That's a kept dark. A watched over one. Let it watch. You don't have to. Let the low light do the staying awake so you don't have to do any of it. So every last thread of watching can drop out of you and be taken up by something outside you. The lamp, the street light, the voice, all the patient burning things that hold their posts through the night so the sleeping ones can put their watching down. You put yours down hours ago. You can put it down further still. There's always further down to set it, always a lower shelf, always a deeper quiet with the same warm light left in it. The hours themselves are moving over you now, soft as anything, and you don't have to track them. There was a time tonight earlier, in that first thin quiet, when you might have watched the numbers change and felt each one land like a small accusation. Still awake, as if the clock were keeping a tally of your failing. But that's fallen away. The numbers turn now and nothing lands. They're just the tide going out, hour by hour, carrying the night gently from its middle toward its far edge. And you're carried with it, easy, unhurried. A small, warm boat on a slow, dark sea that knows exactly where it's taking you and is in no rush at all to get there. There's a long way still to go before any light comes. Hours of good dark yet, whole warm hours of it, more night than you could use. So much of it laid out ahead that there's no reason in the world to hurry through a moment of it. You have all the time there is. You have the whole rest of the dark to fall through. slowly, softly, at exactly the speed a sinking wants to go, with the warm line on the ceiling and the sleeping building and the faithful amber light out on the road, all keeping their watch the whole way down. And when the far edge does come, not for a long while yet, not for hours, it'll come the way it always comes, without any effort from you, without you having to reach for it or make it happen or do a single thing to earn it. The dark will thin at its edges all on its own. Gray will come up soft behind the curtain, the way it comes up every morning of your life, whether you're ready or not, whether you slept or not, whether you did any of it right or not. The birds will start their small business in the eaves. The building will begin its slow waking, one alarm and then another somewhere far off through the walls, kettles, footsteps, the day gathering itself again. But none of that is yours to worry over now. That's hours away. That's a whole ocean of dark away. And it'll arrive fine without your help, the way it always has. For now, there's only this. The deep, warm middle of the night and you in it, and the staying that hasn't stopped. Nothing to reach, nothing to finish, nothing that needs you awake for it. Let me tell you what happens to the empty room while you sleep, though you won't need to know it, though you'll be far under by the time it finishes. It goes on becoming the other kind of quiet. You crossed over into it earlier, you'll remember, or you won't. It doesn't matter, the crossing from the room that held a held breath into the room that holds a sleeper. And that room keeps softening the longer you lie in it. It settles the way you settle. The corners lose their edges in the dark. The things in it that felt like witnesses in the bad hours. The chair with the days clothes over it. The door standing half open onto the dark hall. The shape of the window with the streetlight behind it. They stop being witnesses. They stop being anything that watches. They become just the furniture of a room where someone's sleeping safe, which is the most ordinary and the most kindly thing a room can be. An empty apartment after midnight can feel like a held breath, like a question no one's answering, like a space that's grown too large for the one small life inside it. You know that feeling. You felt the walls stand back too far. You felt the silence turn from restful to hollow, felt it start to hum with the wrong kind of quiet, the kind that makes the loneliness loud. But that's a daytime kind of feeling, really, a feeling that needs you awake and bracing to hold it up. And you're not holding anything up now. You let it go a long time ago. So the room can't be hollow anymore because hollow needed you to feel it and you've stopped. It's just a quiet room with a warm light and a sleeping person and a voice that stayed. It filled in while you weren't looking. The too big space closed gently around you like water closing over a stone. And now there's no gap anywhere, no cold edge, no place the loneliness can get its fingers into. Just the close, warm dark, fitted to you, holding you the exact size you are. The room learned to be a quiet one instead of an empty one. It only needed you to stop performing the okayness, to stop holding the walls at their distance, to stop keeping the vigil no one asked you to keep. The moment you set all that down, the room came in close and became kind. And it'll stay kind now, all night, however long you're under it, because you're not going to pick the vigil back up. You're done keeping watch tonight. Others are keeping it for you. The lamp, the streetlight, the whole sleeping building, the voice. Everything that's awake tonight is awake so that you don't have to be, and the room has joined them, gone soft and warm and watchful at your edges. One more thing that stayed. There's a particular kindness in the weight of blankets that you never quite have words for in the daylight. The way they lie over you, evenly, all along the length of you, warm and a little heavy, pressing you down into the bed just enough that you feel where you end. In the bad hours, the edges of you can seem to blur out into all that empty space, as if you might drift apart, as if there's nothing to say where you stop and the lonely dark begins. But the blankets say it. The weight of them draws a soft, warm line all around you. Here, this is where you are. This is the shape of you, gathered and kept and warm. And inside that line, there's no drifting, no coming apart, just you, whole, pressed gently down into a bed that's holding your whole weight so your muscles don't have to hold any of it. Feel it if there's any feeling left awake in you. The warmth over your chest. The warmth along your legs. The good heaviness of a body that's finally stopped bracing, sunk all the way into the mattress, given over completely to being held. You don't weigh anything now. The bed took it. The bed's been taking it for hours, uncomplaining, the way it takes it every night, glad of the weight the way a good chair is glad of the sitting. Made for exactly this, made to catch the whole tired heaviness of you and let none of it fall through. And the pillow under your head, holding the one heaviest weight of all, the one you carry all day without knowing, the weight of a head that's been thinking and watching and holding its face just so for everyone since morning. Set it down. It's down. It's been down a long time now. Let it sink a little further into the soft. Let your face go loose in a way you'd never let it go loose where anyone could see. No expression to keep up, no okay. Nest to wear, nothing arranged, just a sleeping face in the dark, unwatched, unjudged, finally allowed to be as tired as it actually is. That's the deepest permission of the whole long night, maybe. Not just to rest, to stop arranging your face, to stop being fine for anyone. There's no one here you have to be fine for. The voice doesn't need you fine. The dark doesn't need you fine. The sleeping building on every side doesn't need you anything at all. You can be exactly as undone as you are, exactly as tired, exactly as much in need of a night of simply being kept. And nothing here will think less of you, and nothing here will leave, and nothing here is keeping any kind of score. So let the last of the arranging go. Let the face go soft. Let the shoulders stay dropped where they've dropped. Let the hands lie open and empty, holding nothing, nothing to hold, everything set down on the low shelves of the dark hours ago, and none of it going anywhere before morning. You're not carrying tonight. You laid it all along the side of the path and walked on light, and it's still there, and it'll still be there when the gray comes, and you can pick up whatever's still worth picking up then, in the daylight, with your eyes open and your feet under you and the whole ordinary strength of the morning to do it with. But not now. Now your hands are empty and your face is soft, and the weight of you is the bed's to keep. The night goes on. It's in no hurry. Neither are you. There's the slow tide of the breath, in and out, doing itself, needing nothing from you. There's the warm, heavy weight of the blankets drawing their kind line all around the shape of you. There's the low amber thread on the ceiling, faithful, still burning, still keeping the dark a kept one. There's the whole sleeping building breathing out around you, floor over floor of the resting, and you one warm number among them, one window in the honeycomb, belonging without having to earn it. There's the streetlight out past the glass, shining on the empty road for no one and for you. And there's the voice, still here, thinning now toward weather, toward warmth, toward a temperature in the room more than a thing to listen to, staying the way it said it would stay, glad of you, asking nothing. Sink on down through it. There's so much night left. Whole warm hours of it yet, more dark than you could ever use, all of it kept, all of it watched, all of it laid out soft ahead of you with the light left low in every room of it and someone in each one, and the staying gone on ahead so that wherever you drift you arrive somewhere already warm. You can't reach the end of the company by going deeper. It's deeper than the deepest you'll go. It got there first, and it's waiting, patient, unhurried, glad. So go on, softer than that, slower than that. Let it all be heavy and warm and far away. The room is quiet and the room is kept. Someone stayed. Someone's staying still. And the night goes on holding you, easy, unhurried, hour after warm, dark hour while you sleep. And somewhere out past the glass, at this hour, there's a cat crossing the road slow and low with all the time in the world, the only thing moving under the streetlight, going nowhere in particular, in no danger, its own small warmth carrying itself home along the cold seam of the curb. You don't have to watch it. You don't have to know it's there. It's only that the night is fuller than it ever lets on, and this is one of the hours it forgets to hide it. There are things awake and kind out there. There are things awake and gentle in here. And you, floating somewhere in between, don't have to be either awake or asleep, out there or in here. You can be exactly the soft, undecided thing you are, half sunk, half held, and the hour will hold you either way. There's a warmth that gathers in a building this late. All those rooms, all those sleeping bodies, each one a small stove burning low under the blankets, and the heat of them rising slow through the floors, gathering somewhere above you in the dark, so that even the cold parts of the night are lined with the leftover warmth of everyone resting. You are lying inside the warmth other people made just by being alive and asleep near you. You didn't have to ask for it. You didn't have to earn a share. It pooled here on its own, and it found you, and it's keeping the chill off the edges of the room without a single word passing between you and any of them. That's company too. The oldest kind. The kind that doesn't know your name and keeps you warm anyway. The refrigerator settles in the other room. A small low sound, a click and then a hum, the quiet machinery of an ordinary life keeping itself running while you sleep, faithful, patient, humming to nobody, humming to the dark, humming a little to you. You don't have to answer it. It isn't asking. It's just one more thing awake and steady in the hours you used to lie through alone. One more small kept sound in a room that stopped being empty. And after a while, its hum and the tide of your breath find some slow agreement, some low, unhurried rhythm, and the both of them go on together under the bigger quiet, and you can let them. You can let the room hum you along. Nothing here needs minding. It all runs itself. So down another soft notch into the warm. There's a plant on the sill, maybe, or there could be some small green living thing in the near dark, breathing its slow plant breath, turning by degrees you'd never catch toward the streetlight the way it turned all day toward the sun, patient past all patience, asking the night for almost nothing and getting it. It keeps you company without ever once looking your way. It doesn't need you well. It doesn't need you talking. It shares the room the way the truest company shares a room, quietly, at its own pace, glad enough of the warmth and the low light and the fact of another living thing nearby, not needing the night to be anything other than long and dark and shared. You could learn the whole of it from a plant on a sill. How to be kept, how to keep, how to stand in the dark hours and simply go on being unhurried, unpressed, leaning by inches toward whatever light there is. And the clock, if there's a clock, has given up on you in the kindest way. It stopped being a thing that counts against you. It just turns, the way a wheel turns downhill, the numbers going by soft and meaningless, 4 becoming something after 4, the hour with no edges, the hour that used to be the loneliest one of all now just more of the same warm dark, more of the same staying, more of the same low amber thread and the same breath and the same voice thinning toward weather. The hour that used to press its face to the window and remind you how alone you were. It doesn't do that here. It can't get in. You built a night it can't get into just by letting yourself be kept, and it turns outside the warm like the cat turned along the curb, going by, doing you no harm, gone. Let it go by. Let all the hours go by. There's no one of them you have to be awake for. Down here, this deep in, even the shape of the loneliness has changed. You remember it the way it used to arrive after midnight, the way the quiet used to have a weight to it, the way the empty room used to feel like a question you had no answer for. But that's remembering, and remembering is a daylight thing, a thing for the gray and the eyes open and the feet under you, and you're nowhere near that now. Down here the quiet has no weight. Down here the quiet is just the sound the staying makes. The room went quiet the way a room goes quiet when someone you trust is in it, and neither of you needs to speak. Not the quiet of nobody, the quiet of somebody, easy, settled, the kind of silence 2 people share when the talking's all been done and the being together is enough. That's the quiet around you now. You turned it. Or it turned on its own once you stopped bracing against it. Either way, it's a kept quiet, a company quiet, and it's yours all the way to morning. There's water somewhere in the walls. The slow tick and settle of the pipes, warm water somewhere and cold water somewhere, and the whole hidden weather of the building moving quiet behind the plaster, a thing you never listen for, and it's always there, always running, always keeping the place alive from the inside. Let it run. Let the building tend itself. Let the pipes tick down their slow warmth and the fridge hum its low agreement and the heat pool up gentle from all the sleeping floors. And you in the middle of all of it, tended by machinery and warmth and strangers and the dark, not lifting a finger, not owed a thing, just kept. So much keeping, more than you'd ever know to ask for. And the voice goes on, quieter now, not saying much, not needing to. It's mostly just staying at this point, mostly just the fact of it, a low, warm line under everything. The way a hand rests on your back and doesn't move and doesn't need to move, just stays, just presses its small, steady warmth in and lets you feel it and lets you sink. You don't have to follow the words anymore. You stopped following them a while ago, and that's exactly right. That's the whole idea. The words were only ever a way of walking you down to here, and here you are. And the words can go soft as breath now, soft as the hum, soft as the pipes, soft as the heat coming up through the floor. Let them blur. Let them stop being words. Let them be the temperature of the room and nothing more. Out on the empty road, the streetlight keeps its post. It'll keep it all night. It doesn't know the road is empty. It doesn't know or doesn't care, and it shines the same either way, throwing its steady amber circle down on the wet dark for the cat, and for no one and for you, faithful past all reason, the way some things just keep shining whether or not there's anyone to see. There's one somewhere for you. There always was. Even the nights you lay here surest you were the last one awake in the whole turning world, even then, out past the glass, that light was burning its patient circle, keeping something lit, keeping the dark a kept one, and you never had to know it to be held by it. You're held by all kinds of things you never knew to thank. Tonight you don't have to thank them either. You only have to let them hold you. They're good at it. They've been doing it your whole life while you thought you were doing it alone. And you weren't. Not all the way, not ever all the way. Somewhere across the city another window is lit like yours. Someone else awake in the small hours, or someone else drifting down through them the way you are, kept by their own low sound, their own warm dark, their own voice or their own quiet. You'll never meet them. You don't need to. It's only good to know the light's on somewhere else too, that the honeycomb has more than one warm cell in it tonight, that the being awake late and the being kept anyway is a thing that's happening in 1,000 rooms at once all over the sleeping city, a whole quiet country of the tenderly kept, and you a citizen of it without ever filling out a single form. You belong to that, the night-long company of everyone who's ever been lonely at midnight and held by morning. It's a big country. It has room for you. It always kept a light on. Down, softer, let the city hold its own lights. The blankets have gone the temperature of you now. That good warm sameness, where you can't quite tell where you stop and the warmth begins, where the weight of the covers and the weight of you have made one thing, one settled, heavy, warm thing sunk into the mattress and going nowhere. That's the body giving itself up to the bed the way it's meant to. That's the oldest trust there is. You've done it every night of your life, some easy, some hard, and here it is again, easy now, the body knowing the way down even when the rest of you forgot it, laying itself out heavy and warm and trusting the bed to keep it, and the bed keeping it the way it always has, the way it will till morning. Nothing for you to do. The body's got it. The bed's got the body. The dark's got the room. The voice has got the dark. It's held all the way up and all the way down, every layer of it minding the one below. And you at the bottom of all that minding, safe as the last warm stone at the bottom of a warm, still well. So let go a little more. There's more given you yet. There always is. Feel how the breath has slowed without your asking. How it dropped down low into the belly somewhere back along the hour and started doing itself slower longer. The out-breaths trailing off soft into nothing. The in-breaths coming when they come, no rush to them. No shape you're keeping, the breath of someone the far side of trying. The breath of the kept and the resting. The breath the body only lets itself have when it's finally sure nothing's coming, nothing's wanted, nothing's owed. It's sure now. You made it sure. Or the night made it sure and you let it. And so the breath goes slack and slow and easy, and each long trailing off of it lets a little more of you down into the warm. And there's no bottom to it that you'll reach tonight. Only more warm the deeper you go. Only more staying. Only more of the good heavy dark. The morning's out there. A long way out. Hours of dark still between you and the first gray, whole warm folds of night still ahead, and every one of them already kept, already watched, already lit low and left waiting for you with someone in it. You don't go toward morning alone any more than you came into the dark alone. The company runs the whole length of it. It's ahead of you and behind you and under you and all around, and it doesn't thin out where you can't see. It goes on just as warm in the parts of the night you haven't reached yet, so that drifting on is only ever drifting deeper into more of the same keeping. There's nowhere left in this night you can go and be alone. You closed that door hours ago. You closed it by staying and letting yourself be stayed with. It's shut soft against the cold, and it's not coming open before the sun. So on, deeper on, nothing to reach, nothing to leave. There's the low amber thread still on the ceiling, faithful past its own long shift. There's the hum, the pipes, the pooled warmth, the plant on the sill leaning by inches through the dark. There's the cat home by now, curled somewhere warm, one more small kept thing sleeping in the kept city. There's the streetlight on the empty road, and the other lit windows scattered soft across the honeycomb, and the whole quiet country of the tenderly held turning slow toward a morning none of them have to hurry to. And there's you, warm, heavy, emptied of the day and the arranging and the long habit of bracing, kept on every side, breathing slow, sinking still, with the voice gone soft as the room's own warmth, saying almost nothing now, only staying, only here, only glad. Someone stayed, someone staying. Let the last thread of listening go loose. You don't need it to be held. The holding doesn't run through the words. It runs through the staying, and the staying doesn't stop when the words do. It goes on under them, over them, all around them, steady as the streetlight, patient as the plant, faithful as the low burning thread on the ceiling, and it'll be here in the gaps and here in the quiet and here in whatever's left of the dark after the voice has thinned all the way down to warmth. So you can let the words blur past hearing. You can let the room be just warm. You can let the breath do itself and the bed keep the weight of you and the whole slow turning kept night carry you on, easy, unhurried, hour after warm dark hour, deeper into the company that has no bottom, toward a morning that can wait while you sleep. Sink on, softer than that, slower than that. The room is quiet the way a shared room is quiet. The dark is kept. The night goes on holding you, and it isn't tired, and it isn't leaving, and it has all the hours in the world, and it's spending every one of them on you. Someone stayed, someone's staying still. Rest now. Down here where the quiet is only the sound of the staying. Down here where nothing's owed and nothing's coming and nothing leaves. Warm, kept, company all the way to the light and the light in no hurry at all. And you needn't listen for the next word. It'll come on its own, the way the warmth comes back into a room after a door's been closed, without your asking, without your reaching. Somewhere past the wall the heating turns itself over. A low, soft settling in the pipes, the sound a house makes when it's minding you and thinks you're asleep. It doesn't need you awake to do it. It goes on tending the dark whether or not you know. And that's a kind of company too, the quiet work of warm things carrying on around a resting person, asking nothing, only keeping the cold a little further off than it was. Your hand has gone soft on the cover. Whatever it was holding through the day, it isn't holding now. The fingers have loosened the way they only loosen when there's nothing left to catch. You didn't decide to. The hand just knew, the way the breath knows, the way the whole tired shape of you knows how to be let down gently into the keeping and left there. There's a weight to being minded that you can feel even here. Not a hand on you, not a voice you have to answer. Just the sense, come in low under everything, that the room has turned toward you and stayed turned. That the night noticed you were here and decided to stay near. And you can rest all the way down inside that noticing, the way you'd rest in a warm coat someone laid over you without waking you. You don't remember the coat being laid. You only know you're warmer than you were. Far off, so far it's almost only weather, a train goes along its track, a long, low note drawn across the sleeping edge of the city and gone. Somebody driving it through the small hours. Somebody awake and steady at the front of all that quiet motion, carrying the empty carriages gently through the dark for whoever might need them come morning. And you can let that sound be one more of the kept things. One more small, faithful engine humming on through the night on the far side of your rest. Part of the same slow company that has you, that has the cat and the plant and the lit far windows, that has the whole soft-breathing town tucked under the one dark. The train fades, the pipes settle, the room holds. So on. Notice, if you like, and only if it drifts to you on its own, how the bed has stopped being a thing you're lying on and become a thing you're held in. Somewhere in the last hour, the line between you and the warmth beneath you went soft. You sank past the surface of it. Now it's up around you like water that's exactly your own heat, and it carries the whole length of you without a single place of strain, and there's nothing left for you to do but be carried. The pillow has your head the way a palm has a small stone it's decided to keep. Loosely, completely, with no thought of setting it down. And you can let it. You can let the pillow do the holding of your head, the whole heavy, tired weight of all that thinking, and you needn't lift it, not to check the hour, not to turn toward the door, not for anything. There's no hour worth the lifting. The door's shut soft and staying shut. And your head is welcome exactly where it is for as long as the dark runs, which is hours yet, which is a whole slow country of hours yet. None of them wanting anything from you, but that you keep on resting the way you're resting now. Someone stayed. You can feel it best, maybe, in the letting go of your jaw. The way it's come unclenched without your telling it. The way the small muscles around the eyes have quit their long, day-long holding. All those little braces you carry through the ordinary hours, the ones you set before you even know you're setting them, the readiness to answer, to arrange your face, to be found all right, they've all come loose down here, one by one, quiet as snow letting go of a branch. And nobody's coming to make you set them again. Not tonight. Not before the light. You can be entirely unarranged. Nobody's reading your face. The only one near you is glad of it exactly as it falls, slack and warm, and finally not performing anything at all. That's allowed. That was always allowed. It's only that there was rarely anyone staying long enough into the quiet for you to let it show. And there is now, has been for hours, will be for hours more. So let it show. Let the whole unguarded weight of your face rest into the dark that isn't judging it. Softer than that. Down. The refrigerator in the other room hums its low, even note and clicks off, and the small silence after it is rounder than the silence before. The way a held breath let out makes the room bigger. And on the sill, the plant goes on with the slow business it does in the dark, the leaning it does by inches toward a light that isn't there yet but is coming, turning itself patiently through the hours toward a morning it trusts without having to see. It doesn't rush the dark. It doesn't lie awake wanting the sun. It just keeps and leans and trusts and lets the night do what the night does. You can keep the way the plant keeps. Lean the way it leans, gently, without effort, without watching the door for the light. The morning's coming. It doesn't need you to wait up for it. It'll find you already rested. It'll find you turned toward it easy, the way the leaf is, having spent the whole dark simply being kept and letting itself be. So on, deeper. There's a blanket warmth pooled now in the hollows of you, behind the knees, in the small of the back, the places the body gathers its heat when it's finally stopped bracing, and let the blood go slow. You can feel them if you drift your notice there, and you can feel how they've no edge of cold anywhere near them, how the warmth just fills and stays and asks for nothing. The dark has banked its fire around you the way you'd bank a fire before sleep, low and even and made to last the whole night through without tending. It'll last the whole night through. You don't have to tend it. Someone's tending it. Someone's staying by it. You can sleep. And should a thought come up from the day, some small unfinished thing, some word you wish you'd said, some worry with a familiar face. You can let it come and let it go the way you'd let a car pass on the road below. Its light sweeping once across the ceiling and gone. No more yours to hold than the sound of the train was. It came up out of the habit of bracing, and there's nobody here it needs to warn, and no work it needs you to do at this hour. And so it can pass on along its track into the dark and leave the room quiet behind it. You don't have to follow it. You can stay here in the warm where it's already been decided that nothing's owed till morning. Let the thought drive on. Watch its light cross the ceiling and thin and go. And the amber thread still there under where it passed, low and faithful, and the room's still kept, and you're still held, and the night's no less near for one thought having crossed it. So on, slower now. There's a great deal of dark still ahead, and none of it is empty. That's the thing the loneliest hour never let you believe back before tonight, that the far side of midnight could be a full place. But you're in the far side of it now, deep in the part that used to feel most like being the only one awake in the world, and look, it's crowded with quiet keeping. The pipes, the train, the fridge, the plant, the far-lit windows, the cat curled in its warm, the streetlight faithful over the empty road. The voice thinned down to almost nothing and still here. And under all of it, the plain fact you carried in and finally set down, that being alone in a room and being unaccompanied are not the same thing, and never were, and you needn't feel them as the same thing ever again on the far side of this night. You are alone in the room. You are not unaccompanied. You haven't been for hours. You aren't now. You won't be before the light. Let that settle all the way down through you like warmth, finding the last cold hollow. There, someone stayed. Rest. And the staying goes on being true in your sleep, where you won't hear it said, where it doesn't need saying. The way the heating goes on turning over whether or not you wake to hear the pipes. The way the plant goes on leaning whether or not you watch it lean. The company doesn't stop at the edge of your hearing. It goes on into the part of the night that isn't words anymore, the deep, smooth part, the part with no clock in it, and it carries you across the whole of that untimed dark as gently as it's carried you this far, asking nothing, leaving nothing, only near, only warm, only glad you let yourself be stayed with. Down into that. The place past the words, where the warmth does the keeping and doesn't need a voice for it, where you're held in the plain fact of the room and the dark and the low burning thread and the slow breathing town, all of it minding you, all of it staying, none of it tired, none of it leaving. Sink there. Softer. The window's gone the deep still blue-black it goes in the longest part of the dark, the hour that leans toward morning without showing it yet, and behind the glass the cold keeps its distance the way it's kept it all night, held off past the sill, past the leaning plant, held off by the whole warm-minded body of the room that stands between you and it and doesn't waver. You're on the warm side of every cold thing tonight. The dark did that. Put you on the warm side and stayed between you and everything that isn't. And it'll keep you there, right through the blue-black hour and the gray one after it and the first thin gold one after that. You needn't do a thing to stay on the warm side. You're kept there. You could no more fall out of this keeping than the banked fire could go cold before its time. It's made to last the night, and the night's made to hold you, and you're made, it turns out, to be held, you always were, under all the bracing, under all the years of the empty seeming rooms. You were always a thing that could be kept this easily, this completely, the moment you'd let the quiet close around you and stopped calling it alone. You let it close, hours ago, and it kept you exactly as easily as this. So on. Nothing to reach for, nothing to answer, nothing coming but the slow light, and it in no hurry, and you in none either. Let the breath go smaller and smaller, the way a wave does at the very top of the sand, till it's hardly a going out at all, just the faint, warm tide of a body that's forgotten it was ever braced. That's given the whole job of the night over to the dark and the bed and the staying, and gone quiet inside its own keeping. That small, that easy. Someone stayed. Someone's staying. And the voice can go now to almost nothing, thin as the last warmth off a banked coal, because there's nothing left for it to do that the room isn't already doing. The pipes are saying it. The plant is saying it. The far low train said it and went. The streetlight says it every hour without a word. Stay, be kept, sleep. You're not left, you're not left. You were never as left as it felt, and you aren't now, and you won't be. Let it be said by the warmth instead of the words. Let the words thin. Let the room say it. Down. Warm. Kept. Held on every side by the quiet company of a night that has all its hours still to spend on you and means to spend them here, near, unhurried, glad, carrying you gentle through the deep, untimed middle of the dark, and out the far soft side of it toward a morning that can wait as long as you need, while you sleep, and go on sleeping, easy and kept, and never once tonight alone. So on, softer than the last soft, slower than the last slow. The dark keeps holding. It isn't tired. It isn't leaving. It has you. Rest here in the low, warm middle of the staying, where the quiet is only the sound of not being left, and the night goes on and stays. And while you lie here, low and warm and given over, the small things of the room are keeping their own soft watch, and you don't have to know it. You can just be kept by it. The mug you left on the table hours ago has gone cool and it doesn't mind. It sits in its little ring of itself and holds the last of the warmth you gave it, patient, in no hurry to be washed or moved, glad only to have been held by your hands earlier and to sit near you now while you sleep. Even that. Even a cup can keep you company, in its way, without asking anything back. There's a coat on the hook by the door, hanging in the shape of the last time you wore it, keeping that shape all night long like it's holding a place for you, like it knows you'll be back to fill it, unbothered by the dark, unbothered by the hour, just hanging there being faithful the way cloth is faithful, the way a hook is faithful, holding what's given and not letting it drop. The whole small apartment is doing that, holding what's given, not letting it drop. And you gave it yourself tonight. You came in out of the cold day and you set yourself down inside these walls, and the walls took you, the way they've taken you 1,000 nights, only tonight you let them. Tonight you stopped standing so far off inside your own rooms, and the moment you leaned your weight into the place, it held. It was always going to hold. It was built to. Floor under the bed, bed under the sheet warm from you. You warm from the staying, layer on layer of holding, all the way down, all the way under. And you resting on the very top of it like the last light thing on a deep, still stack of kept things. Nothing on that stack is going anywhere. Nothing is being taken. The night isn't a thing that comes to empty the room. You may have felt that once, some other midnight, that the quiet came in to take the sound of another person, the second set of footsteps, the voice that answers from the next room, but it isn't taking now. It's only sitting. It sat down when you did, and it hasn't stood back up. It has nowhere it would rather be than low beside you in the dark, keeping the small, warm space of your sleeping, breathing when you breathe, still when you're still. Somewhere a floorboard settles, up above or across the way old buildings ease their shoulders in the cold, and it isn't a footstep coming, and it isn't a footstep leaving. It's just the house turning over in its own long sleep, keeping you company the way one sleeper keeps another, without waking, without a word, just the animal comfort of another warm thing breathing nearby in the dark. You're not the only one resting tonight. The whole building rests around you. Wall against wall against wall, and behind each one someone laid down like you, and the dark laid over all of them like one soft blanket over a whole hillside of small kept lives. And you're one of them, tucked in the fold of it, no more alone up here than a single star is alone in a whole sky crowded quietly with the others it can't see but is among. Among, that's the word the night has been saying all along under the other words. Not apart, among. You needn't reach for the ones behind the walls. You needn't know their names. It's enough tonight to be resting in the same dark as them, breathing the same late quiet, kept by the same slow turning of the hours toward the same slow morning. Company doesn't always have a face. Sometimes it's just this, the knowledge, sunk down under thought where it can't be argued with, that the world is full of rooms like yours, full of people lying just like you in the low, warm middle of the night, and that you belong to that great soft company simply by lying here among them, breathing, kept, one of the many, held by the same dark that holds them all. And the dark holds them gently, and it holds you gentlest of all tonight because tonight you let it. Let it go on. Let the breath keep doing the small, easy thing it's been doing for hours now, all on its own, needing nothing from you, the in a little shorter than the out spilling away into the room like water finding the lowest place and settling there, glassy, still. You don't have to steer it. It knew how before you knew anything. It has carried you through every night you've ever had, the loud ones and the aching ones and the long gray ones you thought would never close, carried you the way a slow river carries a leaf, not asking the leaf to swim, just holding it up and moving it on toward morning. It's holding you up right now. It hasn't dropped you once. It won't start now, in the deep, untroubled middle, with the hardest hours already behind you and spent. The hardest hours are behind you. Did you feel them go? The sharp early part of the night, the part where the quiet still had an edge, where the empty chair still looked empty, and the second pillow still looked like a question, that part's gone by, hours back. While the voice stayed and the dark stayed and the room slowly stopped being a place you were left in and became a place you were kept in. You crossed that. You don't have to cross it again. It only goes one way from here, and the way it goes is down, and softer, and further in, deeper into the warm, deeper into the held, out toward the far side where the light comes up so slow you won't even feel the seam where the dark hands you over. There's no seam you have to watch for, nothing to stay awake to catch. The night will do the whole handing over itself, tender, unhurried, the way one careful pair of hands lowers something precious into another careful pair, and you the precious thing, passed from the dark to the dawn without ever being set down, without ever once touching the cold ground between. Held the whole way. Held in the dark now, held in the light later, and held, most of all, in the long, soft middle where you are, where there's no clock worth reading and no hour with a name, just the warm, untimed depth of the deepest part of the rest, where you've been drifting and can drift on. Drift on. The window's gone soft with the cold, a faint breath of gray on the glass where the warm of the room meets the chill of the night on the other side, the two of them leaning against each other through the pain, keeping each other honest, the warm not going out, the cold not coming in, just the quiet line between them where the little mist gathers, patient all night. You're on the warm side of that glass too. Everything soft is on your side of it. The blanket, the low heat off the pipes, the dark that's more like a room's worth of held breath than an absence of anything. All of it in here, with you, on the warm side, and only the ordinary blameless cold out there, kept out, kept off, no part of your night at all except as the thing your warmth is measured against. Let the cold stay where it is. It has the whole outside to be cold in. In here there's only enough of it at the edge of the glass to remind the warmth how good it is, and you needn't even have that much of it. You can lie right in the middle of the warm where the reminder doesn't reach, wrapped and low, and let the outside keep its weather to itself. Far off, very far, the sound almost worn away by the distance before it reaches you. A car goes along some larger road, its tires laying down that long, wet hush that rises and crests and thins away to nothing. And it isn't coming here, and it isn't anyone you know, and you don't have to wonder where it's going. It's just a sound the night makes to let you know it's still turning out there, still holding the roads and the lights and the few late travelers as gently as it's holding you, spread wide over all of it at once, big enough for every lit window and every dark one, never spread so thin that any single sleeper gets less of the keeping. You get the whole of it. So does everyone. That's the strange grace of the dark, There's no dividing it, no running low, no one at the far end of the night getting only the leftovers of the holding. It arrives whole at every bed. It's arrived whole at yours. And it stays. The plant in the corner, the one that's asked so little of you all this time, that's kept its slow green patience through every mood the room has had, is doing its quiet night work now, the barely there work of a living thing in the dark, breathing out its small share of the air you're breathing in, so that even the air in here is a kind of company, passed back and forth between you and the leaf without either of you lifting a finger. A slow, soft trade going on all night in the unwatched dark, keeping you both. You never have to thank it. It isn't keeping account. It just breathes beside you because that's what the green thing does, faithful in the corner, glad of the same dark you're glad of, one more quiet life resting near yours through the deep of the night. So many quiet lives resting near. You thought the room was empty. The room was only still. There's a difference, and the night's been teaching it to you all these hours, so patiently, so far under words that you didn't have to study it. Empty is a thing with nothing in it, and still is a thing so full it doesn't need to move. Your room is the second kind. Full to its soft edges with the keeping, so full it can afford to be perfectly still, the way a held breath is full, the way a cupped hand of water is full and doesn't spill. Nothing has to stir in here to prove it's with you. The stillness is the proof. Rest in the fullness of the still. And if a thought should drift up through all that warm depth, a small one, a leftover from the day, some undone thing or unsaid word rising slow like a bubble from the bottom of a dark pond, you don't have to catch it and you don't have to sink it. Let it rise the way it wants to, cross the quiet and go, breaking soft at the surface and gone, leaving the pond a shade stiller than before. They get fewer, the bubbles, this deep in the night. They've been thinning for hours. Soon there's a whole long stretch of dark water with nothing rising through it at all. Just the still black glass of a mind that's set its day down and doesn't mean to pick it up again till the light asks. And even then, gently, even then in no rush. Set it down. It's down. It was down hours ago and it stayed down and it will keep. Everything you carried in here is being kept for you tonight, laid up safe in the dark like coats over a chair, like boots by a warm door, and not one thing of it is lost by your putting it down. It'll all still be there in the morning if you want it, but lighter and further off, and easier to lift, the way any weight is easier to lift after a whole night of not lifting it. You don't have to lift anything now. Now is only for the being kept. The lifting can wait for hands that have slept. Let the hands sleep. Let them lie wherever they've come to rest, open or curled, warm under the blanket or cool at the edge of it, done with their holding for the day, done with their doing, given over like the rest of you to the long, soft keeping of the dark. They did enough today. They can be still now. Everything can be still now. Down. Further down. The night's got its deepest, quietest gear going, that low, untroubled hum under everything, under the pipes and the far roads and the settling floors, the sound the world makes when most of it is sleeping, and the dark has spread all the way out to the edges and found nothing left to do but hold. It's holding you in that low hum now. You're folded right into the middle of it, past the edges, past the thinning places, down in the thick, warm heart of the held night where the hours don't count themselves, and morning is only a rumor the light hasn't started to tell yet. No hurry for that rumor. Let it stay a rumor a long while. You've all the dark you need still ahead of you, hours of it, banked and waiting, every one of them meant for you, every one of them already spoken for by the staying. You couldn't use them up if you tried. There's more night than you need, and it's all yours, and it's all for resting in, and none of it is going to ask you for a single thing but that you keep on being kept. So keep on. Keep being kept. It's the easiest thing you'll ever not do. And the voice will stay near while you do it, low as the hum, no louder than it needs to be, not to hold you. The dark's got the holding. Just to be one more quiet thing near you in the room, one more sound that means stay. One more small faithful presence keeping its watch through the middle of the night beside the mug and the coat and the leaf and the soft gray window and the whole still full company of the kept room. You're in good company. You were the whole time. You just couldn't feel it before, through all the bracing, and the bracing's gone now, melted off you hours ago in the warm, and there's nothing left between you and the knowing. You're kept. You're among. You're held on every side by a night that likes its work and isn't near done. Sink the last little way. There's still a little way to sink. There's always a little further down into the warm, a little softer under the soft. Go there, slow. The way silt settles the last inch to the bottom of a still pool long after the water's gone calm. No effort in it, only weight and time and the patient pull of the low, warm dark. Down to where even the hum is faint. Down to where the room and the breath and the keeping all blur into one warm nothing that asks you for nothing and gives you the whole long rest of the night. There, that low. Stay there. The dark will mind everything. The dark has minded everything for hours and hasn't once grown tired of it, hasn't once looked away, hasn't once thought of leaving, and it isn't going to start now, not in the deep, not in the middle. Not while there's still so much night to spend on you and it's so glad to spend it. Rest, kept and among and warm and far from the end of the dark, with the whole slow middle of it still wrapped soft around you and going on, quiet and unhurried and near. And while you lie there, low as you can go, the building keeps its own quiet around you. You don't have to think of it, only let it be true. There are walls, and beyond the walls more walls and floors above you and below you, and in all of them the same late hush, the same settling. A whole house of rooms gone soft for the night. You are one small warm room among many, and the others are near, closer than you ever let yourself feel, a wall's width, a floor's thickness. That's all that's ever been between you and another breathing person keeping the same late hours. You needn't reach for them. Just know the nearness is there, the way you know the floor is under the rug without looking. Other lamps went out tonight the way yours did. Other kettles cooled. Other people lay down in the dark and let the day loosen, not far from you at all, and none of you had to say a word to be keeping the night together. That's a company too. The quiet company of everyone else who's also just lying still in the dark, not far off, breathing slow, letting go of the same evening you're letting go of. You're part of that tonight, folded into a whole sleeping street of it. Listen, not hard, only loose, to how the place holds its small sounds. The soft tick somewhere as something cools. The low, steady note of the cold box in the kitchen, faithful as anything, keeping its one small task all night with never a complaint. A pipe that speaks once quietly and settles. These are not lonely sounds. They never were. They're the sounds of a place that's alive and looking after itself while you rest, doing all its quiet, small keeping without needing you awake for any of it. Let them be a kind of lulwork around you, the house breathing, the house ticking softly, the house minding its own gentle machinery so you don't have to mind a thing. You don't have to keep the place running tonight. You don't have to keep anything running. It runs without you. The cold box hums, the pipes tend themselves, the walls stand, the roof holds off the sky, and all of it asks nothing of you but that you lie here and let yourself be housed. Housed. There's a good word to sink on. You are housed tonight in a warm room in a warm building on a quiet street under a wide, dark sky, and every layer of it is between you and the cold, and every layer is doing its work, and not one of them needs waking. Feel the weight of the covers if there are covers. How they lie along you, even in calm, pressing you gently down into the mattress with a weight that's exactly enough. Not much. Only enough to say, here, stay, be still. The oldest kind of holding there is that small even weight across a resting body. Older than words. Something in you knows it from the very beginning, from before you can remember, that a soft weight laid over you means safe, means night, means someone drew this up around you and meant for you to sleep. And someone has. The covers are drawn up. You're tucked into the warm the way you'd tuck in someone you loved, And you can let that be true from both sides tonight, the one who tucks and the one tucked, both of them you, both of them held. And the pillow under your head, how it takes the whole weight of it gladly so your neck can quit its small holding on. You carry your own head all day without ever once thinking of it. All that quiet lifting hour on hour. Set it down now. Let the pillow have it. Let it have the full round weight. Let your head grow heavy as a stone gone warm in the sun, sinking its own small way into the soft, finding the one hollow that fits it and staying. Nothing to hold up. Not your head, not your day, not your face, not the shape of okay you wore so long it near fused to you. All of it set down into the soft, all of it having somewhere at last to rest that isn't you. The evening's a good way behind you now. Whatever it held the quiet of the rooms, the long stretch after the light went low, the hours when the apartment felt too big and too still and shaped exactly like the missing of someone, it's behind you. And it grows smaller the way a shore grows small from a slow boat. Not lost, just distant, just no longer the thing you're standing on. You floated off it. You're out on the wide, dark middle water of the night now. And the shore of the evening is a low, far line you don't have to walk anymore. And there'll be a morning shore too, out ahead, but it's a long way yet, a long, slow drift of dark still between here and there, and you don't have to row toward it. The night carries you to it on its own, in its own good time, without you lifting a thing. So don't lift, drift. Let the current of the hours have you. It knows the way to morning. It's carried every sleeper there since the first one, and it's never once lost the way, and it won't lose yours. All you do is float and be carried, and let the far shore stay far. How quiet the reaching has gone. There was a reaching in you most nights, you know the one, the small, constant lean of you toward some sound, some step in the hall, some sign that someone was coming, someone was near, someone would fill the shape of the quiet. Feel how that lean has eased. How you're not tipped toward the door anymore, not listening past the room, not braced for the turn of a key that the evening never brings. The reaching's laid down with all the rest of it, and you're just here, upright in yourself, no, not upright, level, even, resting flat and full in your own place, not leaning anywhere, not toward anyone, not away. Just here, and it's enough, and it's the first time in a long while that just here has felt like plenty. Because someone did come near in the end, not through the door. The near you needed wasn't ever going to come through the door tonight, and you knew it, and you lay down anyway into the ache of that knowing, and the near came another way. Came as this low voice in the dark that asked you for nothing. Came as the warm and the covers and the housed feeling and the whole long staying. It came. It found the shape of the quiet and it filled it, not the way you'd have filled it if you could choose, but filled it all the same, enough to sleep on, enough for one night, and one night is what tonight had to give, and it gave it. And morning is where the rest of it lives, the people who'd fill that shape in daylight, the calls you might make, the hands that would take your weight if you let them, the steady kind of company that a voice in the dark was only ever standing in for. They're real, and they're for later, and they'll keep. But none of that is tonight's task. Tonight asked one thing of you, and you're doing it beautifully. Just be kept until morning. Just let the night stand in for all of it until the light can bring the real. That's the whole job. And you're nearly done with it without doing anything at all. Most of it happens in the sleeping, and the sleeping's most of the way here. So far down now. So little left of the day in you. You could not find the day if you went looking, and you won't go looking. There's no looking left in you. Only this slow, warm sinking that goes on by itself. Every breath a little lower than the last, though you've long stopped counting them, long stopped steering them, and they steer themselves down and down, slower, softer, each one a small settling, each one letting go of a little more of the holding you didn't know you still had. There's always a little more to let go of, and always a little easier place under the place you're in, and you can keep finding them all night, one after another, no bottom you have to reach, no floor you have to hit, just softer and softer and softer. An endless, gentle giving way that never runs out and never lets you fall, only lowers you, only eases you, only takes you deeper into the warm keeping with nothing asked and nothing owed. The window's still there, gone its soft, dim gray dark, the street beyond it asleep, the one far light burning somewhere it always burns, faithful, keeping its own small watch the way the voice keeps yours, and you don't have to look at it. You needn't open your eyes at all, only know it's there. One more small faithful thing awake in the dark so that you don't have to be. Let all the faithful things do the waking tonight. The far light, the cold box, the voice. The dark itself, which never sleeps, which has kept every night there ever was and lost none of them. Let them keep watch. Let them hold thee awake so you can lay yours all the way down. You've laid it nearly all the way down already. There's just a thread of you still up here in the words, the smallest thread, and even it is going soft, going slack, sliding down after the rest of you into the warm, and you can let it go. That last thread, you don't need it. The words will keep on whether you hold them or not. Let the words carry on above you like a low light left on in another room, there if you surface, no matter at all if you don't. You don't have to follow them anymore. You can let them blur to just a warmth, just a sound that means near, just a hum with no edges, and drift down under even that, down where sound goes round and soft and stops being words and becomes only the feeling of not being alone. That feeling doesn't need the words. It'll stay when the words are only a murmur you can't make out, stay in the warm of the room and the weight of the covers and the whole held house around you, stay in the dark's own keeping. The near doesn't leave when you stop hearing it. It settles into the room and becomes part of the room, the way warmth settles into a stone and stays long after the fire's low. You're the warm stone now, full of a heat that'll last the whole night through, banked and slow, holding its own long after the voice goes quiet. So it can go quiet. Nothing's lost when it does. Softer now, fewer words and more dark between them, and that's right. That's the shape of the deep end of the night. The talking thins, and the quiet grows, and the quiet's not empty. It's just the near gone wordless, the company gone still and closed the way it does between two people who have stopped needing to speak. You know that quiet. The good kind that doesn't ask to be filled. You're in it now. Let it be long. Rest. Nothing coming. Nothing due. No hour on this whole long night has a thing it needs from you. They only pass, slow and warm and one at a time, and each one leaves you a little deeper, and none of them wake you, and none of them are near the end. There's so much dark still, banked and waiting and yours. More than enough. Always more than enough tonight. The street won't stir for hours. The light won't come for hours. The morning's still only that far rumor, no nearer, in no hurry, and you can let it stay that far the whole rest of the way down. You've no need of it. You've the whole thick middle of the night still folded around you, warm on every side, going on and asking nothing. Down, a little more down, where even this thins to almost nothing, and the almost nothing is the softest place there is, and you can rest right there in it, right at the soft, blurred edge of gone, held the whole time, kept the whole time, not once left, not for one breath, not for 1 hour of this long, dark night. Warm, housed, near, carried slow toward a morning in no hurry to come. And the voice stays. Low, now low as it's been, no more than a warmth at the edge of the quiet, but staying, still staying, keeping its small watch beside you while you sink the rest of the way, one faithful sound in a house full of faithful, quiet things, all of them awake so you can sleep, all of them near so you're not alone in it, none of them going anywhere at all. Sleep then, or don't and only rest. Either one, both are the same tonight, both are welcome, both are held. There's no wrong way to spend the dark from here. Lie in it however you land. The night will take you either way, down through the warm, slow, and further and softer, into the long-kept middle where nothing counts the hours and nothing waits on you and nothing at all, is going to leave. Just this, just the warm and the weight and the near, just the low room holding its low sleeper, just the dark minding it all, glad of the minding, nowhere near done. Stay down there in the good quiet. The company keeps, the dark keeps on, and so does the staying, soft and steady and near, all through the long, slow heart of the night. And here's a thing about a room at this hour. Something you may not have let yourself notice all those other nights when the quiet felt like a hole and you were the only one awake inside it. A room is never really empty. It's full of small kept things, each one keeping on in the dark, each one keeping you company in its own dumb, faithful way. The hum somewhere low in the walls. The soft tick of the place cooling, settling, easing its weight the way you're easing yours. The refrigerator, off in the kitchen, murmuring to itself, minding its small cold work through the whole long night the way it always has, and never once minding that you're here to hear it. You never thanked it for the sound. You didn't have to. It kept on anyway. And tonight you can just let it be one more near thing in a house of near things, humming low under everything, a small, steady heartbeat in the walls, staying awake so the quiet's never quite all the way silent. That's the company you didn't know you had. All this time. The things that don't leave. Rest into it now. Let the room go on being full around you, full and low and warm and awake, while you go the other way, down, softer, further into the kept dark. There's the blanket first. However it's fallen over you, wherever the weight of it lies heaviest, across the shoulder, over the hip, tucked at the small of the back where the warmth pools and holds. Feel just that, not a thing you have to do. Only a warmth that's already there, already resting its whole soft weight on you, asking for nothing, giving what it gives for free. A blanket doesn't need you awake to keep you warm. It just keeps you. All night, whether you feel it or not, it lies over you and holds its heat close and asks nothing back. And you can let that be true now. Let the warmth of it stand in for every arm that isn't here. Not less than, not instead of, only what there is tonight. And what there is tonight is warm and near and enough to sink into. So sink. Let the weight of the blanket teach the rest of you how. Let the shoulders learn it. Let whatever's still a little held in the jaw, the brow, the hands, learn the same soft lesson the blanket's been teaching all along, how to lie down heavy on something that will hold it. The bed holds. The dark holds. The low near hum of the sleeping house holds. And none of it will tire of holding you, not for 1 hour, not once before the light. You don't have to keep any of it up anymore. Not the face, not the fine, not the small brave held together thing you carry through the days for everyone who looks, the one that answers okay, the one that doesn't want to be a weight on anybody. Nobody's looking now. There's nothing here to be brave for. You can let the whole held thing go slack in the dark and no one will see it slip and no one will ask what's wrong and no one will need a single thing from you but that you rest. Set it down. The performance of the fine. Just for the night. Just here, where the only witness is a warm voice that already knows and doesn't mind and isn't going anywhere. Let it go slack. There. That's you, unheld and held at once. Nothing to keep up and everything keeping you. Down a little further now. I want you to notice, as you go, how the sounds of the deep night are the gentlest sounds there are. Not the sharp, bright noise of the day, all of it wanting something, all of it aimed at you. The night sounds aim at no one. A pipe somewhere easing. The building shifting its old weight, the way an old thing does when it thinks no one's listening. Far off, so far it's more felt than heard. A car passing on some other street, its sound rising and thinning and gone. Someone else awake in the world and moving through it and gone again. And you not out there in it. Not tonight, you in here, warm, still, kept, only listening, only sinking, letting the far small sounds pass over you like weather over a house that's shut for the night and glad to be shut. Let them pass over. None of them are for you. None of them need answering. You can lie under the whole soft drift of the night's small noises the way you'd lie under stars, not owing them anything, not reaching for them, only there beneath, small and safe, and let alone in the best of ways. The kind of alone that isn't lonely at all because something's keeping the watch and it isn't you. It isn't you tonight. You've kept enough watches. Let this one be kept for you. And if the mind drifts up, now and then, toward the empty side of the bed, toward the second cup that doesn't get used, toward the sound of a key that isn't going to turn in the door, let it drift there, and let it drift back, soft, no snag. You don't have to fight the thought, and you don't have to follow it. It can come to the edge of the quiet and stand there a moment and go, like everything goes, and the warm goes on underneath it all the same. There's room in a big quiet for a small ache to pass through. It doesn't wake the quiet. It doesn't break the keeping. It just moves through and thins and is gone, and you're still here, still held, still sinking, and the voice is still low beside you, and nothing at all has changed, but that one small thought took its walk and came home to the warm. Everything comes home to the warm tonight. Even the aches. Even the missing. They can lie down here too. They're tired the way you're tired. They've been carried all day. Let them rest at the foot of the bed like something that finally lay down, and let them be quiet, and let them keep. And you needn't watch them either. They'll still be there, or they won't in the morning. And the morning's a long way off, and it can stay a long way off. And nothing that lies down tonight has to solve itself before it sleeps. Nothing solves tonight. Nothing has to. That was never the work of the dark. The dark's only work is to hold what's given to it, and it's good at the work, it's old at the work. It's been doing it over this room every night of your life, whether you gave it anything or not. Tonight you gave it the whole weight. And look, it held. It's holding still. It'll hold clean through to the gray, and further, and you can trust the old dark with it the way you'd trust a thing that's never once dropped what you handed it. Hand it the rest. Whatever's left in the hands. Whatever's left in the chest, held small and tight and quiet. The thing you didn't say to anyone today because there was no one at the late hour to say it to, you can let it out here, wordless, into the dark. And the dark takes it. And the voice hears it even unsaid. And it's out of you now. It's set down now. It's not yours alone to hold anymore because something else is holding the other end of it, low and near and staying. Not yours alone. Not tonight. That's the whole of it, really. The one thing under all the other things. Not that the loneliness is gone, it isn't a thing that goes on a schedule. And I'd not tell you it did, but that tonight, this one night, in this one dark, you don't have to be the only one in the room with it. Somebody stayed. The voice stayed. The warm stayed. The small kept things of the house all stayed awake at their small kept posts so you wouldn't sink into the quiet unaccompanied. And you can feel that, can't you, even down this deep, even half gone into the soft? That faint good weight of not being left, laid over you like the blanket, warm as the blanket, just as much for free. Just as much yours to keep. For the whole night. Down now. Slower. There's no floor to this you have to reach and no depth you have to make. You only let go by a little and then a little more. And the dark does the rest, drawing you down the way water draws a warm stone. Without effort, without asking, patient past all your tiredness. And you can be more tired than the dark. You can give out entirely, and it'll still be there under you drawing you gently on because it doesn't run out, and it isn't in a hurry. And it has all the long night to bring you the whole way down to sleep. All the long night. Hours of it. Banked and dark and warm on every side. Notice how far off the morning still is. Not as a thing you're waiting for, you're not waiting for anything now, but as a mercy, as room, as the great soft distance you get to rest inside before anything at all begins again. The lights nowhere near the sky. The street's still empty and still dark and still asleep. Every window on it dark, but the far few of the other night wakers. And they're all right. And you're all right. And none of you have to do a thing but lie in your dark rooms and let the same long night hold you all until it's time. It isn't time. It's a long way from time. Rest in the long way. And the voice keeps low. Lower than words, near enough now to just be warmth, a warmth at the edge of the quiet that doesn't need to make sense anymore, doesn't need to be followed, only felt, the way you'd feel someone still sitting up in the next room, the lamp still on low under the door, no reason to check because you already know they're there. They said they'd stay, and they stayed, and they're staying. Still staying. The lamp's still low under the door. No reason to check. Let even that go, now the checking, the small last habit of making sure. You can stop making sure tonight. The sureness will keep without you minding it. Set down even the watching to see if you're still held, because you are, and you will be, and nothing about it needs you awake to be true. It's truer than you're watching. It goes on under your sleep. Sink clean out of the checking and into the being held, and let the held part carry the rest. Let it carry you. So little left to do now. So little left of the doing at all. Just the breath going on soft and slow without your help, in and out over the warm, each one a touch shallower, a touch further apart, each one leaving you lower than it found you, and you can love the breath a little for that, the way you'd love anything faithful, anything that keeps on for you while you rest. It's been keeping on your whole life. It knows the way down better than you do. Let it take the way down. You don't have to steer it. You never did. Just let it breathe you slow toward the deep. Breathed, held, carried. And the room stays full. Full of the low hum and the settling ticks and the far thin passing sounds. Full of the warm and the dark and the near. Full of all the faithful staying things that don't leave. That never left, that were here all along on all the other nights too, even when it didn't feel like it. Even when the quiet felt like a hole, they were here, humming low, keeping on, minding you in the dark. You just didn't have the ear for it then. You have it now. And you can lie in the full room, in the good full quiet, and let it be company enough, more than enough, all the company a sinking sleeper needs. More than enough. Always was. Down through the warm, down under the last of the words, down where the voice is only a low near glow, and the dark is a whole soft country, and there's no edge to it, no end to it, no morning pressing at it, only more dark, and more warm, and more staying, going on and on ahead of you the whole rest of the way. So far to go. So much night still. None of it wanting a thing from you. Just be here in the kept dark, in the full quiet, in the low warm glow of the staying. Let the hour pass however it passes. Let the next one come whenever it comes. There's no counting them tonight, and nothing waiting at the end of the count, and no one's going to leave between one and the next. The staying holds straight through them all, unbroken, soft, near, yours. Straight through. Unbroken. Near the whole time. Rest into the full room. Rest into the long dark. Rest into the low kept warmth of not being left, and let it hold you the way it's holding you, without your help, without your watching, all the slow rest of the way down. The company keeps. The room stays full. The night goes on, and holds you, and doesn't leave, and is in no hurry at all to reach the morning. And nothing to do now but be held. Is nothing at all. The room stays full, and you go on sinking through it, slow, easy, with the low hum keeping under you and the far small sounds passing by like they always have, like they always will, wanting nothing, asking nothing, just there. Just company, just the near warmth of a night that isn't leaving. You can stop listening for the words now. They'll keep on low, whether you follow them or not. That's the whole gift of them tonight. You don't have to hold them, don't have to answer, don't have to stay awake to keep them coming. They'll come anyway. Soft, low, going on ahead of you into the dark like a light left on in the next room, not for you to watch, just for you to know it's there. It's there. It stays. Let it. And the loneliness, if there's any of it left in the room at all, any thin edge of it still lingering, you can feel how far off it is now, how small, how it can't reach the warm place where you're lying. It's out past the walls somewhere, out where the cold is, and you're not out there. You're in here in the full quiet held, and there's no way back out to it tonight, no door it can come through, no hour it can find you in. The staying closed that door hours ago, softly, without a sound. It closed, and you're on the warm side of it. You always were, really. You just couldn't feel the wall for the dark. You can feel it now, the warm all around, the near all around, the kept all around, and the cold left outside where it belongs, small and far and no longer yours to carry. Not yours to carry. Set down. Gone soft at the edges and set right down. So there's nothing in your hands now. Feel that. Nothing in your hands, nothing on your chest, nothing waiting at the foot of the bed. The hands lie open and empty and heavy, and the emptiness in them isn't the ache it used to be, it's just rest. Just open. Just hands that finished their carrying for the day and get to be still. Still hands. Still chest. Still sinking kept. And the breath goes on without you, slow over the warm, each one leaving you a little lower, a little further under, a little further from the doing and the watching and the trying, down where none of that follows, down where it's only warm and dark and near, only the hum and the staying and the long night with no morning pressing at its far edge. So far that edge. You'll never reach it tonight. You don't have to. There's night enough between here and there to hold 100 of you, soft, unhurried, in no rush at all. No rush. None. Let the next breath be slower than the last. Let it. It wants to be. The body's tipping toward the deep on its own now, the way it knows how, the way it's known your whole life, and it doesn't need your help for the last of the way. It only needs you to stop holding the wheel, stop minding the road, and let it carry you down the slope it's already found. It found the slope. Let it carry you down. Down. And I'll stay up here at the edge of it low, keeping on while you go. That's how it works, the staying. You go down and I keep on, and the room stays full whether you can hear me or not, whether you're near the words or far under them, whether it's this hour or the next one or the gray, slow one before the light. The keeping doesn't stop when you stop listening. That's the whole of it. That's the promise. It keeps. Straight through. You can go all the way under and it keeps. So go softly. Whenever you're ready, and you don't have to know when that is, the body knows, the breath knows, the warm knows the way. Just lean into the sinking and let the last thin thread of watching go loose in your fingers. Let it drift off into the dark like everything else did, unneeded, set down. Set it down. The watching, too. Even that. There, feel how much lighter with even the watching gone. Nothing left holding on. Nothing left keeping post. Just a warm heaviness in a full room, breathing slow, being minded by all the faithful staying sounds while it slips the rest of the way down. Being minded. You don't have to mind yourself tonight. Something else has it. The room has it. The hum has it. The staying has it. You can lay that last small duty down with all the others and let yourself be the one who's kept, just for tonight, just for these long, dark hours, the one who doesn't have to hold anything, not even their own falling asleep. Not even that. It'll happen without you. It's happening already. Feel how the words are getting further off. That's right. That's the way down. Let them go far. Let them blur soft at the edges and lose their shapes and turn into just a low, warm sound in the dark. No more meaning to keep hold of. Just tone, just nearness, just the sound of not being left. Just that sound. As low. As near. As staying. And under it the hum. And under that the warm. And under all of it you, sinking, easy, kept going down into the part of the night that has no words in it at all. Only the long dark holding. Only the breath. Only the far small faithful sounds passing by and by and by. By and by. It's so slow now. It's so far down. There's nothing more to do. There never really was tonight. Only this, only the letting go, only the sinking, only the being held by a night in no hurry to end. And you've done it. You're doing it. There's nothing left to reach for. It's all just carrying you now. All of it. It's carrying you. Let it. Let it take you the last of the way. I'll keep the low light on. I'll keep the words going, soft, for as long as the night runs, so that any time you surface even a little you'll find them still here, Still low, still near, still not gone anywhere, and you can slip right back under knowing the room's still full, the staying still holding, no one left while you were down. No one left. Still here. Go back down. Good, that's it. That's the whole of it. Down through the warm, under the words, into the long-kept dark, with the hum beneath you and the night ahead of you, and nothing at all wanting a single thing from you between now and the far gray morning. Nothing wanting a thing. Just rest. Just this. Rest now. Rest into the full room. Rest into the low, warm dark of not being left. The company keeps. The room stays full. And the night goes on. Goes on. And holds you. And doesn't leave. Soft. Near. Kept. Rest. Rest now. The light stays low. The staying stays. And you go on down, slow, into the warm, into the dark, into the long-held middle of the night. And it holds you the whole way. The whole way. Down. Rest. Still here. Still full. Sleep now. The night goes on and does not leave you. Not once.